Chapter 1736. When Su Fengnian was dozing off on the beam in the hall, the tall woman in white should have attracted a lot of attention in the downtown area of the capital. But in fact, no one looked at her directly except for a few sideways glances. She was at a loss. If the Qi cultivators of the North sect were dependent on the Liang dynasty, they were a group of very different ministers who supported the dragon, then the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea were much purer. They walked quietly between heaven and earth like real immortals. As the suzerain of the Guanyin sect, Tantai Pingjing, a woman in her 30s, was already 100 years old. Otherwise, the ancestor of the sword-eating sect, Sui Xiagu, would not have been obsessed with her for half his life. Tantai Pingjing was certainly out of the world. She moved her sect to the north from the South Sea to Beiliang. The reason was that the Great War of Liangmang was imminent and they needed the Qi cultivators to bridge the river for the countless wandering souls in the world. It was also equivalent to accumulating merits for their own cultivation. Although Su Fengnian had some doubts at that time, in the territory of Beiliang, no matter Tantai Pingjing's personal cultivation or the strength of the entire Guanyin sect, they could not cause too much trouble. He just let it be. The Beiliang sect opened the door to this group of immortals in white. But Su Fengnian did not really ignore it. One should know that on the immortal noisy land map that sold Charcoal Girl, the person who ranked first was Xia Guining, and Su Fengnian followed closely behind. Presently, Xia Guining was already a stray dog, and was still being pursued endlessly by Deng Tea. Then, in Su Fengnian's eyes, amongst the opponents that he truly had to fear in the world, Tantai Pingjing was already the fully deserving number one person in his heart. Before last night's reunion on the city wall of West Chu, Su Fengnian had always thought that even if Tantai Pingjing wanted to do justice for heaven, she should do it after Chao Changqing's death. But he did not expect that even if Chao Changqing was still alive, she could already absorb the remaining fate of West Chu. Today, after Jiang and I decided to leave Guangling sect, she simply absorbed the fate of Dechu's Jiang family like a whale. Su Fengnian took a step out and left the vicinity of the imperial palace. Then, he took another step and arrived at a seemingly ordinary downtown area. There were all sorts of shops and stalls along the streets. The common people in the marketplace were weaving together, and there were all sorts of people. Yellow dogs were lying on the ground and dozing off, while birds were circling the eaves of the buildings. It was a scene of peace and prosperity. The sun was high in the sky. Su Fengnian stood on one side of the street. The woman in white stood on the other side. Even with Su Fengnian's terrifying eyesight, he could not see her face clearly. It was blurry. He could only see her standing alone in the downtown area. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he took a step forward. In an instant, there was silence. But in an instant, there was noise again. Two old men in plain clothes brushed past Su Fengnian on the left and right. They seemed to be whispering, "Taibai's talent is too high. He showed off his talent too much. He lost his peaceful heart. What a pity. Old Du, you entered Shu after the fall of your country. You no longer have the talent, only the air of an old fool. Don't belittle me." Su Fengnian was shocked. He did not turn to look at the two old men. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several vendors on the left. Some were selling jades, some were selling paintings, and some were selling hairpins. Someone held up a jade stone that looked like a seal. "I have 3 seals. They are respectively engraved in Xiaozhuan, heaven's mandate Jiang, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, and upholding 10,000 directions. Who wants it? I'm only selling it for 5, 2, 3 coins today." Soon, a peer laughed and scolded loudly, "Who are you trying to fool? It's already worthless 20 years ago. It's already expensive for 3 coins. Someone spread out his hands in front of his chest. Between his hands, it was faintly discernible. It was as if a picture scroll was spread out. It was as if there were mountains standing tall and rivers flowing. This Defeng's landscape painting only costs 2 coins. Another brush holder waved his hand and looked at Su Fengnian with a smile. He said lazily, as long as it costs 1 coin, Wugusu will give you 500 characters. In Su Fengnian's line of sight, the simple and old-fashioned brush in the hands of the brush holder was surrounded by 2 iron trees. Soon, another brush holder smiled and said, 1 coin for 500 characters is a fair price. However, does this guest want to take a look at the brush in the hands of Han Songs Han? 1 coin for 5 is enough to write 20 years of brilliant literary talent. I remember that in the early years, a child of the Jiang clan once bought a brush from me. Wugusu, Northern Han's master of calligraphy. Han Songs Han, a world-renowned literary hero of the Southern Tang dynasty. Su Fengnian did not reply and continued walking. 2 people were sitting on small benches by the side of the road, playing chess. There was no chessboard or chess piece. However, in front of the 2, there was the faint sound of clanging hooves and flowing water. One of them angrily said, "Li Sanhuang, you are so absent-minded. How can you negotiate with me? Do you really not want that paradise? Forget it, forget it. It's so boring. I won't take advantage of you when you are down. I'll first seal the market for 100 years. The person across from him sighed, his face full of pain. He turned his head to look at Su Fengnian, his expression complicated. Su Fengnian remained indifferent. De Chu's state preceptor, Li Mi, the 3rd emperor of calligraphy. Someone walked over, carrying a 3 chi long sword chi. It was sword chi, not a sword. He shot a glance at Su Fengnian, who did not stop walking. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly gave in. He chattered endlessly, "Why isn't that Bratly Chungang coming? Otherwise, I would definitely experience his 2-sleeved green snake. Humph, is slaying a flood dragon worth bragging about? What's so strange about that? When this old man was alive, there were as many flood dragons as there were hairs on an ox. Only, I don't know what kind of situation Dong Tai was in that night. If it weren't for the fact that touching a stranger would bring bad luck, why would this old man give way? Unlucky, truly unlucky. Who was it last time? What was Lu Lai again? This person is truly exceptional. Admirable, admirable." Su Fengnian walked forward step by step. His expression was as usual. On this street, no one was pretending to be mysterious. This was the truly terrifying part. If a person who loved dragons saw a true dragon circling the beam amidst the lightning, if a Daoist who subdued demons and demons really saw demons and monsters pouncing over ferociously, what should they do? As Su Fengnian walked forward slowly, there were voices of abuse. The Great Qin is ruthless and cruel. How can it occupy such a high position? However, as soon as these words were spoken, someone quickly stopped them in a low voice. "Senior Immortal, please be careful with your words. In the mortal world, there are gods 3 chi above everyone's head. What's so different about us? In a short 200 years, the literary vein has been severely damaged. 300 years later, the Central Plains will face an unprecedented catastrophe. The Zhao and Su families are the main culprits. Fortunately, this place is not one of those places. Otherwise, you would have been destroyed long ago. How could this child dare to betray the heavenly Tao and join hands with the Wudang Daoist to sever the connection between heaven and earth? Mount Longhu should rise, Mount Wudang should fall. When that daring Lu Dongxian turned around and walked into the mortal world, Mount Wudang should have been extinguished." Amidst the curses of the crowd, the oriole chirped like a phoenix and the dog roared like a python. Su Fengnian held his breath and tried his best not to let his chaotic qi dissipate. Therefore, every step he took was extremely difficult and painful. He was like a weak child walking alone in a canyon. Gusts of strong wind blew past. Su Fengnian's lips curled into a cold smile. "You want to use this to reduce the fate of Bailiang? The so-called tails and tails should be the copper and silver tails, unique to the immortals in the heavens. It's probably similar to the fortune-telling of people in the mortal world. If I can't resist the temptation and choose to stop and buy today, the Su family and Bailiang will definitely be poor." When Su Fengnian reached the middle of the street, two people finally showed him a kind smile. A monk and a monk sat cross-legged facing each other across the street. Unlike the peddlers and pedestrians, both of them sat on the steps as if they were sitting on lotus platforms. Although they were not acquaintances of Su Fengnian, they both smiled and nodded at him. One of them was compassionate, the other natural. Su Fengnian also nodded and returned the greeting. An angry shout was heard. It was directed at the old monk. "Old bald donkey, how dare you destroy the fate of the Central Plains? How dare you come to the east?" The old monk smiled but didn't say anything and disappeared. Three people who looked like soldiers in armor were patrolling the street. When they saw Su Fengnian, they hesitated for a moment, but still respectfully made way for him. At the end of the street, Tan Tai Ping still stood in the same place. Su Fengnian finally noticed the struggling and painful expression on her face. Her eyes slowly turned silver and became colder and more ruthless. A dazzling light bloomed in her heart like a bright moon hanging in the sea. Su Fengnian frowned. She saw through the body of the possessor and understood the state of the carefree. A round of the heart moon shone brightly. This was one of the signs of Taoism recorded in the rare ancient books of Taoism. He remembered that Miss He had told him that Huang Sanjia had said before his death that since the beginning of the world, Buddhism had taken advantage of the ascension in the past 1,000 years. When a scholar proposed the idea of upholding justice and extinguishing human desires, in the future, it would be much easier for Confucianism to become a saint. It was like having a shortcut to the end of the world. It was just like the Buddhists becoming Buddha on the spot. They could reach the sky in one step, but the price was the imperceptible influence of the people's hearts. It was a stupid thing to lose a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. It was the great sorrow of, the sun has set in the west, and the moon does not rise in the sea. Su Fengnian angrily scolded, "Tan Tai Ping, after seeing such a ridiculous scene, why don't you wake up? How is this world different from our world? Why are people like Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, and Li Chungang unwilling to ascend after Lu Dongxian?" As soon as Su Fengnian's words were spoken, it was very strange. The previously clamorous street that was filled with curses was suddenly deathly silent. Afterwards, there were only a few scattered words of reprimand, such as audacious mortal and treacherous. Chapter 1737. Su Fengnian looked around and sneered, "What do you mean by banished immortals? What do you mean by fate? In the end, when I come back to you, isn't it all about seniority? If you go to the mortal world, I guess there are two situations. If you are unlucky, you will be banished to a remote place in the mortal world, right? Then if you are lucky, you will be sent to the battlefield to fish for military exploits? Is the so-called immortals fishing for the fate of the mortal world different from the merchants in the mortal world who do business and accumulate copper coins? Of course, I guess immortals are still free and unfettered. They have a fairyland as their mansion and live forever to watch the liveliness of the mortal world. If they become a real superior in the immortal world, most of them will get it done once and for all. But I am very curious. Will those who have made great contributions to the Tao of Heaven in the mortal world also have unrewarded achievements here? Could it be that there were also official promotions and demotions in this place? Will there be immortals who pretend to be powerful? For a moment, no one answered. Su Fengnian's body began to shake, like a rootless duckweed in the strong wind in the sky. A voice that was neither light nor heavy but extremely majestic sounded. The voice was more like a woman's voice from the south. Su Fengnian turned his head and saw her sitting on the roof. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, solemn and glorious. On her shoulder stood a red sparrow, and in its mouth was a snow-white little flood dragon. With her appearance, the whole street shook violently. The shaking became more and more intense and showed no signs of stopping. The movement came from a tall building. But Su Fengnian couldn't see the scene of the building at all, even if the window was open and he knew that someone was there. After the violent shaking that seemed to turn the world upside down, it instantly calmed down and stabilized. A middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe stood beside Tan Tai Ping. Behind him, there was a magnificent scene of the rising sun. Su Fengnian walked all the way. The appearance and clothes of the people in his eyes were extremely ordinary. Only this person and the woman were different from ordinary people. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe should be the culprit who had dragged Su Fengnian into this heavenly earth. However, he looked at Su Fengnian and said with a smile, "There are indeed many unbearable things in the heavens that you speak of. However, the myriad of sceneries in the heavens is definitely not something that a mortal body like yours can use to know the autumn of the world with a single leaf. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is not as unscrupulous as you think. When you return." Su Fengnian wanted to open his mouth and curse, but he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. However, a shout suddenly rang out from the north, revealing Su Fengnian's thoughts. "Shut up." The middle-aged man dismissed it with a smile, seemingly helpless. The woman on the roof pursed her lips and smiled. She teased, "You northerner, the kid on the street doesn't even want to acknowledge his ancestors, and you're still speaking up for him? He was really protective of his children. Su Zhao's matter, you've already angered the public." That deep voice could be heard clearly from tens of thousands of miles away as it mocked, "Bitch, go and give birth to your baby. You've been pregnant since I was in the Great Qin Empire, and you still haven't given birth. Aren't you ashamed?" After hearing this sentence, Su Fengnian felt very satisfied. It was indeed my true body. She stood up and said angrily, "You northerner, do you really think the heavenly Tao won't collapse because of the collapse of etiquette and music in the human world? Even the mortals in the human world know the simple truth that a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest." The voice sounded again, extremely domineering, "Then let's destroy it. When the time comes, I'll mend the sky by myself. I'm an indomitable man, and a bitch like you can just watch the show. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." In her anger, she was about to break the rules from the south to the north. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe sighed. Obviously, he was used to the confrontation between the two great gods. Dong dong dong. The sound was like the beating of drums on a battlefield, approaching from the north to the south. As a result, the woman on the roof suddenly calmed down. The middle-aged man with a genial expression narrowed his eyes and a trace of anger appeared on his face. The tall building that had caused the commotion earlier shook again. Then, the uninvited guest sneered, "Which bastard said that Great Qin is tyrannical? Do you really think that you can't be dealt with just because you're hiding in the east?" Someone on the street suddenly burst with golden light, and then there were signs of the golden light exploding. He fell to his knees with a plop, and the ceiling was peeled off. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe waved his sleeve, and the person on the street disappeared. He then raised his head and said angrily, "Great Emperor Jianghu." His thunderous voice sounded from the tall building. "You're not convinced? Why don't we take off our skins and find a quiet place to fight? If you're not confident, then call that bitch along. In any case, the two of you have been flirting with each other for almost 1,000 years. I even suspect that the thing in her stomach." At this moment, someone interrupted this guy's nonsense. "That's enough. 300 years later, the Central Plains will be in turmoil, and 9 out of 10 houses will be empty. She's doing it according to reason. It's one thing that you can't bear to see the world fall apart, but it has always been a part of the heavenly Tao." The original person snorted coldly. "It's not that I can't bear to see the rise and fall of dynasties. It's that guy on the street who can't wait to use his human incarnation to obtain the status of an emperor that will last for thousands of years. He wants to treat the world as his own land and take all the harvests for himself. This way, he can accumulate luck and seek a higher position. Moreover, he wants to use that kid and that little Daoist from Wudang Mountain to close the heavenly gate, but this person doesn't want to be stained with the heavenly Tao's karma. Xia Guanying is just a smokescreen. He's actually that guy called Chen Jibao. There's no such thing in the world, and there's no such thing in heaven. He wants to scheme against me? How can I not beat him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground?" Su Fengnian heard himself speak intermittently. He couldn't hear clearly, but he understood the general meaning. And the person next to himself was Wang Xianji. At this moment, a woman and a young man who looked like mother and son appeared on the street. The young man smiled brightly, clasped his hands, and bowed. Behind the mother and son stood an old man who looked like a servant. He smiled but didn't say anything. Su Fengnian smiled. He didn't recognize the woman, but the old man was Han Xingxian. The young man was the illegitimate son of the late Emperor Li Yang, Zhao Kai. The knot in the human heart can be untied in heaven. At that moment, Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly turned red. He began to turn his head and search. A voice sounded in his mind. Don't look. You won't be able to find them. Except for your elder sister Su Jihu, your parents will become the last group of banished immortals in heaven in the future, falling on the human world like rain. At that time, you can open your eyes wide and look at the magnificent scene of thousands of banished immortals falling on the human world together. It's a great spectacle. As for whether you can see your parents among them, it'll depend on your luck. Don't worry. With my plan, the two of them will be married in every life. Even if they can't be born in the same year, month, and day in every life, it won't be too far off. As for whether they'll share riches or hardships together, I don't care, nor can I. This Tantai Pingjing is a human chess piece of that dragon-robed man on the street, specifically used to deal with you. But since I was able to come here, it's a different matter. Although she's fine today, you still have to be careful in the future. That Su Shao, when he came to my place, the first thing he did when he saw me was call me son. Motherf ****. Su Fengnian, who wanted to hold his belly in laughter, pretended not to hear the profanities that followed. The entire street was in an uproar. Even Wang Xianji in the tall building let out a cry of surprise. A blurry figure vaguely appeared at the window. Su Fengnian's heart trembled. In the next moment, he couldn't help himself. His eyes were suffused with an extremely pure golden color. Great Emperor Jianghu. But Su Fengnian's mind was still very clear. When he turned around, he saw the tip of a sword piercing through the heaven and earth bit by bit. From high above, a voice leisurely sounded. It sounded like a dragon's roar, a wooden fish, and a jade chime at the same time. It seemed to have made a conclusion about the heaven and earth. The dragon-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He exchanged glances with the woman on the roof, and then they both looked at the place where Wang Xianji stood. Finally, the three people disappeared at the same time. And Tantai Pingjing also disappeared. Great Emperor Jianghu, or rather the Emperor of the Great Qin, looked at the young woman who seemed to have tripped over the threshold and stumbled into the house with a sword in her hand. His eyes were filled with grief. When he was alive, he called himself the Emperor of the Great Qin. After his death, he was honored as Great Emperor Jianghu of the Heavens. Not only did he oversee the northern celestial court, but he also controlled half of the soldiers. He only felt guilty towards that gentle and timid woman. Although he couldn't say whether he had let it go or not, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Using Su Fengnian's mouth, he said to the young woman who hurriedly ran over, "I'm sorry." Jiang and I, the little mud man, replied to him, with a cute and naive face, "Are you crazy?" The golden light in his eyes suddenly dissipated. Su Fengnian was stunned, and then he burst into laughter on the street. She was furious. He stretched out his hands and pulled her cheeks fiercely. "You're still the best." She, who had gone through thousands of hardships to break the dragon pearl and enter this place, was about to get angry. His body swayed and was about to fall. On the battlefield near the Melon Island, the great snow dragon cavalry had absorbed more than 500 West Chu scholars and began to return north. A sword light chilled 30 provinces under the sky. A young woman carrying a red sandalwood sword box supported the young lord and jumped down from the great Liang dragon sparrow together, standing on the side of the cavalry. The cavalry stopped abruptly. When the long sword returned to its sheath, a certain old soldier of the Su family who had experienced the War of the Spring and Autumn period suddenly woke up after seeing this scene. He quickly turned over and dismounted, roaring loudly, "Great Snow Dragon Cavalry! Greetings to the consort of the King of Bailiang." The few voices that greeted His Majesty the Emperor were completely drowned out by the loud voices that greeted the King of Bailiang's consort. Jiang and I was so scared that she directly hid behind Su Fengnian. But perhaps even Su Fengnian himself didn't expect that the timid little mud man behind him would soon beat the drums on the city wall of North Jibei City, and personally send off the Bailiang cavalry. Chapter 1738. South of Liang, Jufeng Town was a hub of the longitudinal canal. It was originally a remote village that no one cared about, but in a short 20 years, it became a bustling town. It had everything that one could wish for, and did not lose out to the famous towns of Jiangnan. A green-robed Confucian scholar entered Jufeng Town with a small bag on his back. He did not stand out in the crowded town. Now, there was a saying in Jufeng Town: the people returning to the north were cowards, the people going south were the nobles. Because recently, the sound of horse hooves could be heard near Jufeng Town. There were large groups of cavalry going south to reinforce Guangling Road. It was said that the situation was about to be settled. The important people in the imperial court, especially the important people in the military, were all trying their best to send their children and grandchildren into the army going south. The most exaggerated thing was that a certain old general, who was one of the stabilizing forces of the Tu Liaodong border, had just let his grandson get a position as a military officer. Very quickly, he chased his grandson out of the border army and threw him to the battlefield of Guangling Road. It was said that in a flash, he became the military advisor of the general of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang. Naturally, his future was bright. This Confucian scholar did not find an inn to rest at, but went straight to the famous book market of Jufeng Town. On both sides of a 300 paces long street, there were large and small bookstores. Even though Jufeng Town's history was not more than 20 years, but many of the bookstores dared to advertise themselves as century-old shops. It was just that most of the people who bought books laughed it off and did not care about it. The Confucian scholar did not choose those bookstores with golden signboards, but entered a small and dark bookstore at the back of the street. Even though it was small, it had all the essentials. The father and son of this bookstore engraved books, sold books, and edited books. They did not have any rare books to sell, and they definitely did not find any famous books that could not be engraved by the imperial court. But the value was in their careful selection. Occasionally, there would be a few West Chu's Southern Edict edition or Northern Edict edition. Whether it was good enough or not depended on personal preference. Seeing this Confucian scholar cross the threshold, the middle-aged shopkeeper, who was entertaining a group of young customers, smiled and hurriedly put down his business to welcome him. The Confucian scholar in front of him was a regular customer of his shop. He didn't come often, and he didn't buy many books, but for more than 10 years, he would visit almost every 2 years. Most importantly, he had a good chat with his father, so much so that his father, who rarely drank, would always make an exception and insist on pulling the Confucian scholar to sit down and have a drink with him. It was said to be a drink, but as they drank, they could drink at least 2 caddies of wine. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "Where is Brother Chu?" Last time, he said that he could not find the face-painted version of The Insect Under the Light. I brought it for him. The middle-aged shopkeeper calmly said, "Mr. Chow, my father passed away last year." The Confucian scholar was stunned for a moment. He was a bit sad, but he still took out the book from his bag. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "He left. When my father passed away, he was 70 years old. Before he passed away, he often smiled and said that it was rare to live 70 years old. Mr. Chow, my father was not sick or injured. He passed away after a good night's sleep. As his sons, there is no need for us to worry too much. However, before my father passed away, he often said that if he could have a drink with Mr. before he died, his life would be complete." The Confucian scholar with the surname Chow said apologetically, "I originally had the opportunity to come here last year, but I left in a hurry and felt that it was inconvenient. If I had known, would have come no matter what. Take this book. When you go back to Brother Chu's grave and offer him a toast, just burn it." The middle-aged shopkeeper smiled and joked, "Mr. Chow, then I won't give you any money." The Confucian scholar quickly smiled and waved his hand. After drinking so much wine for so many years, how could he have the nerve to ask for money? "Right, if I remember correctly, your family's fisherman and woodcutter should be coming of age, right?" The middle-aged man seemed to get angry whenever he talked about that bastard. He helplessly said, "Don't mention that bastard. Mr. Chow, you don't know that our family can't be considered a family of poets or scholars, but for better or for worse, we are people who interact with sages every day." Who would have thought that the older that kid grew, the more he refused to listen to advice. With his skinny bamboo body, he insisted on joining the army. Not long ago, he followed a few of his good friends in town to the county capital, saying that there was a back door that could be opened. If they were lucky, they could directly go to the south to fight. In the end, he came back sullenly. When I asked, he didn't say anything. Every day, when the rooster crowed, he would get up and run to the side of the canal. "Mr. Chow, that kid is old." As his father, my words have no effect. However, he has listened to you since he was young. If Mr. isn't in a hurry to leave, I'll go look for him. Mister, you must help me talk to him. If you can get him to come back to his senses, I'll give Mr. a set of West Chu's Chongwen Guan's winter snow collection. That's a good thing that even my father couldn't bear to take away. He told me to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Without waiting for the Confucian scholar with the surname Chow to say anything, the middle-aged shopkeeper didn't even care about his business and ran out into the street to look for his son, who was getting more and more worrisome as he grew older. Chapter 1739. The 5 or 6 young male and female customers in the store began to chat in boredom. Currently, the topic of discussion was naturally focused on the one-sided Battle of Guangling. They all believed that it was time to close the coffin and close the coffin. These rich kids with Beijing accents were indeed people who lived at the foot of the emperor's feet. Although their voices weren't loud, the people around them could hear them clearly. After commenting on the military achievements and abilities of the various generals of the imperial court, they also reprimanded the civil and military officials of West Chu. Soon, the topic reached the true backbone of West Chu's restoration, Chao Changqing. In the end, both sides had opposing opinions. One side said that Chao Changqing was only outstanding in martial arts and Go, but his ability to turn the country into a Go board was not enough. The other side retorted that Chao Changqing was a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. He lost because West Chu did not have the right time, place, and people, and definitely not because that official was weak in Go. The dispute continued, but both sides were close friends and could not fight. Finally, the topic inexplicably shifted to the previous empress of West Chu. 2 young women spoke of her with pity. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sneered and said that she was nothing more than a femme fatale who could bring disaster to the country and its people. After West Chu was destroyed, it was rumored in the streets of the old capital that it was this woman who ruined the fate of De Chu. Otherwise, with West Chu's original fate, it should have been able to survive for another 160 years. Soon, another young man laughed and said, "Why is the popular saying that 9 out of 10 sheep are incomplete? Isn't it because the Empress of West Chu was born in the year of the sheep?" Not far away, the green-clothed Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples was silent. A young man who was playing with a small bronze seal laughed softly and said, "Not to mention that Chao Changqing's reputation is unmatched, the king of Bailiang really made a big mistake. The imperial court has clearly relaxed the transportation of Guangling and actually led 10,000 cavalry south to Guangling under the banner of pacifying the rebellion. However, everyone knows that they are actually helping some remnants of West Chu to get out of trouble. However, Bailiang is domineering, but our imperial court can't do anything about it. After all, they control the northwest gate and claim to have 300,000 cavalry. My father has calculated with people in the Ministry of War and estimated that there should be around 120,000 to 30,000 cavalry. Sigh, we are really sullen. If it weren't for Beimang, the Bailiang Su family would have already handed over their military power." The Confucian scholar put down a yellowed ancient book and said with a smile, "Why else would I say that the world is afraid of the word if?" In fact, the group of people had long noticed this scholar in green robes. Although he didn't look like an official, the Liang court was generally more polite to scholars. Moreover, most of the reclusive scholars in the world had such a high standard. These young people who had come because of their fame came from the capital's official families, so naturally, they wouldn't treat this person with hostility. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, I've always been curious. Why did the young Northwest vassal king want to fight to the death at the border? Can you explain to me? A young man with a crooked appearance said loudly, Isn't Su Fengnian a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation? Since no one will die, why didn't Su Fengnian lead the Bailiang cavalry into battle? If he lost, he would just run away. If he won, his name would go down in history for all eternity. If it were me, I would also fight the Baimang, and beat the Baimang to death. The Confucian scholar asked again, then why didn't he join forces with the Baimang? 300,000 Bailiang frontier army and 1 million Baimang troops to go south to the Central Plains. Wouldn't that be a better chance than defeating the Baimang? The young man was stunned for a moment, and then said righteously, It must be because Su didn't dare to ask a tiger for its skin. The Baimang barbarians are naturally bloodthirsty. In addition, they would definitely use the Bailiang cavalry as the vanguard. When they finally conquer the Central Plains, the Bailiang troops would be left with only a few tens of thousands. Wouldn't that old woman of Baimang burn the bridge after crossing the river? In the end, not only did Su not get any benefits, but he also got his head chopped off. Su isn't a fool. Why would he do such a loss-making business? What do you think, sir? The Confucian scholar nodded and smiled, that makes sense. Then, as if he remembered something, the Confucian scholar waved his hand and said, I don't deserve to be called Mr., and I've never been an official in Liang. My surname is Chow. You can call me Old Chow. The handsome young man playing with the bronze seal asked tentatively, judging from your accent, Mr. Chow. Oh, no, Old Chow, are you from Guangling Taoism? The Confucian scholar nodded and said self-deprecatingly, That's why I haven't been an official. Everyone was relieved. Naturally, they felt that this person couldn't be a high-ranking official in Liang imperial court because of his background as a Guangling Taoist. Probably because he had some knowledge and integrity, but he didn't want to be a low-ranking official in Liang imperial court. Thus, he chose to be a poor scholar who traveled all over the world. The travel-worn Confucian scholar suddenly looked towards the south. Then, as though he had the intention to leave, he turned to the group of young men and women and said gently, Originally, I also have an if to say to all of you, but there's something I need to do first. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the owner of this shop. Please help me pass the message. A woman said sweetly to persuade him to stay, It won't be too late to leave after you say the if. The Confucian scholar, whose hair was already white but had a unique style, shook his head and said, There is something that really can't be delayed. After he finished speaking, the Confucian scholar walked out of the bookstore and walked along the small street towards the outside of town. On his way north, he deliberately concealed his presence, so he didn't walk very fast. This was because he wanted to see some old friends like the bookstore owner of Jufeng Town. He was afraid that they would be implicated after he died. The world was afraid of what if, and the world was afraid of what if. So his if was destined that no one in this world would know. If, during his official period, West Chu would be revived, he would personally lead the army north, and Gu Jiantong's Liang and Liang border armies would go south to Graydon City. Wang Sui would resist the Baimang and take the chance to go south, and Su Fengnian's 300,000 Bailiang cavalry would choose not to move because of a certain woman surnamed Jiang. Also, with Chen Jibao leading the Shu army in Guangling Road, they only needed to tie down Wu Zhongshuan and Su Gong's armies. They didn't even need to stop the Yan King Zhao Bing's Nanjiang army from coming to Graydon City because they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Then would the world still be surnamed Zhao? He didn't think so. He, Chao Chongqing, didn't think so. After this man slowly walked out of Jufeng Town, he took off his bag and took out 2 chess boxes. Allow me, Chao Chongqing, to play one last game for you. Chapter 1740. The Great Snow Dragon cavalry went back the same way they came. First, Yuan Zuozong led his troops to the south. The Qingzhou army, which had less than 1,000 cavalry, was defeated like a landslide. The cavalry was almost wiped out. The Qingzhou army, which had no city to rely on, was driven 40 miles away. No matter how brave and skillful the Qingzhou army was, he could not stop the decline of the infantry army. On the other hand, the northern Liang Lieutenant Niu Qianzhu led 2,000 cavalry to intercept 20,000 Shu soldiers, but he did not succeed. This was because the Shu army's main general, Che Yi, unexpectedly chose to avoid the vanguard and led his army to take a detour to the north. His army's route directly drew a large arc. Niu Qianzhu's 2,000 cavalry under his command approached the Shu army several times. Amidst the flying dust, the Shu army was ready for battle, completely ignoring the Great Snow Dragon cavalry's provocation. Not only that, this lone western Shu elite army that had penetrated deep into the central plains, in order to show weakness, they withdrew all their mounted scouts and were actually willing to be blind. Niu Qianzhu also did not dare to start a battle without permission and delay the military's plan. However, he was really sullen. Before he joined the Bailiang cavalry in the south, he led 20 retainers to the side of the Shu army. He stopped his horse and raised his spear. The Shu army still did not move. They just buried their heads in the east. In the end, Niu Qianzhu spat, turned his horse around and led the army back to the south. As the four armies collapsed and were afraid to fight, the defense line built by Li Yang's assistant minister Su Gong was full of holes. In addition, Ji Zhou's general, Yuan Tingshan, was not willing to send out troops alone to stop them. He could only watch the Great Snow Dragon cavalry easily break into Guangling Road. This made the Southern Expedition General Wu Zhongshuan furious. Accompanied by his trusted aide Tang He personally rushed to Chaisang County to denounce Su Gong. The Minister of War and the left Assistant Minister of War met in this way for the first time and parted on bad terms. After that, Wu Zhongshuan and Yuan Tingshan led over 10,000 northern Ji cavalrymen to the front line, while Su Gong merged with 20,000 western Shu soldiers and gathered the defeated soldiers from Qing province. Together, they slowly made their way to the front line of Guangling. After this, the Great Snow Dragon cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. According to the established strategy, at the front lines of Melon Island where the two armies intersected, they successfully received more than 500 West Chu scholars dressed in light armor. In order to secretly escort this group of weak scholars out of the border, the West Chu army crazily counterattacked in Melon Island, Old Du Mountain, and other battlefields. In a short day, nearly 10,000 people died in battle, and 500 young carps almost died of thirst. Only then did they finally jump into the pond of the Great Snow Dragon cavalry and were able to take a breather. The Bailiang cavalry, including Su Yanbing, still had a fresh memory of the 500 West Chu people. After being escorted by the main force of the Great Snow Dragon cavalry, they did not have much joy of surviving a disaster. Instead, they all looked dejected and pained. The 500 people neatly dismounted from their horses and knelt to bid farewell to the east, crying silently. That scene was like a homeless dog that had no home to return to, lying under the roof of someone else's house and sobbing in pain. After Yuan Zhuozong took over the name list with sloppy handwriting, he had mixed feelings. This time, Bailiang had surrendered 496 people, and there were 416 young West Chu scholars. Excluding the 70 or so ladies from Guangling Daoist families, there were only a dozen West Chu generals. The name list in Yuan Zhuozong's hand was not recorded at the beginning. There were only a few lines of small characters written by someone. It was a shocking sight. De Chu has 500 people. Can't talk about reviving the country. The surname Chu stays in Bailiang and can't leave the northwest. The will of Chao Chongqing, the sinner of Chu. The east wind thawed and turned into rain. They were just waiting for the sound of the spring thunder. At this time, it was raining continuously. The advance of the Great Snow Dragon cavalry was more or less hindered. The horse hooves were covered in mud, which made the Bailiang cavalry, who were used to the sun and sand of the desert, very uncomfortable. Su Fengnian, Su Yanbing, and Yuan Zhuozong rode side by side. Yuan Zhuozong turned his head and glanced at the West Chu fugitives in the middle of the cavalry. He said softly, "For Bailiang, this is a good thing in the long run, but it is a mess now. When these scholars go to the northwest, they can only stay behind the scenes for now. I'm afraid that these young and impetuous people will complain too much and end up taking their anger out on Bailiang. When there is a dispute, we can't beat or scold them. Otherwise, we can only hand them over to Lingzhou College, which is far away from the war at the border. Let them pass the time with books. Previously, most of them were not even willing to change to Bailiang light armor, let alone the cold blade and light crossbow. Niu Qianzhu and the others were so angry that they almost pulled out their blades to fight with them. Su Fengnian comforted him, if the scholars don't have any strength of character, then the Central Plains is sad. I'm not afraid of their arrogance or pride, I'm just afraid that they will become depressed. The scholars can't rebel for 3 years. There are only 500 people from West Chu. Moreover, they are in Bailiang. Not to mention the border army, I reckon that any Liangzhou girl who is familiar with archery and horse riding can beat 2 or 3 of them. There is nothing to worry about. We also do not have extravagant hopes that they will quickly turn around. Also, I believe in Chao Changqing's eyes. Many of them should be people with broad horizons. When they truly experience the scenery of the Northwest, and with Yozhou's Yuan Dao and Liuzhou's Ko Jianghuai in front of them, they will naturally put aside their grudges. In the end, the old people of West Chu may hate the Su family more than they hate Bailiang, but they are not the same. Most of them are in their 20s, and hate Bailiang more than Bailiang. I'm worried about these people. At this point, Su Fengnian smiled self-deprecatingly and did not continue, as though it was a taboo for the honored one. Yuan Zuozong smiled and said, "What, are you afraid that there will be 500 Zhao Changlings next to you? What day will you not be able to control yourself and really rebel against Bailiang?" Su Fengnian said in exasperation, "The second battle of Liangmang is near. Bailiang has not even solved the urgent situation, how can we have the extra thoughts?" Su Yanbing teased, "If it really is as the prince said before, that the world situation is advancing according to Chao Zhangqing's original plans, then our northern Liang would be the most comfortable side. As long as we join hands with Wang Sui to hold back northern Mang's southward advance, then everything will be over. Then, we can sit in the northwest and watch the storm in the Central Plains. Wang Yi, I find it strange. This Chao Changqing is willing to send West Chu's students to Bailiang. He clearly has a deep relationship with Wang Yi. Why did he go back on his word at the last moment? He caused West Chu's efforts to recover to nothing, and even Bailiang does not have a chance to get chestnuts out of the fire." Su Fengnian touched the northern cold saber on his waist and sighed with emotion. "My master once said that there are only 4 deaths for a scholar: death in the countryside, death in the province, death in the country, death in the world. That Chao Changqing originally wanted to die for 1 person and 1 country, but he changed his mind in the end. Of the martial grandmasters I have interacted with, the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, died for his brother. When he came out of the martial world, he had no regrets in life or death. Beimang's Tuoba Bodhisattva lives the most ambitious. He wants to be the best in the world, and the best in the world. Dong Tai lives the most carefree. Whether the world is peaceful or chaotic, whether you are an emperor or a general, Dong Tai, am too lazy to pay attention to you. Only Chao Changqing lives the most tiring life. He never thinks of himself as a man of Jianghu and has never walked out of Dechu's temple." Su Yanbing looked at the mud on the road and sighed, "Chao Guanzi is so sloppy." Su Fengnian was surprised, "Uncle Su, you sound like a scholar." Yuan Zuozong smiled knowingly. Su Yanbing's mouth twitched. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Wang Yi, most of the young girls in West Chu are unmarried. Every time they see you, Wang Yi, their eyes are not reserved." "How do you describe it?" Yuan Zuozong undermined both sides. "Stop talking when you want to." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "That's not kind." Chapter 1741. Yuan Zuozong joked, "The real mess is a fire in the backyard if you're not careful. If I remember correctly, Second Commandery Princess has never been kind to the Emperor of West Chu. Moreover, your 2 fathers-in-law are not easy to deal with. Do you know about the Princess of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian was silent. He touched his forehead and kept silent for a moment. Finally, he said, "I have never hesitated on this matter." Su Yanbing nodded, "That's right." Yuan Zuozong suddenly said, "Xie Shibian is also in the army. If we can get his help, our Beiliang frontier army will be like a tiger with wings. No matter if we put him in Liangzhou or Liuzhou, he can be an army of tens of thousands. Su Fengnian smiled. There can't be two tigers in one mountain. There can't be two bodhisattvas in one temple. In case Ko Jianghu feels that I don't trust him, even if Xie Shibian wants to join the army, I won't put him in Liuzhou. Moreover, Xie Shibian is not familiar with the affairs of the army. Why don't we put him in Liuzhou first? Yuan Zuozong shook his head. Yuan Zuozong, will use Xie Shibian alone. It's better to use Xie Shibian in Liangzhou. He and Ko Jianghu are the top military geniuses in West Chu. After a series of battles in Guangling, they can be independent. Both of them had their own ideas when it came to using troops. It seemed that they were both abandoning the main course for the strange, but in fact, they were very different. When Ko Jianghu used troops, he was good at abandoning the city and often found a way to survive. Relying on his erratic deployment of troops, he was able to win a battle where the overall military strength was inferior, slowly nibbling away at the enemy and suddenly gaining momentum. Back then, on the eastern front battlefield of Guangling Road, he had caused Zhao Yi's army to lose inexplicably. They always felt that Ko Jianghuai's army was pressuring the border in every battle. Although Xie Shibian's use of troops was unexpected and extremely dangerous, in fact, Xie Shibian was more inclined to be open and aboveboard, striving to make the final decision. Therefore, they needed Ko Jianghuai's gentleness in the Liuzhou battlefield, and Xie Shibian's strength in the Liangzhou battlefield. Right now outside the Liangzhou Pass, after the left and right cavalry were transferred, their vitality has been damaged. Why don't we give Xie Shibian to He Zhonghu or Zhou Kong? It can also be considered a compensation. As for the official position, first, it will depend on Wang Ye's boldness, second, it will depend on Xie Shibian's confidence. Su Fengnian asked in a low voice, did Brother Yuan help to lay the groundwork? Yuan Zuozong squinted his eyes and smiled, Your Highness is more skilled than me in buying people's hearts. Su Fengnian remembered Xie Shibian's sorrowful face in the team and muttered angrily, isn't it because you're afraid that you'll be snubbed? Although he was nagging, Su Fengnian still turned his horse around and rode in the opposite direction of the army. After the young vassal left, Yuan Zuozong curiously asked, how is Confucian Saint Chao Changqing's cultivation after he turned to hegemonic path? Su Yanbing said in a deep voice, among the 4 martial arts experts in the world, Tuoba Bodhisattva already has a gap with 3 of them. If Wang Ye, Chao Changqing, and Dong Tai fight with each other, I'm afraid they won't be able to determine the winner, only life and death. However, if it's life and death, I guess the 3 of them will be in a cycle. Wang Ye will defeat Dong Tai will defeat Chao Changqing, and Chao Changqing will defeat Wang Ye. Of course, if Tuoba Bodhisattva can find a suitable weapon, he can immediately step into the celestial being realm. As for the others, I only suspect that Gu Jiantang has a trump card that can't be underestimated. Well, there are 2 others who also have a chance. One is the one called White Fox Face by Wang Ye, and the other is the missing Guanyin Sect's Tantai Pingjing. Yuan Zuozong smiled and asked, what about you and Chen Jibao? Su Yanbing said indifferently, it's not worth mentioning. Yuan Zuozong, who knew Su Yanbing's terrifying strength, frowned and asked, why is that? Su Yanbing smiled and said, after fighting to the death, those who survive will be ordinary celestial being experts at most. What more do you need to say? Yuan Zuozong was speechless. Among the mighty great snow dragon cavalry, the 500 riders of West Chu seemed out of place. It was not only the difference in physique between the north and the south, but also the difference in momentum. Su Fengnian dismounted and led the horse to the vicinity of the 500 people. Facing the northwest vassal king who was entangled with the fate of Dechu, some looked unfriendly, some looked apathetic, and some looked hateful. As for those who looked curious and longing, they were a negligible minority. Su Fengnian came to the side of Jiang Ni, who was carrying a sword and wearing armor. She had been avoiding him recently. She was not even close to the officials of West Chu who continued to call her Her Majesty. Today, Jiang Ni and more than a dozen women of West Chu families were together. They followed the Beiliang cavalry all the way to the north. All the women looked after each other. Most of them thought that entering the Bailiang army was tantamount to entering the tiger's mouth. They were not without all kinds of worries, especially those who were used to seeing all kinds of banquets in Guangling since childhood. They were used to seeing romantic and talkative scholars. Suddenly seeing so many armored and silent Bailiang cavalry, as weak women, how could they not be worried about their future? Only when Her Majesty arrived on her sword and saw the young vassal king whose name shook the world with their own eyes did they relax slightly. They followed the army north for half a day and found that the valiant Bailiang cavalry did not make any trouble, especially when the king of Bailiang took extra care of the 500 people of Dachu. They began to smile intermittently. Occasionally, when the army stopped by the river, they could not help but laugh and play. They also did a good job of washing the horses' noses, brushing their backs, and feeding them fine grain. Su Fengnian walked to the willow tree beside the official road. He did not walk directly into the shade of the tree. He was still 7 or 8 steps away from Jianghu and the young women of the wealthy families. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, 4 or 5 young men with blades and swords at their waists quickly walked over. Their boots were covered in yellow mud. They were no longer as handsome as they were in the past. These young men did not speak. They only stared at Su Fengnian with dark expressions. Su Fengnian looked at Jiang and said softly, "Chao Changqing will arrive outside Great Peace City soon. Do you want to take one last look? I can accompany him." One of them pressed down on the sword that he was still unwilling to take off. With a face full of grief and anger, he said, "Su Fengnian, are you going to stop the minister from entering the city? Are you going to be a guard dog for the Zhao family of Liang?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I am not going to go that far." In the distance, a group of cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion glared at them. The madman Hong Shuwen stood with his blade in his arms, his eyes fierce. Another person said angrily, "I, the Chu Minister Ling, do not need you, Su Fengnian, to send him off." Su Fengnian said warmly, "There are some things that you do not have the right to say." Jiang finally lowered her head and said, "Chess waiting for the imperial decree. Uncle said that the farewell in the capital was a farewell. He did not allow me to go north." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Don't listen to him. Since you have already left Guangling path, follow your heart. If you want to see Chao Changqing, then go see him. I will accompany you." She raised her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears. "Can I?" Su Fengnian's eyes were determined. He smiled slightly and said, "With me here, there is nothing in the world that is impossible." Before the students of West Chu under the willow tree could stop them, the women who had heard those words blushed. Their eyes lit up and they all spoke up. All of them tried to persuade the emperor and the king of Bailiang to go north to Greaton City. Not far away, Xie Shibian was helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, they had not even reached Bailiang and there was already internal conflict. Jiang took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Then she flew away on her sword. Seeing the young king's defeated face, almost all the women nearby covered their mouths and laughed. Hong Shuwen and the Phoenix Battalion also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Su Fengnian turned his head and glared at Hong Shuwen and the others. The latter quickly pretended that nothing had happened and looked as if they deserved a beating. Su Fengnian rose from the ground, like a white rainbow rising from the ground. The people on the ground, whether it was the Bailiang cavalry or the West Chu refugees, were all dazzled. Chapter 1742. On the western battlefield of Guangling Road, the war was in full swing. With the addition of 10,000 elite cavalrymen from Ji Bei to Wuzhongshuan, the imperial army had already gained the upper hand. Then, Su Gong led the elite soldiers from the capital and 20,000 soldiers from Shu to the battlefield. Therefore, the imperial army was like a lion hunting a rabbit in West Chu. Wang Tongshan's old subordinates broke through the defense line at Lauda Mountain and broke the stalemate. The second battle of West Rampart was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Wu Zhongshuan, as the Minister of War, held a military meeting in a small place called Wudong Town. Other than Song Li, the main general of the eastern battlefield, who was separated by West Rampart. Almost all the generals of the Imperial Army who participated in quelling the rebellion in Guangling Road were gathered in the town. For a moment, the number of scouts and cavalrymen outside Wudong town was as many as carps in the river. In the twilight, a middle-aged man dressed in black and wearing a tall hat stood on top of the city wall and looked into the distance. Beside him was a tall young man in iron armor. The latter looked angry and said through gritted teeth, "That old Wu is really cunning. He knows that he can't command the troops with his identity as the great general of the southern expedition, so he uses his title as the Minister of War to show off. If not, General, as the nominal commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, your title is half a level higher than the great general of the 4 expeditions and 4 towns. Although you are not a permanent general of the Imperial Army, it is wartime now. Old Wu shamelessly asked you to come to this godforsaken place. Old Wu is detestable, and that Yang Jian is even more shameless. He is also one of the few veteran generals of the spring and autumn period. Not to mention old General Yan Jinshuan, in my opinion, he is even worse than Yang Shenxing, who was demoted to northern Liang to drink the northwest wind." At this point, the young man was a little puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked carefully, "General, why didn't you say anything today? Do you think what I said is reasonable?" The middle-aged man who did not wear any armor or official uniform turned a deaf ear. He put his hand on the rough arrow pile on the wall and looked solemn. He looked into the distance. The greenery in the city was thick and the spring breeze was gentle. From time to time, small teams of elite riders belonging to the Nanjiang border army in the past would gallop in and out of the small town. Their horsemanship was exquisite, not at all inferior to the Liao border army. It was hard to imagine that they were soldiers from a place overflowing with miasma. This guest from Wudong town who had come from afar was Lu Xingxiang. In the middle and later stages of the spring and autumn period, he was as famous as Chu Lushan, who had taken over Shu with thousands of cavalry. Tang He and Li Chunyu of the southern border were inferior to him and Chu Lushan in terms of military achievements and reputation. The original Longxiang general Su Gong, who had never experienced the fires of war in the spring and autumn period, held this future colleague of his from the Ministry of War in high esteem. He had once praised Lu Xingxiang as, "Lu Xingxiang is worthy of being the pillar of the southeast." The young general beside Lu Xingxiang was Guo Dongfeng, who had been feeding horses at Yolu Pass for a long time. He had been the vanguard general during the attack to the south at the beginning of the year. His military achievements were notable and it was said that he was already in the emperor's heart. Regardless of whether Lu Xingxiang was promoted or demoted in the future, Guo Dongfeng's future would not be hindered. The rebellious Guo Dongfeng was used to speaking without thinking and was even more used to being scolded and beaten by Lu Xingxiang. This time, Lu Xingxiang surprisingly did not stop him from speaking rudely. On the contrary, this made this young general, who was aiming to be made a marquis at the border, feel somewhat uncomfortable. He originally had a bellyful of complaints, but he could not say them. Lu Xingxiang's unusual silence brought great pressure to Guo Dongfeng. His temperament was jumpy and he could only take down the sword at his waist and knock it against the wall. Guo Dongfeng's gloominess was not completely without reason. The Battle of Guangling Road was nearing its end, but the main general, Lu Xingxiang, as the number 1 person on the southern expedition in name, had first been ordered not to go out at Yolu Pass. Then, with great difficulty, he had put aside the deputy general of the southern expedition, Yang Jian, who was not willing to take the risk and insisted on seeking victory through stability. Lu Xingxiang had personally led the army to attack, but this had caused much criticism in the Great Peace Imperial Court. There were even court officials who had delivered heart-wrenching words. Their choice of words and sentences could be said to be extremely sinister. They did not dare to say that General Piao Yi was unbearable. On the contrary, they only said that Lu Xingxiang was worthy of being called a talented general. He was a talented general and not a talented commander. This clearly meant that Lu Xingxiang was not a problem as a general who led an army on his own. However, if one were to say that he was the commander of a southern expedition that needed generals, then he was not as capable as he wished. Guo Dongfeng hated the old general Yang Chang because Yang Chang was truly old and did not have the ambition to expand his territory. He only wanted to make no mistakes and make no contributions. He only had 20 to 30,000 men under his command, yet he had stuffed 200 or so children of officials from Great Peace City into his ranks. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Xianxia's original actions. After all, the latter only accepted children of generals. Yang Chang's table manners were even worse. It could be said that he did not reject anyone who came. Mixed in with so many embroidered pillows who ran to Guangling Road to fish for military merit, Yang Chang did not dare to have the slightest desire to advance. Thus, after the old general led his army south, he wanted nothing more than to hug Lu Xingxiang's thigh and make him unable to move. He only wanted to wait until West Chu's power was gone before he could safely take a share of the spoils. It was clear that after Yang Xianxing's example, the experienced and prudent Yang Chang had no choice but to be even more cautious. Earlier, Guodongfeng had seen Yang Chang's main army advance at a tortoise's pace. The frequent use of scouts and mounted scouts was at the peak of perfection. Guodongfeng felt that it could be recorded in the annals of history. Almost every 3 li, there would be a scout that filled the sky. When he heard that the Bailiang cavalry headed straight for Guangling Road, Yang Chang's army, which was located to the west of Lu Xingxiang, even though there was still a path of the Ji province cavalry and a path of Su Gong's army, Yang Chang had already given the order to stop advancing. Guodongfeng heard that almost half of the 200 or so children of officials had retreated in the name of escorting the provisions of the capital. Because of this, Guodongfeng almost laughed his teeth out. A scholarly man wearing the robes of a military official did not have any retinue following him and walked up the city wall alone. Guodongfeng turned his head to look. Although it was an unfamiliar face, he was a third-rank official. His prominent identity was clear. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Su Gong, the pillar of the Gangnam-do Gumu Su family. After the Minister of War Liu Baijie, who had originally been the leader of the Jiangnan scholars, was defeated in Graden City, Su Gong had undoubtedly become the successor of the Gangnam-do officials in Jingdo. Guodongfeng did not have any ill feelings toward this person. Su Gong and his benefactor, Lu Xingxiang, were in the same boat. Su Gong had entered the capital to work in the Ministry of War. Before he could even warm the chair of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, he had been thrown to patrol the borders of the 2 Liao provinces. With great difficulty, he had relied on the string of successful reports from the Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang on the Liaodong border to gain control of military power. This time, he had gone south with a face full of dust. It could be said that if it were not for the fact that Su Gong had attracted most of the attention of the imperial censors in Jingdo, Lu Xingxiang's days would probably be even more difficult. Thus, there was already the joke of the Assistant Minister of War in the Graden City officialdom. Lu Xingxiang's personality was cold. Whether it was in the spring snow building of Guangling Road or in the officialdom of Graden City, he had always had the good reputation of being resolute and virtuous. However, when he saw Su Gong climb up the city wall, he smiled slightly and took a few steps forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Assistant Minister Su." Su Gong had a dignified appearance. He had the heroic aura of a warrior on the battlefield, as well as the elegance of a scion of an aristocratic family. Compared to Lu Xingxiang, who did not have a prominent background, Su Gong was more in line with the image of a scholarly general in the minds of scholars. He saw Lu Xingxiang take the initiative to express his goodwill and also smiled sincerely. Su Gong has admired General Lu for a long time. Finally, I can see you in person. Seeing you once is better than hearing 100 times. Lu Xingxiang smiled and said, Ancestor Gu of the Southern Tang dynasty created the theory of the military situation and collection of ashes. I originally thought that the great words of the military had already been said in this book, and that it would be difficult to find a higher view in the world. Only the military book of Chen Jibao, the king of Shu, could compare. There were no details, big or small, tens of thousands of words, and it taught the generals in the army that everyone should follow the prescribed order and perform their duties. When Assistant Minister Su entered the capital, I was no longer in the capital. However, coincidentally, there was a military book that Assistant Minister Su wrote in his early years. At the time, I had nothing to do at Yulu Pass, so I focused on studying it. I benefited greatly and did not feel that time was wasted. Assistant Minister Su said in his early years that I, Lu Xingxiang, was the cornerstone of the southeast. Previously, I had a deep prejudice against the scholars of Gangnam-do and mistakenly thought that Assistant Minister Su was one of those rotten scholars who only knew how to talk about war on paper but had little ability. If I had read that military book a few years earlier, would have said, Su Longxiang is the cornerstone of the southeast. Even if the world mistakenly thought that you and I were inviting each other, it was fine. Su Gong laughed heartily and said, to be able to hear the words of Lu Xingxiang in front of me, it is better than thousands of words from afar. The from afar that Su Gong spoke of was naturally the uproar in the court of Great Peace City. The meaning behind his words was that even if he, Su Gong, lost his position and left the capital, not being the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, it was not a great matter. Familiarity at first sight, this was probably referring to Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang. Guo Dongfeng interrupted, killing the mood, Assistant Minister Su, I heard that the famous Ji Zhou general, Yuan Tingshan, did not come here with you? Su Gong smiled calmly and said, General Yuan did indeed leave 2 days earlier than me. However, the main general of the Western Shu infantry, Che Yi, came with me. Guo Dongfeng chuckled and said, no wonder when our old general Yang Kui entered the city yesterday, the young and highly accomplished General Yuan was standing next to the minister. What, Assistant Minister Su came to the city wall today to pay respects to the king of Jing'an? Su Gong did not mind this young and brave general's words. He shook his head and said, the minister will welcome the king of Jing'an. I heard that the king of Shu might arrive today, so I came to take a closer look. Lu Xingxiang said calmly, previously, the king of Shu and I worked together to defeat the enemy on the northern battlefield of the Guangling Road. We only saw each other from afar before we parted ways. It was a pity. Today, I am the same as Assistant Minister Su. Gu Jiantang, Chen Zhibao, Lu Baijia, Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, Su Gong, Tang Taizhuang. Chapter 1743. These 7 people were, without a doubt, the most influential figures in the Lianyang Ministry of War in the past 5 years. Other than Lu Baijia, who had to resign because of the Guangling War, Gu Jiantang led the military and politics of the 2 Liao provinces. Chen Zhibao was given the title of King of Western Shu. They were all well-deserved promotions. Wu Zhongshuan was like the sun in the sky. Among the assistant ministers, Tang Taizhuang was the latest to enter the capital. However, compared to Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang, who were at the top of the city walls, he was more of a late bloomer. Everyone in the court gradually viewed Tang Taizhuang as the best candidate for the next Minister of War. It was clear that Su Gong had lost a lot of people's hearts when he led his troops south to stop the Bailiang cavalry. At this time, there was a large group of people galloping out of Wudong town. There was no lack of high-spirited young people sitting high on their horses. Guo Dongfeng lay lazily on the arrow mound and looked at their figures. He twisted his mouth and his face was full of disdain. Su Gong stood beside Lu Xingxiang and smiled. It seems that the king of Jing'an is quite popular. Lu Xingxiang smiled playfully and said, who in the world doesn't know that the king of Jing'an is loyal to the court? Everyone says that he is the role model of the vassal kings. In the past 4 to 5 years, the court had not given him the title of king. Among the vassal kings, Su Fengnian of Bailiang was famous for being a playboy. Zhao Zhu of Nanjiang was famous for his bravery. Zhao Yu of Guangling was known for his ruthlessness. Zhao Yi of Liaodong was relatively unknown. At that time, Zhao Sun was only a little famous in the literary circles of Jianghu, but no one thought that he could inherit the title of vassal king. No one thought that in a short 2 to 3 years, he would first shake the capital with his 13 strategies. Then, he would save the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying and fight to the death. He was praised for being both intelligent and brave. The group of young nobles who followed General Yang Chang to Wudong town probably came because they admired their peer, the king of Jing and Guo Dongfeng. What's the saying? Guo Dongfeng, who suddenly heard Lu Xingxiang's question, was stunned for a moment. He was at a loss. Su Gong softly said, along the way to the south, I have indeed heard of the saying, the northwest has Su, Chu, and Song, it's a pity that our central plains has Sun. Guo Dongfeng, who heard this for the first time, flew into a rage. He is just a suicidal vassal king, who knows nothing about military affairs. How can he deserve to be called Zhong Yuan Yuan Sun? That guy surnamed Su at least blocked the iron hooves of Beimang's million-strong army. I, Gua Dongfeng, am somewhat convinced. As for that Song Mao Lin, who is brilliant in literary talent, is only famous for his beauty. I, Gua Dongfeng, disdain to compare myself with him. But who is this Zhao Sun? There were no soldiers near the city wall where the three of them were standing, so Gua Dongfeng's arrogant words did not matter. Su Gong smiled faintly. What a pity. Almost at the same time, Lu Xingxiang said, what are my central plains? The two famous generals who had been friends for a long time and met for the first time in the small town looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, dressed in the official robes of a vassal king, withdrew from the Guangling River Navy and headed north. He only brought a small group of elite riders to Wudong town. Next to him were the children of the eunuchs in Jing who had come out of the city on their own to welcome him. After they met, Zhao Sun was gentle and courteous. All of them felt regret that they had not met sooner. The large group of people and horses surged into the small town. When Zhao Sun saw the two people on the city wall, he quickly smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang also cupped their fists in greeting. Zhao Sun did not feel that the two generals of Liyang, who had been assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, were lacking in manners. However, the group of young people who had been able to call the wind and summon the rain in Graydon City when they were young felt injustice for the king of Jing'an. They felt that Lu and Su were only people of high status but little power, and should not be so restrained. Not to mention coming out of the city to welcome him, at the very least, they should have come down the city wall to greet this vassal king. However, something that made these people even angrier appeared. On the street, three riders suddenly appeared. Facing their cavalry army, almost all of whom were of noble status, they were not willing to give way. If not for the king of Jing'an and Zhao Sun taking the lead to give way, the two sides would have collided. The domineering three riders directly exited the city in the middle of the road and did not even look at the people. When someone was about to get angry, someone would quickly remind them in a small voice and then everything would be calm. The three riders of Shishu were Che Yi, Dian Xiongzhao, and Wei Fucheng. Dian Xiongzhao and Wei Fucheng had been the four fangs of Bailiang, outside the Northwest Pass. Later on, the two of them followed Chen Jibao into Shu without bringing a single soldier. This was like thunder in the ears of the Liyang court. Su Gong looked at the backs of the three riders with a calm expression. In reality, if it were not for the 20,000 Shu soldiers retreating at the last minute, the Bailiang cavalry would not have been able to enter Guangling Road so easily. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who had lost the support of the people in court because of this, did not seem to hold a grudge. Lu Xingxiang calmly glanced at Su Gong. About 15 minutes later, the three riders exiting the city turned into four riders entering the city. The leading rider was a man dressed in white. He held a long spear at an angle and was as handsome as a god. Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong moved their feet at the same time. They no longer stood in their original position and looked down. After walking down the city wall, the two of them stood near the inconspicuous city wall. The four riders did not stop, but the man in white nodded slightly at the two of them. Gua Dongfeng's eyes were burning as he muttered, I will be like this in the future. The two great generals of the court, who did not feel that they had been neglected, quietly watched the four riders leave. Moreover, at this time, the small Wudong town was filled with dragons crossing the river. There were many eyes and eyes. If the two assistant ministers, who were not successful on the battlefield and had lost their official career, stayed together, it could be explained as human nature to stick together for warmth. However, if they were to interact with the feudal lords who held authority at the border, then they would be asking for trouble. However, toward this person called Chen Jibao, whether it was Lu Xingxiang, who had long been famous throughout the spring and autumn period, or Su Gong, who had risen to prominence in the Liang army, they both felt a sense of admiration and longing from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how high the civil officials in the Liang imperial court would be in the future, or how low the military generals would be in the future, in their hearts, Chen Zhibao would always be a romantic figure worthy of mutual admiration. Logically speaking, on the battlefield, there would only be piles of corpses, and there would never be romantic affairs. However, Chen Zhibao was undoubtedly the only master of the art of war after Yi Baikui's death who could command troops like a deity. So much so that the two emperors of Liang were willing to see him as the country's barrier. The previous emperor, Zhao Dun, even wished that Chen Zhibao could become the spring lake and stone mountain in his Zhao family's backyard. Not only could it be pleasing to the eye, it could also set the feng shui. Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang stood in the shadows of the city wall. Su Gong laughed in a low voice and said, "I think that General Lu need not worry about temporary gains and losses. General Lu's wind rises outside the Great Wall, not in Guangling, and certainly not in the capital." Lu Xingxiang smiled but did not speak. Su Gong took the lead and left. Gua Dongfeng was surprised to find that the commanding general, Lu Xingxiang, had a faint murderous aura. Gua Dongfeng looked at the somewhat unfamiliar great general Piao Yi and began to feel uneasy. Lu Xingxiang took a deep breath and sneered, "You are indeed worthy of being called Su Longxiang. It seems that in the future, the person who will compete with me for the #1 military merit in the expansion of the border will be none other than you." Gua Dongfeng was baffled. For the first time, he restrained his curiosity and did not dare to ask half a question. Lu Xingxiang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly walked forward. He only felt some murderous aura toward Su Gong, who had seen through his scheme, but toward Chao Changqing, who had changed his mind at the last moment, he was extremely angry. In Lu Xingxiang's view, if Chao Changqing followed the previous arrangement and deployed troops, then Gu Jiantang would be the new dynasty's Su Shao. And as long as he took the initiative to open the door when the West Chu army moved north, then he would be the new dynasty's Gu Jiantang. Regardless of whether the new dynasty's surname was Zhao or Jiang or any other surname, Lu Xingxiang only knew that at that time, in the imperial court, there would no longer be people like Yang Chang lying on the merit book, and there would no longer be vassals with the surname of Zhao in the local area. Xia Shi, Pei Sui, and the others were still young, and had the natural flaw of not being familiar with the geography of the north. Once the vast territory of Beimang became a place to deploy troops, then it meant that countless military merits would be easily obtained. It would not be like the Battle of Guangling, where it was like a snail's shell, and there was no need to pay attention to the old powers with intertwined roots. As long as he, Lu Xingxiang, succeeded in supporting the dragon, he would be able to jump below Gu Jiantang. Later on, he might be able to rely on a series of battles in Beimang to rise above him. But Chao Changqing's inexplicable self-destruction and Lu Xingxiang's forbearance before and after the Battle of Yulu Pass would become the best evidence that he would be attacked as mediocre in the future. Lu Xingxiang's face was gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Chao Changqing, you deserve to die." On the official road outside the town, dust was flying everywhere. It was particularly spectacular. If it wasn't a cavalry of more than 1,000 riders, it wouldn't have such momentum. On a carriage, because of the bumpy road, the shoulders of the 3 men and women in the carriage rose and fell. The young woman's face was beautiful, and her figure was tall and well-proportioned. She was obviously not a southerner. A long sword hung from her waist. She was full of heroic spirit and had a knight-errant spirit. The young man was sloppy, and at this moment, he was flattering the last person, "Teacher, you don't know how rude and unreasonable Tang He and Li Chunyu are. Back then, I didn't even dare to go near Wu Zhongshuan, who betrayed the southern border. I really didn't even dare to let out a fart. I was extremely aggrieved. This time, it was thanks to teacher that I had the courage to go to Wudong town." The person who was called Sir was extraordinarily handsome. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. What was romantic? He was romantic. Naylan Yussi. He glanced at His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu from the corner of his eyes. "Wu Zhongshuan is not a good thing. You borrowed a few thousand riders from him and didn't return them. Is that a good thing?" Zhao Zhu smiled mischievously and said, "Sir is right. You scolded him well." Naylan Yussi pointed at His Royal Highness, who was now infamous. His eyes looked at the woman surnamed Zhang. He teased, Zhang Gaoxia, Zhang Gaoxia. You are blind to fall for this idiot and coward. Zhang Gaoxia, the daughter of the blue-eyed Zhang Julu. She dismissed it with a smile. Although Zhao Zhu was thick-skinned, he still blushed with shame when Nailan Yusi called him an idiot and a coward in front of Zhang Gaoxia. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and poked his head out. He could already see the low city walls of Wudong town. Nearby were southern borders Great General Zhang Dingyuan and his men, as well as Forest Crow and Gong Bunk, Wang Xianji's 2 disciples. Nailan Yusi closed his eyes. He put his hands on his knees and gently patted them. Chapter 1744. Zhao Zhu retracted his head and asked curiously, Sir, why do you want me to come to this town this time? To tell the truth, I loathe and fear Wu Zhongshuan. I also don't like Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang. That mad dog Yuan Tingshan is even more disgusting to look at. As for Prince Jingan, Zhao Sun, I used to loathe him, but now, I actually don't like him. Nailan Yusi sneered, Of course you're okay with them. There are so many heroes in this small Wudong town. You can only wrestle with this king of vassal. Zhao Zhu was resentful. Zhang Gaoxia raised the corner of his mouth. Nailan Yusi stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, I have 4 things to do here this time. Scold Wu Zhongshuan, invite Su Gong to a banquet, meet Lu Xingxiang secretly, and test Chen Jibao. Zhao Zhu asked in a low voice, Did I really jinx it? Did I say that Lu Xingxiang really has ambitions? Nailan Yusi shook his head and said, It's hard to be sure before we meet. As for after we meet, it doesn't matter if Lu Xingxiang has ambitions. Zhao Zhu sighed and said, Well, anyway, I can't get involved in these big things. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. I have to trouble you. Nailan Yusi suddenly asked, Zhao Zhu, let me ask you something. If you ascend the throne in the future, assuming that Beimang is unable to invade the Central Plains, and Su Fengnian still has the Northwest Army in his hands, what will you do? Zhao Zhu was stunned. When he was about to blurt out the words, Nailan Yusi, who was smiling, suddenly looked cold. He shouted, Zhao Zhu. Think about it carefully first. After Zhao Zhu was shocked, he raised a bright smile. The old emperor of Liang, Zhao Li, and Xiaonian's father call each other brothers. It's different from me and Xiaonian calling each other brothers. Nailan Yusi sneered, Where are you sitting at this time? Zhao Zhu didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he was sitting in the carriage. Mr. Nailan was asking the obvious. Nailan Yusi's eyes were deep. He didn't answer his own question. Instead, he asked another question, Where did you sit in the past? Did you think that Zhao Li had the intention to kill Su Shao from the very beginning? He wanted to kill Su Shao, and his son, Zhao Dun, wanted to kill Zhang Gaoxia's father. Were these the true intentions of the father and son? Isn't it because of one's position and politics? Isn't it because one has to face the general trend behind that chair? Zhao Zhu, who had never thought about these problems, paled slightly. He was in pain and unease. Nailan Yusi lowered his eyes. Huang Sanjia unwillingly chose you, Zhao Zhu, before he died. He gave all his accumulated wealth to me, Nailan Yusi. Now Jiang Fuding is on Wu Zhongshuan's side. Although Wang Tongshan, the idiot who thinks he is smart, died early, Wu Zhongshuan, a fence-sitter, is not worth mentioning. Even if he is wary of Jiang Fuding, it is easy for me to kill him. If you feel bored, you might as well guess which one of Tang He, Li Chunyu, and the others is the real spy. Zhao Zhu, if a person doesn't think about the future, there will be immediate worries. Now that the wind has risen, there will definitely be people who will soar to the top, and there will definitely be people who will fall from the top. You already have half the destiny. Other than Chen Jibao, who is shrewd and tries to accumulate power before acting, you are actually invincible. Therefore, there are some things that you should think about carefully. The family assets that Zhao Bing left for you, such as Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, Yi Xiufeng, and Liang Yu, as well as those aides who are unwilling to stay in a corner of the southern border, you have to think about who is Wu Zhongshuan's man and who is the imperial court's man. Who will follow you to the Central Plains and gain power, and who will take the opportunity to wantonly start a war between the North and the South? Who would be Zhao Zhu's Zhangjiulu? Of course, the most important thing is who will ask you to kill Su Fengnian in the future, or who will ask you to kill me, Nalan Yusi. Zhao Zhu said in a trembling voice, Sir, Zhao Zhu doesn't know. I don't know. Zhao Zhu held his head with both hands, as if he didn't dare to think about those questions. Grand hegemony was the most difficult to think about. Zhang Gaoxia's eyes were sad. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently held his arm. Nalan Yusi was expressionless, and his eyes were complicated. It was unknown whether it was pity or sarcasm. His eyes instantly became dull, and he said in a mischievous tone, I have long been annoyed by your sloppy attitude. How is it? Have you suffered? Zhao Zhu raised his head and held Zhang Gaoxia's hand tightly. At the same time, he looked at Mr. Nalan, the only remaining strategist after Li Yishan, Huang Longshe, and Yuan Benshi died one after another. He looked at Mr. Nalan, the king behind the scenes of Nanjiang. Zhao Zhu suddenly changed his sitting position to a kneeling position. He faced Nalan Yusi and slowly bowed his head. Zhao Zhu knows that what Sir wants is different from any other strategist. Zhao Zhu only wants Sir to be my Yuan Benshi. If Zhao Zhu really sits on the dragon chair and wears the dragon robe one day, I can promise Sir that I will kill anyone who dares to kill Sir. If Zhao Zhu dies before Sir, when I die, I will ask Sir to choose a minister on my sickbed and let Sir choose a minister. Zhao Zhu will not let his descendant be the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan. Nalan Yusi laughed, but he never spoke. Zhao Zhu was sweating, but he was relieved. He intuitively found that Nalan Yusi might not be satisfied with his words, and it might not be what he really wanted, but this Mr. Nalan was somewhat happy. Chapter 1745. Nalan Yusi closed his eyes to rest and smiled faintly. He didn't care about the embarrassment and heaviness of His Royal Highness of King Yan at all. Nalan Yusi suddenly whispered, If you feel stuffy in the carriage, you can go out. Zhao Zhu hurriedly got up and left with Zhang Gaoxia, who was wearing a hat. Ishan, back then, the two of us heard Huang Longshe say that thousands of years later, many scholars at that time would not only be able to calmly sit on equal footing with emperors, kings, generals, and ministers, they would even lose their backbone in front of officials as small as sesame seeds and mung beans. They would truly regard officials as their parents. I laughed. You were angry. You used 20 years to teach your closed-door disciple to be a hero instead of a mighty lord. In the end, you died just like that, and your ashes were scattered outside the Northwest Pass. You laughed. I was angry. I could guess Huang Longshe's selfishness. He, Huang Xianxia, calculated people's hearts. There was a paladin who made him lose once. He felt that he could turn the tables after his death. He firmly believed that Zhao Zhu and Su Fengnian would turn against each other. Then I, Nalan Yusi, will make you and Huang Longshe lose once. Nalan Yusi opened his eyes and looked up at the top of the carriage. He softly hummed a song from his hometown. There was a young man who went to the mountains with a broken book box. There was a little girl who came from the mountains with the fragrance of orchids. Nalan Yusi lifted the curtain, and the spring breeze brushed his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the northeast. Chao Chongqing, you and I are bitter, but you are still luckier than me. Nalan Yusi suddenly put down the curtain and suddenly reached out to cover his mouth. After spreading out his palm, he looked down at his bloody hand and muttered to himself, but we are all young men. Outside the southern gate of Liang capital, the wide official road that connected to the imperial road in the city had been empty since 4 hours ago. The whole city was waiting for one person. Waiting for one person to attack the city. The city was full of iron armor. On this day, the elites of the 4 armies of the capital were all gathered here. Facing that green-robed man, they were still facing a great enemy. There was a green-robed Confucian who was walking slowly on the official road less than half a li away from the capital. He was alone, holding a go box in his hand. He stopped and sat down. He didn't face the number 1 city in the north. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back to the east. The black box contained the white stones, and the white box contained the black stones. He placed the two boxes of old court objects that he had found in West Chu's chessboard waiting for the imperial edict in front of him. They were separated by a chessboard, and the boxes were already open. Thinking back to those days, the state preceptor Li Mi once said after getting drunk, "There is only one outstanding rock in the world, and I, De Chu, alone have 8 parts, and Chao Dei alone has 8 parts." How could such a person not be proud of himself? He sat upright and still, with 2 fingers together, reaching out to the go box in front of him, but he didn't play a go piece. He just smiled and looked across, as if someone was playing go with him. The green-robed Confucian scholar with white sideburns had a gentle look in his eyes as he said softly, "You go first, Black." The clear sky that had been clear for thousands of miles immediately turned into a storm. Apparitions appeared in the sky above Great Peace City. As the 4 words left the mouth of this Confucian scholar, a black stone jumped out of the snow-white go box slightly further away. It drew out an ethereal trajectory and lightly landed in the center of the invisible chessboard. First move was Tianyuan. A very unreasonable first move. But an even more unreasonable scene was that a brilliant pillar of light came down from the sky above Great Peace City and landed on the ground. An earthquake that hadn't occurred in 100 years seemed to occur in a grand city. The world shook. Countless tiles on the eaves of all the halls and pavilions, including the Martial Hall of Great Peace City, started to move. The green-robed Confucian scholar picked up the glowing white go piece with 2 fingers. His eyes were full of mirth as he lightly placed it on the chessboard. At the same time, the second pillar of light came as expected. Great Peace City shook again. There were tens of thousands of Liang armor in front of the city, but it was still that person who attacked the city first. All the arquebulisti on the city walls finally fired in unison. There seemed to be wind and thunder in the air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar completely ignored it. The second black go piece jumped out of the go box and landed on the chessboard. After the go piece took root, it floated silently and motionlessly. Inside the city, the decorations on the eaves of the Martial Hall, immortals, dragons, phoenixes, lions, fish, shiji, bullfighting, and others all turned to dust. Outside the city, almost 100 enormous arrows that were as majestic as the flying swords of sword immortals shattered in the air. The green-robed Confucian scholar picked up the second white go piece. Before he placed the go piece, he said softly, "I hate that I became a Confucian saint too late. I hate that I became domineering too late." He put 2 fingers together and landed heavily on the chessboard. There was a clanging sound. Great Peace City shook for the 4th time. This time, the commotion was the most intense. The warhorses that became the mounts of many cavalrymen outside the city had their legs broken and knelt on the ground. On the towering city walls, there were finally many people who could not control themselves. They either flew off the walls on their swords, leapt over, or rushed over. Another pair of black and white go pieces landed on the chessboard. The green-robed Confucian scholar did not seem to dare to look at the player opposite him. He looked down at the chessboard. "I, Chao Changqing, am distinguished. As you have seen, I am distinguished." When the 4th white go piece jumped out of the go box and slowly landed, the people who had come out of the city were less than 30 steps away from Chao Changqing. Chao Changqing picked up the go piece. This time, he did not place the go piece from high to low, but casually swept it across and landed on the chessboard at a slight angle. There was a great energy that swept across. The martial grandmasters guarding the capital were all hit and flew backwards, smashing into the walls of Great Peace City. In the spring breeze of the 3rd year of the auspicious talisman, West Chu waited for the go order and placed the go piece on Great Peace City. Chapter 1746. On top of the city wall in the south of Great Peace City, an old man and a young girl stood out among the clanging armor. The old man was dressed in linen and carried a long sword on his back. He looked like a normal swordsman. The young girl was in the prime of her life. Not only did she carry a sword on her back, but she also had 2 swords on her waist. She was even holding a sword in her hand. Therefore, she did not look like a swordswoman, but more like a little girl selling swords on the street. The two were Chai Qingshan, the current leader of Dongyue's sword pool, and Shan Yi, who had been given a book of Qingshui Pavilion sword practice by the young lord in escaped Summer Town. Previously, several people had left the city aggressively, but in the end, they were sent flying back into the city. Their corpses were embedded in the city wall, just like flies and mosquitoes that had been smashed into pieces on the window. The miserable scene made many of the Liang military officers on the city wall shudder with fear and trepidation. They subconsciously glanced at the master and disciple of Sword Pool, who had a large age gap, and finally regained some courage with great difficulty. The young girl's face was a little pale. It was not that her body was not as strong as ordinary soldiers, but that after reaching a high level in martial arts, her perception of the qi between heaven and earth was different from ordinary people. It was like an ordinary person looking at the rolling river. They only felt that it was magnificent, but qi cultivators could see the signs of the flow of qi in the world. Her master, Chai Qingshan, was a well-deserved grandmaster of the sword. Since he had chosen her as his closed-door disciple, it was natural that he had taken a fancy to her outstanding talent. When he was chatting with the old master of Wu family's sword tomb, he was quite conceited and said that his female disciple's talent in the sword was second only to Jianghu, the empress of West Chu. The young girl, whose name sounded like 321, only felt that she was standing on top of the city wall of martial emperor and would be smashed to death in the next moment. She clenched her teeth and held the long sword tightly. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Only when Chai Qingshan reached out a hand to support the ancient sword, young phoenix, on her back did the young girl feel relieved. She took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Master, what is great official Chao trying to do? Does he really want to break into the capital by himself? Will he only stop when he kills his way into the palace for the 5th time?" Chai Qingshan, who had traveled extensively with the young girl in recent years, shook his head and said, "Master doesn't know why Chao Chongqing changed from the Confucian way to the hegemonic way." The young girl looked at the lonely figure outside the city and felt inexplicably sorrowful. It was rumored that he had once served as a high-ranking official in West Chu and was waiting for the imperial decree. He had feelings for the empress of West Chu, but he had never shown it his entire life. He had always adhered to the etiquette of a ruler and his minister. In the end, he had been separated by life and death, but he had never revealed his feelings. The young girl did not care if the scholar who became the Confucian sage in the ancient battlefield of West Wall was the pride of the Chao family. She did not even care about Chao Qingyi's magnificent feat of passing through the corridors of Liang Palace 3 times in her early years. She was just a little envious of the poor woman who had been scolded for 20 years. Even though she was written in various unofficial histories as an unbearable vixen and the chief culprit of the destruction of Dechu, the young girl only thought that if she died one day, it would be nice to have such an infatuated person still thinking about her after death. Thinking of this, the young girl sighed softly. She raised her arm and patted her chest with the body of the incomplete new sword, White Python. There, separated by the thinning close of spring, was a yellowed script, Green Water Pavilion. That was probably where her heart was at ease. It was also the reason why this was the first time she had truly practiced the sword seriously after leaving Bailiang. That young man was tall and slender, so when he spoke to her in the summer town at the foot of Wudang Mountain, he had to lower his head. Although his smile was warm, he only thought of her as an innocent Jianghu girl, a Jianghu junior who did not care if they would meet again after brushing past each other. She did not like this. As Chao Chongqing once again placed a piece on the chessboard, a rainbow light as thick as the pillar of the Hall of Martial Heroes rapidly descended from the sky. Great Peace City shuddered again. Chai Qingshan did not look at the magnificent pillar of light descending from the city behind him. He sighed emotionally. Us swordsmen, from ancient times until now, have tirelessly pursued the great realms of qi, rushing into the bull and reaching the rainbow. I had not thought that Chao Chongqing was already able to channel the great righteousness of the world from the blue sky into the human world. Gao Shulu's so-called mysterious celestial being is just this. What a good Chao Chongqing. It is no different from adding another 10 feet to the 100-foot scroll. If there were qi practitioners of the northern land standing on the city walls right now, they would discover that some of Great Peace City's blue-purple qi flowed slowly into the young girl's orifices like water. The young girl was completely unaware. Even Chai Qing-shan, who had long reached the ethereal passage, tiny finger profound realm, did not sense it. Different professions were like different mountains. Celestial phenomenon and land immortal were only separated by one level, but they were two completely different worlds. The young girl suddenly asked curiously, of the people of the three sects outside of pure martial arts, Buddhism's eminent monks are Vajra when they enter the first grade, Daoist immortals are profound when they enter the first grade, and Confucian immortals reach celestial phenomenon in one step. Master, you have always been vague in the past. Why do you only say that there is no difference between the three? And why is it so difficult for Confucian people to become saints? Chapter 1747. The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he did not want to reveal the secret of heaven, or as if he did not want his proud disciple to come into contact with that level too early. In the end, Chai Qing-shan could not stand the girl's pitiful eyes. He said helplessly, Master, you can forget about what I'm about to say. Don't take it seriously, and don't put it in your heart. Otherwise, your sword heart will be unstable, and it will affect the way of the sword that you should be walking. Master often went to the snowfield of Mount Hui in his early years, and had many long conversations with a scholar named Xianyuan Jingqing. He had a unique opinion on the matter of the saints of the three religions, and his words were always shocking. For example, he talked about the cliché of lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. You must have heard this saying countless times. Xianyuan Jingqing's view on this was not quite the same. What he said was very good, and it had the merit of advising people to abandon evil and turn to good. However, at the same time, it also caused a lot of harm to people. One must know that to become a Buddha, one could only rely on gradual ascetic practice, and it required hard work. Just like the saying, the writings of the heavens are miraculous. This saying was naturally very reasonable, but to many others, it was very unreasonable. Xianyuan Jingqing had said that many pioneers, especially those scholars who had turned from nomads to tycoons in the past 1,000 years, all of them pursued the three immortals advocated by the saints of the Zhang family. Xianyuan Jingqing opened up a new perspective on this, not because he disagreed with the teachings of the saints, but because he lamented that the later generations had gone astray. He gave an example of burying a child and worshipping his mother. This action was undoubtedly in line with the virtues of filial piety, and was praised by countless people. However, Xianyuan Jingqing asserted that this person was destined to have a hard time achieving good results. If there was really an afterlife, and if there was really heaven's will in the underworld, then this person was destined to suffer the wrath of heaven and not be able to transcend. All living things in the world nurtured humans. According to common sense, an eye for an eye. Humans should repay the heavens and earth. The Taoist saints had long left behind 3,000 words to warn the later generations. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, they treat all living things as straw dogs. This was to say that the heavenly axiom was selfless, and not the so-called shallow, unbenevolent and unjust, that some people mistakenly thought. Xianyuan Jingqing very much agreed with the four words heaven and earth are not benevolent, but at the same time he also said that they were scholars, and it was precisely because they knew that they could not go against the will of heaven and earth that they had to go against the current, and set rules for heaven and earth so that everyone could be content with it. Therefore, using the 5 words of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trust as a framework, it finally extended to the incomparably soul-stirring sentence, set your heart for heaven and earth, set your life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. However, my disciple, think about it carefully. If there are gods in this world, do they need us to tell them what to do? Taking a step back, is the peace of the world really in accordance with the rules of the cycle of the heavenly axiom? Therefore, the truly wise people of the Confucian school, especially those who have ascended to the ranks of the Confucian saints, do not worry about themselves or their future generations. All of them have an impassioned heart, and do not hesitate to burn jade and stone with the heavenly axiom. All of them are generously going to their deaths. The young girl made an "oh" sound. After the old man finished speaking, he repeatedly sighed, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Chai Qing-shan smiled and asked, "Do you understand?" The young girl grinned and said confidently, "I don't understand at all." The old man could not help but laugh, and rubbed her head, "I don't need you to understand. It's good to be muddle-headed. Life lasts for 100 years, and it's easy and carefree. Otherwise, it's too tiring to live with a heart full of depression. For us swordsmen, it's enough for us to be able to cry out against injustice. Chai Qingshan said softly, after going to Bailiang and seeing the desolate scenery of the border with your own eyes, you'll know that the carefree and happy life of the people of Jianghu is too weak to stand up to scrutiny. However, my disciple, you don't need to be so disgusted with Bailiang because you want to fight for justice. Let me tell you, if there really is a day when the Beimang army breaks through the border of the two Liao provinces, the countless people in this city who are cursing Bailiang today will also disregard their own safety and die as they wish. Even if the Beimang barbarians fight all the way to Guangling River, they won't be able to walk as if there's no one there. Instead, they'll only be flanked by the cavalry's hooves and the people of Liang who have died in battle. The people of Liang revered martial arts and chivalry. Since ancient times, there had been a saying, the scholars of the Central Plains travel north to study, while the wanderers of Liang go south to uphold justice. The latter often relied on martial prowess to violate prohibitions. This was why the countries of the Central Plains led by De Chu had always viewed the people of Liang as uncivilized northern barbarians. However, in the past 20 years, especially after Gu Jiantang resigned from his post as Minister of War and entered the Liao Kingdom, along with Su Zhao's Bailiang cavalry guarding the border with Beimang, Beimang was unable to take even half a step south. The entire Central Plains was filled with singing and dancing, while the smoke in the south only reported peace and no worries. In addition, countless scholars entered Liang, and the imperial court promoted the imperial examination, opening the Dragon Gate for the poor scholars of the Shu clan. Just the imperial college in the capital alone accommodated nearly 30,000 scholars from all over the world. Scholars flooded in like carps crossing the river, as well as the gathering of tycoons from all over the world. In a short 20 years, Tian City was no less prosperous than De Chu's capital in the early years. The late Emperor Zhao Dun spared no effort in promoting scholars in the imperial court. At that time, other than Zhang Lu and Gu Lu, where the two peaks faced each other, almost all of the Green Party officials in the capital were scholars. A large number of young scholars were able to enter the imperial court, and the literary Gangnam-do provided a large number of talents to the imperial court. Even the large number of remnants of West Chu, led by Sun Shiji, the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, put aside their national enmity and chose to serve Zhao Dun. In contrast, the generals in power were almost all old people without exception. The Liang Imperial Court, after 20 years of recuperation and following the example of their superiors and subordinates, had already displayed a pattern of having more scholars than warriors. If it were not for the restlessness of Guangling Dao and Bailiang due to West Chu's revival of the country, perhaps even Ma Zhongxian, who was a meritorious member of the Liang sect, would not have been able to become the judici of Jinggan Dao in this lifetime. It was true that the current Liang sect was flourishing on the surface, and even the rebellion of West Chu had been suppressed. However, even Chai Qingshan could see that the situation was delicate. The young girl had never been interested in the general situation of the world. She pouted and said, "But I still feel that Bailiang is more pitiful." The old man smiled and said, "Master did not say that Bailiang is not worthy of your protest. I just hope that you will not be too vicious in the future and will not casually vent your anger on the innocent. Do you know why Master admires that young vassal king more and more?" Upon hearing that the young vassal king was young, the originally absent-minded girl's eyes immediately lit up. She immediately had an inexhaustible spirit, and her face was full of vigor. "Master, quickly say it." "I'm listening." The old man was quite helpless. He laughed and said, "I won't say it." The old man really did not say anything. Other than being a bit angry, it was more because outside the city, Chao Changqing's chess pieces were moving faster and faster. He had no choice but to concentrate and store his momentum. Today, he, Chai Qingshan, stood here with a long sword on his back, not to enjoy the scenery. The young girl curled her lips. Knowing her master's temper, she did not ask. Chai Qingshan squinted and looked into the distance. The old man's line of sight followed the waves of arrow rain from the top of the city wall and threw it at the figure in green. There were ballistae on the top of the city wall, and there were 6,000 elite archers below the city wall. There were 2 waves of arrows covering the sky and the earth. The old man had a strange thought for no reason. If the Bailiang Su family did not have any grievances with the Zhao family of Liang, that young vassal king would not have any complaints and would wholeheartedly be a loyal official, and the Zhao family's son would also have no doubts about him and would provide reinforcements to Bailiang. With the Central Plains as a shield, he would support the Bailiang cavalry and the 2 Liao border armies to fight against Beimang. How good would that be? If that Chao Chongqing outside the city could be like Sun Shiji and many other West Chu survivors and enter the court as an official, perhaps he would be the Grand Secretary of Liang right now. In that case, there would be no need for Qi Yanglong of Shangyin Academy to come out and turn the tide. Inside, there would be Chao Chongqing leading the Eternal Hui Old Spring and Xiangfu New Spring to strategize together. Outside, there would be 300,000 Bailiang cavalry and 200,000 Liao border armies. How could the world not be peaceful? Even if they gave Beimang hundreds of thousands of soldiers and armor, so what? On a small road in the northern region of the capital, a rider leisurely headed south toward Graydon City. There was a stall by the road that seemed to sell everything, including dumplings and tea and wine. A young man and woman sat there, each with their head buried in the 2 large bowls of dumplings. The rider dismounted and led the horse near the table, asking, "Can I sit?" The young man glanced at him. "Since you didn't bring a knife, you can sit." Thus, Gu Jiantang sat on the long bench next to Su Fengnian and Jiang and I. After this pillar of the country that could overturn the world sat down, he smiled and asked, "Su Fengnian, you treat me to a bowl of dumplings, and I help you become the emperor. Do you want to do this deal?" Chapter 1748. Gu Jiantang's words were no less than his mind grenade. However, Su Fengnian was not surprised after hearing this. Without hesitation, he asked the waiter in the distance for an extra bowl of dumplings. He then asked with a smile, "A big bowl of dumplings is only 20 dumplings. The entire Liang is only 30 prefectures. 1 dumpling is worth 1 prefecture. General Gu, don't you think this is a big loss?" Gu Jiantang laughed it off and did not answer. He looked like a hungry traveler waiting patiently for a bowl of thin-skinned, meaty dumplings. Su Fengnian had been wolfing down his food, so the ginger paste naturally ate slowly. Su Fengnian was the first to put down his chopsticks and exhaled contentedly. His mouth was full of the taste of cabbage. Gu Jiantang's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the young king calmly. There was a seniority difference between the 2, but in the end, there was still a difference of spring and autumn. Among the 4 famous generals of the older generation, De Chuyi Baikue was the best at commanding troops. He had fought more than 70 battles in his life and had never lost a single one. Unfortunately, he only lost 1 battle in the end. Dong Yue's consort Old Wang was the most talented in the spring and autumn. He could always turn something rotten into something magical. He was good at using surprise troops and always surprised people. He could win battles that he could not win, but he could also lose battles that he could not lose. Moreover, he lost in a way that baffled his opponents. Therefore, although he was the most talented, he had the lowest achievements. Su Zhao's personal strategy was the weakest, but he won in his perseverance and tenacity. He fought on despite repeated defeats. No matter how defeated he was, he could always rise from the ashes. Even if he was still dead, the Su family's military heart was still condensed. That was why he had the last laugh. Gu Jiantang and Qizheng were not as good as Yi Baikue and Wang Wang, but they had no shortcomings in commanding troops. Therefore, in this life, they had achieved brilliant results on the battlefield. Gu Jiantang entered the spring and autumn later than Su Shao, who left Liaodong with 800 old soldiers. In the end, he only had 2 achievements. Su Shao, on the other hand, had 6 achievements. Most of the military strategists and historians in the Liang imperial court did not think that Gu Jiantang was not as good as Su Shao in commanding troops. Instead, he lost because Su Shao early, Gu Jiantang late. Gu Jiantang can't manage at the right time. Gu Jiantang's life story was thought-provoking. After he stayed in the capital to serve as the Minister of War, he scattered his old troops to various places in Liang. For example, Kainan, Donggong, Huanggong, and the others all served as officials of the border. Although great peace cities Gulu and Zhangjiulu had a two-peak confrontation, it was always said that the blue-eyed man had the power to overturn the court. There was no such thing as Gu Jiantang covering the sky with one hand. And Gu Jiantang, as one of the top 10 martial arts masters in the past, never cared about the ranking. He also never went to Martial Emperor City to compete with Wang Xianji. As the undisputed number 1 saber user in the world, he would never raise his eyebrows at a sword-using martial arts master. In the past 10 years, other than when Cao Changqing and Jiang Si joined forces to break into Great Peace City in the first year of Xiangfu, Gu Jiantang used his identity as a military official of Liang to stop them with the thunder of mind. There was no news of Gu Jiantang initiating a fight with anyone else. In the past 20 years, Gu Jiantang stood tall in the imperial court of Liang. No one doubted the loyalty of this meritorious general. Not the late Emperor Zhao Dun, not the new Emperor Zhao Zhuan, not the other civil and military officials. In the eyes of Liang, this old minister of war was not only the best candidate to resist the Bailiang cavalry, he was also the greatest backbone of Liang. The silent Gu Jiantang was like a family heirloom. If he did not take it out to show it to others, it meant that the family was still there and that they were still confident. Therefore, even when the Guangling Road War last year was so chaotic, Gu Jiantang, who was in charge of the border defense between the two Liao provinces, did not lead his troops south. Because of this, the people of Liang did not believe that the rebel army in West Chu could succeed. But today, at the critical moment when West Chu was destined to collapse, it was this only pillar of the Liang dynasty that said that he wanted a young man not surnamed Zhao to be the emperor. Su Fengnian looked at Gu Jiantang, who was sitting across from him, picking up his chopsticks and gently poking at the greasy table. He watched as Gu Jiantang picked up a dumpling and began to slowly chew it. Su Fengnian's expression was as usual. This was the calmness that had been honed through countless battles, but it did not hinder the stormy waves in his heart. Gu Jiantang ate 7 or 8 dumplings in one go. He paused for a moment and raised his head to look at the young vassal king that he had only met once. He glanced at the sensitive young woman beside him and said indifferently, "You don't believe me? Today, do I still need to use words to deceive anyone?" After 3 travels in Jianghu, 1 battle in Liangmang, and 2 trips to the capital, Su Fengnian was no longer a high-spirited hothead. He smiled and said, "Did you not come to the south to find Cao Changqing, but to predict that I would stop you?" Gu Jiantang picked up a dumpling and gently shook his chopsticks to shake off some chopped green onions. He was not in a hurry to put it into his mouth. He shook his head and said, "If you didn't come, I would have gone straight to Tai and City to kill Cao Changqing. If it was before, I would at most have a 40% chance of winning against the Confucian sage Cao Changqing. Naturally, I would not be able to kill the tyrannical Cao Changqing. At this time, no one can stop Cao Changqing. But if he insists on using human strength to fight against the heavens and wear down the fate of the Liang Zhao clan, then I would have a chance. Since you are here, that's even better. I believe you already know why I want to kill Cao Changqing. Originally, he promised me that once the West Chu matter was completed and the Jiang clan became the co-ruler of the Central Plains, then all the military merits of Beimang would belong to me. I will not refuse this invitation." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Isn't it the same if the West Chu matter is defeated? You, Gu Jiantang, don't even have to bear the infamy for a while." Gu Jiantang laughed coldly and said, "What have I done in these 20 years? Wasn't it because I had no choice but to raise the bandits for my own sake? There is Su Shao in the northwest and Zhangjiulu in the court. That is why I, Gu Jiantang, am stable. The border towns are divided. Other than you, the vassal kings, who are too big to get rid of, don't forget that there is still the word town. In the Battle of Guangling, how many generals who would not have died? How many generals' power was reduced? All the cavalry, including Yan Jinshuan, were wiped out. Yang Shenxing's Jizhou infantry were not many left. The Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi's navy infantry were all destroyed. The Prince of Huainan, Zhao Ying, died in battle. No matter how high and powerful the civil officials were, the emperor could find a crime and kill them. But how could the generals at the border be killed so easily? It's more like they rebelled. They have the capital to start a war and cause chaos, and they don't have the misgivings of being infamy in the history books. If I, Gu Jiantang, were the emperor, for the sake of the country in the long run, I would also emphasize the civil and suppress the military. Eating the dumplings, Gu Jiantang slowly said, "Do you think the previous emperor Zhao Dun did not make a move against me before his death? Let's not talk about my former subordinates Tang Taizuang, Tian Zong, and the others who entered the capital to become officials. Let's talk about Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong, these two people, who were obviously candidates to replace me." Su Gong replaced the emperor to patrol the border. Lu Xingxiang used the Battle of Guangling to accumulate experience. But why? It's nothing more than to prevent their merits from being too early. The real use of them is still to be used in the Battle of Beimang in the future. They still have a long way to go before their wings are fully developed. To put it bluntly, if you give them 10 or 20 years of military service, at most they'll only be the second Gu Jiantang. By that time, the situation in Liang will have stabilized. Asking them to remove their armor and return to their fields is much simpler than asking me, Gu Jiantang, to pack up and get lost. The strategy that Zhang Julu and Yuan Benshi formulated for the previous emperor is not bad. But as the person involved, how can I, Gu Jiantang, resign myself to death? Do I need to say more about how the Zhao family treats their meritorious officials? Gu Jiantang picked up another dumpling. He couldn't help but glance at the female emperor, De Chu, who was carrying a sword case on her back. He smiled playfully. "Su Fengnian, do you know what kind of reasons Chao Changqing and her used to convince me when they found me?" Su Fengnian's face was suddenly filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Motherf asterisk cur. Did Chao Changqing agree to one of your sons becoming empress? If that's really the case, I won't stop you. I'll be Gu Jiantang's assistant. See if I don't beat Chao Changqing until he can't be domineering anymore." Under the table, one of Su Fengnian's feet was ruthlessly stepped on and crushed repeatedly. Perhaps he felt that one foot wasn't strong enough, so he lowered his body and stepped on Su Fengnian's feet with both feet. Gu Jiantang couldn't help but laugh. Chao Changqing wouldn't be so boring. Chao Changqing only said that he could let me flatten Beimang and that he dared to let me lead an army to complete a feat that even Su Shao couldn't accomplish. The reason was very simple. When Chao Changqing was alive, no matter how great my military achievements were, I couldn't rebel because Chao Changqing could die together with me. Even if Chao Changqing died before me, when the time came to unify the Central Plains and swallow up Beimang's De Chu, there would still be someone. As long as I dared to plot against him, there would still be someone who could single-handedly kill me, Gu Jiantang. Moreover, that person would definitely live longer than me. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Gu family was, it was destined to be peaceful for the next 50 years. As for the specific situation after 50 years, the Jiang and Gu families were simply following the will of heaven. Since that's the case, I don't have any worries and I'm not afraid of shocking the master with my achievements. I'm well aware of how to choose Jiang family treats Yi Baikue and how Li Yang's Zhao family treats Su Shao. Su Fengnian rubbed his chin and smiled. That's more like it. Looking at the smug fellow, Jiang and I, who hadn't finished eating the dumplings, slammed his chopsticks on the big white bowl. Su Fengnian didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he stared and said, "A bowl of dumplings costs 5 copper coins. There are still 6 dumplings in the bowl. Don't you feel bad for wasting a copper coin? Anyway, I didn't bring any money. You can pay the bill later." Jiang and I was stunned at first, then he snorted coldly. However, he still silently picked up his chopsticks. Even Gu Jiantang, who had a heart as strong as iron, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Jiantang shook his head slightly and smiled. "In the same way, you, Su Fengnian, are the emperor. Su Shao treated his former subordinates well, and you personally went to war. I, Gu Jiantang, am not afraid of what happens in life or behind." Su Fengnian sighed and muttered, "Being the emperor. Gu Jiantang picked up the last dumpling in the bowl and smiled. Su Fengnian, I'm very curious. Has Su Shao ever thought of rebelling in his life? Or has he ever thought of having you sit on the dragon throne? Chapter 1749. Su Fengnian did not answer the question, but asked, do you know how Chao Chongqing convinced Wang Sui? Do you know how Wang Sui feels now? Gu Jiantang hesitated for a moment. The former is simple. Wang Sui has always been unable to let go of the Dongyue royal family, which has become Liang's lackey. Chao Chongqing should have promised him that in the future, he would be able to become an official or even a minister. As for the latter, it's hard to say. Maybe Wang Sui will really help Beimang invade the Central Plains in anger. Maybe he will be so depressed that he can only stay in one place and fight with you and me on the battlefield as a general. After all, he and I are mortal enemies. He also has a lot of resentment for the Su family's destruction of Chuanxiu. Su Fengnian sighed, no one can let go of Chuanxiu. Gu Jiantang, who had finished eating the dumplings, put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian came back to his senses. If there are no accidents, Beimang will go south this autumn. I will try my best to persuade Wang Sui not to be a troublemaker even if he doesn't cooperate with you and me. Gu Jiantang nodded and said in a low voice, that's the best. Zhao Sui, the king of Jiaodong, has promised me that no matter what happens, he will remain neutral. As long as you can convince Wang Sui to bide his time, Gu Jiantang will personally lead the two Liao elites north into the heart of the Great Desert after the Great War of Liang Mang enters a stalemate. We will sever the connection between Northern Mang and the Northern Court in one go. At that time, you and I will use Beimang and Nanchao as our depth. We will have a total of 500,000 soldiers and 200,000 iron cavalry. We won't have to worry about the lack of soldiers and can advance and retreat freely. Even if we are sandwiched between Beimang and Liang, what is there to be afraid of? Su Fengnian was silent for a moment, and then suddenly slammed the table. Jiang and I was shocked, and Gu Jiantang's eyelids trembled. Su Fengnian shouted, waiter, 3 more bowls of dumplings. Jiang and I took a deep breath and muttered unwillingly with a dark face, 2 bowls is enough. However, the next sentence of the prodigal son, who did not feel bad about not spending his own money, made her feel relieved. Su Fengnian said to Gu Jiantang, let's put it on credit. I'll have to trouble Master Gu to help pay for it today. My wife and I are embarrassingly short of money. We can't wait to split a copper coin in half, Gu Jiantang said with a fake smile. Oh? That 1 bowl was enough. Like Miss Jiang, I'm not hungry. Blushed and whispered said 2 bowls. I'll have another bowl too. You ask, how many bowls, how many bowls, how many bowls, how many bowls? 3 bowls do you have to pay? Gu Jiantang, the great pillar state of Liang, said 1 bowl. Jiang Si, the emperor of Dechu, said 2 bowls. Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang, said 3 bowls. The waiter looked at the 3 of them and said angrily, all right, you 3 don't have to be so stingy. I will treat you to 3 bowls of dumplings for free today. 3 bowls of hot and fragrant dumplings were placed on the table. Gu Jiantang was the first to finish eating. After bidding farewell to Su Fengnian, he led his horse to the stall owner, leaving behind the Liaodong horse that was worth hundreds of taels of silver, and returned to the north alone. The stall owner and the waiter looked at each other. In the end, the 2 of them could not stop smiling. After Su Fengnian finished eating the dumplings, he quietly waited for Jiang and I to finish eating. When he saw Jiang and I put her chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, he smiled and helped her take the chopsticks off the bowl and neatly placed them on the table next to the white bowl. One of the few rules of the old Su family is not to put the chopsticks on the bowl after eating. She blushed, blinked her eyes, and asked softly, are you really going to be that? Su Fengnian said softly, Gu Jiantang's words can be trusted, but not completely. It is too scary for a person to be able to go from Hongjia to Yonghui and then to Xiangfu. Jiang and I nodded and said, I don't like this person. Uncle Chui Wai Zhao said that your father is a tiger out of the forest, Yi Baikue is a flood dragon by the river, Wang Sui is a python by the stream, and Gu Jiantang is a snake by the hole. The first three are all heroes who do not care about personal life and death, honor and disgrace. Only Gu Jintang's thoughts are the most gloomy and unpredictable. Su Fengnian grunted, I will be careful. Jiang and I had a big heart. She had heard of Gu Jiantang being the emperor, so she did not care. She suddenly became sad and said pitifully, can't you save Uncle Chui Wai Zhao? If Bailiang had Uncle Chui Wai Zhao to come up with plans, you would not be so tired. Su Fengnian said helplessly, it is not that I do not want to save him, but that I cannot save him. After a long silence, Jiang and I suddenly said carefully, Uncle Chui Wai Zhao schemed against you. Do not be angry. Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, it is not important whether I am angry or not. I only know that the conqueror of West Chu is very angry at the world, so he wants to vent his anger on Great Peace City. The little mud person lowered her head and started to wipe her tears. She sobbed, I do not want Uncle Chui Wai Zhao to die. Su Fengnian did not know how to comfort her. He only said softly, the spring and autumn period is really over. Great Peace City. Wave after wave of arrow rain did not stop as they furiously rained down on that green robe. But the chess pieces outside the city were placed faster and faster. Almost as soon as a pillar of light hit the top of Great Peace City, a second pillar of light from the 9 heavens would follow closely behind. Every time a chess piece was placed and a pillar of light appeared, all the arrows would shatter in midair. They could not get close. The eaves of the palaces and pavilions in Great Peace City were shattered. The bell and drum towers of the temples and Daoist temples were also slightly shorter. The birds and pigeons in the city seemed to feel the pressure of the sky sinking. They flew lower and lower until they were below the tall pavilions. They had no choice but to circle anxiously under the eaves. The spring water thawed and gradually warmed. The fish that had been swimming leisurely in the rivers and lakes began to jump out of the water and call out to the birds in the sky. On the top of the city wall, Chai Qingshan had already attacked once. The sword on his back, Wild Fox, truly displayed the presence of an earth immortal. It tore through the air with dazzling light. The majesty of the sword Qi and the vastness of the sword Intent caused an enormous white arc to appear between the top of the city wall and the green-robed chess player. The white arc rose from the top of the city wall and landed on top of the green-robed Xiao Changqing's head. In the end, the white arc seemed to collide with an invisible pool of lightning that could not be crossed. It created a large ball of sparks and lightning, and the sound was ear-piercing. The sect master of the Dongyue sword pool raised his arm high into the air and drew in his qi. The wild fox quickly flew around Xiao Changqing, who was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, no matter how great the commotion was, the flying sword could only fly around like a headless fly. It was unable to get within 10 meters of Xiao Changqing. Chapter 1750. When the flying sword could not bear the weight and broke, Chai Qingshan swallowed the blood that had surged to his throat. He took a step forward and pointed forward with 2 fingers. He shouted, "Borrow the sword." The long sword on the young girl's back instantly flew out of its scabbard. Like a young serpent coming out of the water, a green energy as thick as the mouth of a well smashed forward. The presently young river and lake had not reached the stage of withering incense, but people with eyes could see that it was turning from prosperity to decline. It was rumored that Huang Sanjia had gone against the flow and poured the remaining luck of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn into the pool of the Jianghu. Therefore, in the past 20 years, the water was full. The Jianghu of Liang seemed to be full of vegetation and life, but in reality, there were not many trees left. The liveliness would not last long. In this city that was the most virtuous in the world, Gu Jiantang and Xia Guining were no longer in the city. Yang Taisui, Han Xingxian, Master Lu Hao, and Qi Jiajie had died one after another. The Qi cultivators of the imperial astronomer had almost all died. The 2 large formations that were the eyes of the formation had been destroyed in the hands of Su Fengnian. Therefore, Chai Qingshan had to stand out. The old man was for the sect, for his disciple, and for his own way of the sword. When the long sword in the scabbard of the young girl came at him like a swimming dragon, Xiao Changqing was still unmoved. He smiled faintly, his right hand holding a piece, his left hand brushing the cuff of his right hand. He seemed to be whispering to someone. There was once someone in Dachu who used troops, the more the better. He was unstoppable. In 72 major and minor battles, he did not lose a single one. He placed the piece lightly. The flying sword with a powerful presence fell to the ground 3 zhang away. It was like a huge rock that had smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly. Qiao Changqing did not look at the long sword. He only looked at a black piece that jumped out of the box and landed on the chessboard. At the same time, he reached out to pick up a round and cool white piece. He said with a smile, "There was someone in Dachu who wrote poems that were like a bow of 100 stones, a crossbow of 1,000 caddies, like a full moon hanging above the heads of the people." It caused the younger generation to have the thought that they could only kowtow and not speak. It is truly magnificent. When the piece landed, the steels in front of the China Child Prison in Great Peace City cracked inch by inch. There's someone in Dachu who talks as if he's possessed by a deity. The chess piece on his wrist is like a fierce general fighting for his life. His spirit is extraordinary. As the chess piece was placed, Qiao Zhangqing slightly straightened the root-like white chess piece that had deviated slightly. At the same time, all the crossbow bolts that had been shot at his opponent were blown away by a gust of wind and quickly slid out of their original trajectories. The people of Dachu, the Milky Way is brilliant. There have been fables from various philosophers, teachings from eminent monks, and sermons from enlightened people. Why should the human world envy the heavens? On the chessboard, the black and white go pieces flew down. The old ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb, Wu Jian, finally made his move. This family's sword path leader, whose family's sword art was the world's sword art, did not descend from the top of the city walls. From the outer city to the imperial city, all the city gates opened at the same time. Then, a thin but extremely long sword chi went from north to south, all the way south. This wisp of sword chi had the momentum of 1,000 riders crashing into each other. After Chai Qingshan attacked, he did not turn his head. After Wu Jian attacked, he still did not turn his head. Qiao Changqing said softly, "In the spring and autumn, the wind and rain are turbulent. Some people cry, some hide from the rain under the eaves, some use umbrellas. Only Dachu will not hide from the rain. I would rather die in the rain than live under someone else's roof." The sword chi paused slightly when it was 3 zhang away from Qiao Changqing. Then it suddenly exerted force and charged out 2.5 zhang. The sword chi didn't dissipate until it was 20 feet away. When the second sword chi came out of the city, a pillar of light coincidentally hit the head of the old man at the gates of the imperial city. The old master of the Wu family sword tomb raised his hand and shattered it with a wave of his sleeve. His face paled slightly and the ground he was standing on caved in. The old man with his back to the gates of the imperial city slowly walked out of the large hole and stepped out. There was a straight line from the front of him to the imperial road south of Great Peace City. The crack that appeared on the ground was like a long sword. This sword was not more than an inch wide, but it was several li long. In this moment, the sword chi was about to leave the city. Qiao Changqing had coincidentally placed a piece closest to the chessboard in front of him. At the beginning of the imperial road inside the city gates, a pillar of light fell down like a long sword cutting a snake. Wu Jian, who had left the city with the sword chi, stood at the gates of the city. He did not have a sword in his hand but made a sword-drawing posture. He shouted, "Qiao Changqing. It is not easy to come by, turn back and be saved." Qiao Changqing picked up a piece. This time, before he could place it, the piece at his fingertips shattered. A snowy white sword light appeared in the air to his side. Then there was the sound of an enormous collision like the morning bell and evening drum ringing in their ears. Everyone on the city walls and below the city walls widened their eyes. They saw dust fill the air where the indigo-robed person was sitting. It was impossible to see that person's figure. When the dust settled, everyone was on tenterhooks again. Qiao Changqing had not died under that sword and continued to remain motionless. The earth where he was sitting had been shaved off several feet, so Qiao Changqing was sitting in the air. The black and white pieces on the chessboard did not move at all. The white-haired middle-aged Confucian scholar finally raised his head. He did not look at the sword tomb family master in the northern city gate, but turned his head to the south. He said softly, "You are in this great Chu, whether you live or die, I am also here, always will be here." At this time, almost everyone's heart trembled. A woman in purple stood up from a tall building in Great Peace City. She lightly landed on the Imperial Road. Her body leaned forward slightly and she started to run out of the city. Her form, will, energy, and spirit were all at the peak of the world. Even the Wu family sword tomb old ancestor standing at the end of the Imperial Road had to avoid her. He let her charge out of the city. Xiao Changqing placed his piece extremely slowly this time. The purple robe, purple aura, and purple rainbow charged to within 10 feet of Xiao Changqing. Xinyuan Qingfeng on the snowy plains of Mount Hui. The purple robe crashed within 10 feet and then stopped. The woman's fingers were like hooks and were only 2 or 3 feet away from Xiao Changqing's head. Xiao Changqing, who was indifferent to this, leaned forward, one hand holding his sleeve to avoid messing up the chessboard. When this piece landed, the sound was especially crisp. The sound of the piece landing softly sounded on the chessboard. She was sent flying backward, her body tumbling in the air. Xinyuan Qingfeng's back was pressed against the city wall. Her eyes were cold, her elbows pressed against the city wall. Her knees were a mess and blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. The blue-robed Confucian scholar, who had been defeated at some point, sat quietly where he was. He bit his lips and shook his head. The Confucian saint of Dechu, Xiao Changqing. He finally said something he had not said for 20 years. "This world says that you caused the fall of Dechu. I, Xiao Changqing, do not agree." For the first time since he came to the city alone, he raised his hand high and then placed a piece heavily on the chessboard. The clouds tumbled as they descended together. The sky of the Central Plains dropped 100 feet. Chapter 1751. There were countless lofty mountains and precipitous ridges in the southern border. Someone was skimming across the peaks of the mountains. There was always a swift and fierce flying sword following him like a shadow. He suddenly stopped on the branch of a towering tree at the peak of the mountain and looked up. The flying sword also stopped chasing him at the peak of the mountain before him. It hovered in the air and hummed slightly. An average-looking middle-aged man stood near the flying sword. He also looked up at the sky and sighed. Then, he stood on one leg like a golden rooster. He lifted one leg and bent down to take off his hemp shoe and shook it. The man in a scholarly robe who had been chased all the way from Great Peace City to the deep mountains and forests of the southern border laughed and said, "Dong Tai, oh Dong Tai, Xiao Changqing is seeking his own death. The Empress of West Chu, Jianghu, has also left the capital of West Chu. Not long later, even you will be able to feel the collapse of the great pillar of fate of West Chu. At that time, other than Tantai Pingjing, that old woman, who replaced me and stole a part of it, there will only be Chen Jibao and Zhao Zhu who will benefit greatly. As long as Chen Jibao absorbs half of the fate of West Chu, as the most important person supporting the dragon, let's see how you, Dong Tai, will kill me." Not to mention the 4 grandmasters of the martial arts assessment. Even among the 14 martial arts assessment masters, the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai, was definitely the one who did not have the demeanor of an expert. However, it was this average-looking middle-aged uncle who had chased Xia Guinying, the number 1 on the immortal map of land and dynasty, into such a sorry state. Dong Tai put on his shoes and curled his lips. He said unhappily, "Are you saying that after a pure martial artist like me becomes an immortal on land, I will be hurt by fate if I kill someone with fate?" Sorry, back then, there was an old Daoist on Mount Longhu who had returned to simplicity. He was killed by me when he ascended. It's fine. Xia Guinying sneered, "How can I be the same as Wu Lingsu of the Celestial Master Residence?" Dong Tai rolled his eyes. "In my opinion, there's really no difference." Xia Guinying laughed loudly and said, "Then I'll wait and see how your cultivation realm drops." Dong Tai put away his casual expression and said seriously, "I don't care who should follow the will of heaven to suppress who, or who should follow the will of heaven to defeat who, and I don't care who the fate of the world flows to. I don't care about these things. I'm not even interested in becoming an earth immortal, let alone attaining the Tao and ascending. Xia Guining said angrily, you lunatic. You are even more unreasonable than Lu Dongxian and Li Chungang. Dong Tai turned his head to look at the flying sword, which was made of ordinary materials. He laughed heartily and said, I, Dong Tai, have the 3-foot sword by my side for the rest of my life. It's enough. Xia Guining clearly felt a monstrous murderous aura. It disappeared in a flash, and he fled even faster than before. The mountain under Xia Guining's feet was flattened by the sword. Dong Tai did not immediately pursue him. He raised his head again and looked at the unusually low clouds. Chao Chongqing, oh Chao Chongqing, Li Chungang left, Wang Xianji left, and now even you are leaving. Dong Tai suddenly laughed. One man and one sword flew into the sky. They passed through the clouds and arrived above the sea of clouds where the sun shone. Dong Tai stood cross-legged on the flying sword. He raised his head and looked at the golden sun in the sky. Dong Tai was bathed in the golden light. He stood on the flying sword and was lost in thought. In the end, Dong Tai gave a thumbs up to the sky and slowly turned to the ground. Dong Tai said loudly, I, Dong Tai, am already here in this life. In this life, I am already here. What can you do to me? Who dares to ask me, Dong Tai, if I can use my sword? No immortal in the heavens could answer this question. On the ground, Xia Guining muttered repeatedly, lunatic, lunatic deng. Chao Chongqing is a lunatic. You, Dong Tai, are also lunatics. An official wearing a golden embroidered robe walked up to the top of the city wall with a straight face. He was in the prime of his life, just over 40 years old. If it had been during the Yonghui era when the Liang court was stable, he would have been an eye-catching existence. At the age of 40, he had become a second-rank official, the head of the Ministry of Justice. How could he not be proud? His surname was Liu, and his name was Io. He was born as a Jinsher in the 8th year of Yonghui. Compared to Yin Maochuan's famous Yonghui Spring, he was a few years later. Liu Io's talent was not obvious. His family was unknown, and he only had a very poetic name. However, Liu Io's personality was ridiculed by Tai and City as a stubborn rock in the latrine pit. He had been the vice-director of the Ministry of Justice for almost 10 years and sat on the cold bench for almost 10 years. In the end, in the first year of Jianghu, he was promoted to a doctor. Last year, he was promoted to assistant minister. This spring, in fact, it was only 3 days ago that he was promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Justice of Liang. In addition to being in charge of the 4 departments of the Ministry of Justice, he also held the power to kill all the people of Liang in name. He was secretly responsible for the issuance of the embroidered copper fish pouches. The people who followed behind Liu Io to the top of the city wall all had embroidered copper fish pouches hanging from their waists. Among them, there were 36 famous swordsmen, 18 blade masters, and 14 fist masters. The appearance of Liu Io and this group of Jianghu masters was close to 70 people. Immediately, the originally devoid of the aura of spring on the city wall added a bit of the austere aura of autumn. Liu Io was a weak scholar, but even if he stood together with the Wu family's sword tomb elder, Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool, and Xianyuan Qingfeng of the Great Snow Plateau, his aura was not inferior. Wu Jian stood behind the arrow battlement with his hands behind his back, his expression serious. Chai Qingshan borrowed a second sword, Green Fox, from the young girl Shan Yi. He stood with his sword in hand and closed his eyes to rest. The purple-robed man sat directly on the battlement with his arms crossed and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. Liu Io faced the 3 martial arts grandmasters who were strong enough to look down on nobles and said calmly, the 68 people of the Ministry of Justice are willing to fight for a chance for the 3 of you. I hope that the 3 of you can cooperate sincerely. We can't let that West Chu Chao Chongqing continue to run amok in the capital. Wu Jian was silent. Chai Qingshan nodded slightly. Only Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, the reason why I acted was because Chao Chongqing was worthy of my action. Are you worthy of ordering me around? Liu Io, who was considered a junior compared to the other leaders of the Ministry of Justice, said expressionlessly, "As long as the Great Snow Plateau of Mount Hui is still in Liang's territory, as long as Jianzhou is still in Liang's territory, Lu Iyo." Not waiting for this official to finish speaking, Xianyuan Qingfeng placed his hands on his knees. Chai Qingshan was standing in front of Lu Iyo at some point. However, there was still a trace of blood on the latter's cheek and some of his hair fell to the ground. Lu Iyo didn't even bother to wipe his wound. He gently pushed Chai Qingshan away and stared at the beautiful woman who was known for her arrogance. "You can kill me, and I can also die. However, as long as you, Xianyuan Qingfeng, appear on the walls of Great Peace City, as long as you stand in my sight, you will have to leave the city to fight. It's not that I, Lu Iyo, am using the banner of the Ministry of Justice to threaten you, and it's not that I, Lu Iyo, am asking for your help. Other than His Majesty the Emperor, there is no one else in this city that I cannot do without." Xianyuan Qingfeng leaned back and tilted his head. For the first time, he looked directly at this young minister. He said mockingly, "You are that poor scholar Lu Iyo from Guangling Path, right? Did I remember your hometown wrongly?" Lu Iyo's eyes were dark. It was unknown whether it was the shrewdness of a high official or the temperament of a scholar, but he did not become angry out of humiliation. He said calmly, "Those who walk different paths cannot work together." Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled. "Oh." Standing between Xianyuan Qingfeng and Chai Qingshan, the old ancestor of the Wu family sword tomb frowned. He reached out a hand and casually grabbed. There was a bang in the air. He turned his head and said sincerely to the purple-clothed woman who killed people at every turn, "Little girl, if you don't change your personality, you won't be able to be number one in the world." For some reason, Xianyuan Qingfeng felt more respect for this old man. He was very cold to Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool. After hearing Wu Jian's kind reminder, she did not comment. She turned her head and continued to look outside the city. The qi in her body began to circulate rapidly. Her aura increased dramatically, and her purple clothes fluttered. She sat on the city wall like a unique scenery of the Jianghu. It seemed that no one in the Jianghu understood what this woman was thinking. Why did she suddenly become the patriarch of the Xianyuan family in the Great Snow Plains? Why did she go to the Guangling River to stop Wang Xinji? Why did she challenge the new Prince Liang in Great Peace City? Why did she go out of the city to fight Chao Chongqing today? Perhaps she was like a crazy child who did not grow up without parents. She was unwilling to be reasonable in everything she did. However, her cultivation was too high, and she had risen too quickly. Her opportunities were also too good. Therefore, no one had the qualifications to make her a graceful lady from a respectable family. Xianyuan Qingfeng looked up at the sky. Above her was a sea of clouds. The entire Central Plains were like this. She narrowed her eyes and felt slightly sad. She also liked someone, but she did not know how to let him know. It seemed that she did not dare and was not willing to let him know. Then she would let him remember her name. No matter where he went in the Jianghu, the battlefield, or the court, there would be stories of her deeds in the world. Since he could not be like her father who only liked her mother, then she would rather have nothing. Xianyuan Qingfeng suddenly flew out of the city wall. She did not care about the cooperation of the experts of the Ministry of Justice, nor was she willing to work with Wu Jian and Chai Qingshan, the two grandmasters of the sword. She came to Great Peace City alone, and she left Great Peace City alone. The purple robe once again charged towards Chao Chongqing. She was impassioned and did not fear death. Even Lu Yi couldn't help but be impressed when he saw this scene. If there was a woman like this in the world would not be lonely. Chao Chongqing's lips curled up. He ignored Xianyuan Qingfeng's charge and smiled slightly. He looked at the chessboard. If you do not know in your dreams, how can you know in your life? A long time later, in the Jianghu where there were only Yu Dilong and Go Yufang, there was actually a promise of 10 years that no one knew about. Chapter 1752. Every 10 years, she would come out of seclusion on time and sit alone on the rooftop of the missing moon tower in the Great Snow Plains. She would wear a purple robe and take out a jar of osmanthus wine from under the osmanthus tree, waiting for someone to fulfill their promise of 10 years. After the third time, it was the fourth time. That day, it was raining heavily, and he did not find her. She failed to fulfill her promise. There was only a jar of osmanthus wine on the rooftop, allowing the rain to beat against it. Outside the window, the rain was heavy and the wind was strong. The woman in purple sat in front of the dressing table. The woman in the bronze mirror already had white hair. It was better not to see her. Her skirt was tied in a small knot. Beside her feet was an umbrella that she had treasured for more than 40 years. She lay on the dressing table and fell asleep. She seemed to be having a beautiful dream. She was smiling. There was an old man who didn't look old. He entered the house without knocking. He put away the wet oil paper umbrella, stood at the door, and asked with a smile, "It's raining heavily outside. A lot of fish are going to drown. Do you want to go take a look?" She slept and did not wake up. Everyone in Great Peace City saw an absurd scene. The woman in purple had clearly crashed into Chao Chongqing in West Shu and had clearly passed by him. However, Chao Chongqing remained sitting in his original spot, while Xianyuan Qingfeng stood in her original spot a few dozen feet to the south of Chao Chongqing like an old monk in meditation. Chao Chongqing did not look sideways. He picked up a go piece from the go box and gently placed it down. He turned his head and smiled. "It's time to wake up." Xianyuan Qingfeng, who seemed to have been dreaming for 40 years, suddenly woke up. Her back was to the official in green. She did not know when, but tears had streamed down her face. She did not turn around. She stretched and wiped her face with her hands. Smiling, she said, "It really was a good dream." Hearing this, Chao Chongqing smiled and said, "That's good." Just as Xianyuan Qingfeng was hesitating about whether to turn around and thank him, Chao Chongqing slowly retracted his gaze and looked back at the go board that already had more than 90 go pieces. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. Just don't learn from me." The heavens and the earth were vast. Jiangnan's Guangling had the cool breeze, bright moon, and great river. Northwest Zhejiang had the boundless yellow sand. Let's see everything first before deciding on life and death. Life and death were the most important things in life, especially when one was young. One shouldn't make careless decisions. Life wasn't easy, and death was simple. Between life and death, there is also fate. A person's life has to be more exciting than a plant's autumn. Xianyuan Qingfeng nodded. As long as I, Xianyuan Qingfeng, am alive, I will try my best to reduce the number of deaths among West Chu survivors. Chao Chongqing dismissed it with a smile. Xianyuan Qingfeng flashed past. At the end of that big dream, she clearly knew that she didn't wake up, or rather, she was already dead. However, she could see that bastard with the umbrella standing alone at the door. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Xianyuan Qingfeng suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Old bastard. The inexplicable abrupt departure of this purple robe did not delay Lu Yi from ordering the Ministry of Justice to go out of the city to kill the enemy. 68 Jianghu experts that the Ministry of Justice and Zhao Go had gathered from all over Great Peace City left the city together. They were like a flock of birds flying out of the branches. This time, Chao Chongqing placed a piece at the corner of the chessboard. Then, he pressed 2 fingers lightly on the piece and pushed it forward. Therefore, between Chao Chongqing and Great Peace City, between the north and the south, a turbulent energy like the Guangling River appeared. 68 experts seemed to be crossing the Guangling River during flood season. It was difficult and slow. There were constantly people who used up their energy and fell to the ground. Chai Qingshan held his sword and flashed out. With one sword, he cut apart that great river of energy. Chao Chongqing's right hand picked up a piece and placed it on his left hand. He lightly swept it to the right. Instantly, a wave of sword energy surged out from left to right. Chao Chongqing then placed a piece from top to bottom on the chessboard. In the air, a particularly majestic and resplendent pillar of light fell straight down from top to bottom. Between heaven and earth, one horizontal and one vertical, two waves of sword energy. They attacked Chai Ching Shan of the Eastern Yu Sword Pool and Wu Jian of the Wu family sword tomb. Xiao Chongqing was not in a hurry to pick up a piece. He stared at the chessboard and said to himself, Xiao Chongqing, also have the Haoran sword. Chai Ching Shan held half of the broken sword and landed 20 zhang to the north of Xiao Chongqing. There was a large pool of blood on his chest. Wu Jian stood 100 zhang in front of Chai Ching Shan. The clothing at his shoulder was in tatters. The old man reached out with his right hand. There was a snow-white sword energy that seemed tangible in his hand. He said in a deep voice, Xiao Chongqing, you will not hesitate to have your body and soul destroyed to finish this game? Xiao Chongqing did not answer. On the city wall, the Minister of War, Lu Yiyu, pressed his hands against the city wall, his hands trembling. As a poor scholar from the Guangling Taoism, he recognized Xiao Chongqing. He was not in West Chu, but in Liang, an enemy state of West Chu. He was in this Tai-an city. However, before Xiao Chongqing and West Chu's Empress Jianghu came to the capital in the first year of Xiangfu, Lu Yiyu, who no one cared about in the Ministry of Justice's Yamen, only knew a traveling Confucian scholar he met by chance, knew the scholar who would treat him to a meal of wine every time he entered the capital. Lu Yiyu couldn't afford a residence, so he could only rent a small, remote courtyard in the capital's southeast. During those years, whenever he saw that smiling middle-aged man in front of his deserted door, Lu Yiyu would always be pleasantly surprised and happy. In the officialdom, the taciturn Lu Yiyu liked to complain to this elegant and cultured senior scholar, to this Mr. Chow who he only knew his surname. After he got drunk, he said that his teacher was that Grand Secretary Great One who had students all over the world. He was clearly the top scorer in that year's examination, his essay not losing to the top 3, yet in the end, he was only a jinsher. He felt like it was Grand Secretary Zhang Julu who purposely looked down on Guangling scholars, which was why everyone only knew that Bai Yan had students like Yi Mao Chun, Zhao Yuling, Yuan Gua, and the others, not Lu Yiyu. Meanwhile, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu also never considered him his student, let alone the disciple he was proud of. Meanwhile, after that Mr. Chow heard his essay for the examination word for word, he laughed and said that this essay was exactly the same as Bai Yan's when he was young, deeply understanding the essence of avoiding the high and dispersing, avoiding the empty and distant, a good essay. However, it was precisely because of this that Grand Secretary Zhang had you sit on a cold bench for many years like him, that you, Lu Yiyu, must not be impatient. Afterwards, half of Lu Yiyu felt relieved, half of it was because he had given up. He knew his place, kept his feet on the ground, burying his head in his work as a small official in the Ministry of Justice. However, what left him completely disheartened was that even when the Grand Secretary's reputation was in tatters, when he risked universal condemnation to pay him a visit, all for the sake of a teacher-student relationship, that Grand Secretary not only refused to meet him, he even had the gatekeeper pass him a message. Who is Lu Yiyu? I, Zhang Julu, have this type of disciple? I don't remember. That evening, Lu Yiyu returned to his simple and crude small courtyard, dead drunk. However, after that Grand Secretary died, after he was promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Qi Yanglong found someone to give him an extremely ordinary scripture, only saying that it was something he accidentally flipped through in someone's house. Lu Yiyu discovered that there were 2 old examination papers that were already turning yellow inside the book. It was no more than 1,000 words, but there were actually 16 comments totaling more than 500 words. At the end was that sentence, good talent comes out of Guangling, can also become a pillar. I should carefully nurture him for the country. When I die, he will be of great use. Lu Yiyu's eyes were moist. He did his best to keep them open, standing on the city wall, staring fixedly at that green-clothed man. Mr. Chow, I was born into Chu, I do not dare forget my roots. Therefore, in the future, I will seek peace in the imperial court for the sake of all the West Chu survivors. Mr. Chow, as Zhang Julu's student, I do not dare forget your kindness. Therefore, today, I have no choice but to stand here and take you as my enemy. Xiao Changqing suddenly turned his head to look at this minister of justice who was rapidly rising in Liang's officialdom. He revealed a faint smile, only gratification in his eyes. Nothing needed to be said. Rather than die heroically for one's country and one's surname, it was better to live dishonorably for the common people of the world. Lu you scholar, don't learn from me, Xiao Changqing. Xiao Changqing once again sat upright and still, facing the chessboard, unable to take his eyes off it. Silent and motionless. Heaven and earth resonated. Heaven and man forgot. Chapter 1753. In Tai and City, Sun Yin, the arrogant scholar who had once again found an excuse to ask for leave and not go to the yamen for the roll call, galloped madly out the door. He first found the small bookcase of the imperial astronomer, then pulled the youth with him and rushed straight to the Hanlin Academy. After finding the only 10th Dan of the Liang dynasty, Fan Zhangho, he asked for 2 boxes of chess pieces and picked a room near the window to store miscellaneous items. He pulled Fan Zhangho and the youth supervisor to squat on the floor and began to review Xiao Changqing's game. The supervisor was responsible for explaining where Xiao Changqing's pieces were placed. Fan Zhangho followed the order of placing the pieces and at the same time explained the mystery behind them. However, the further they went, especially after 20 moves, whether it was Fan Zhangho or the youth supervisor, they all said that the person who played black first was mediocre. The first 10 moves could be considered passable, but it was also because they were familiar with the exquisite moves of the older generation of West Chu players. According to this person's level, not to mention entering the Liang chessboard to await the imperial decree, even Sun Yin himself would be able to win. Ignoring Sun Yin, who was being mocked and ridiculed, he sank into deep thought. Fan Zhangho grabbed a handful of black and white chess pieces with one hand and was ready to place them down at any time. His other hand held his chin and his brows were tightly furrowed. Sun Yin muttered to himself, Xiao Changqing, as the #1 official in the world, is this the last game of his life, just like this? Against such a mediocre player, he was able to tangle endlessly for 100 moves. Fan Zhangho didn't say anything. The youth supervisor sneered, what do you know? Can you see how many moves the black pieces have made? Xiao Changqing's opponent was clearly a crappy chess player who only knew how to memorize. He was probably someone who frequently came into contact with West Chu players. From Li Mi, who was known to make West Chu players shout, heaven above, to Wang Qingxin, who was publicly known to only let Li Mi go first, and then to Gu, who lost a piece to Wang Qingxin. All along the way, it could be said that all of the proud moves of the West Chu players had been forcefully used by the black player in this game. Coincidentally, with this hodgepodge of unreasonable moves, the black and white was actually a tie. Therefore, it could be said that Xiao Changqing, who was playing white, did this on purpose. Otherwise, who in the world would dare to play Xiao Changqing's first move? My grandpa Jian Jing can't, Huang Longsher can't, no one can. Even 1,000 years later, no one could. Sun Yin looked at Fan Zhangho. The latter nodded lightly. Sun Yin slapped his forehead, speechless. Great Peace City was still trembling. After each earthquake, Fan Zhangho would accurately place a piece under the direction of the youth from the imperial astronomer. Fan Zhangho suddenly raised his head and asked, it's about to end. Are you not going to say hello? The youth pretended not to hear and muttered, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. I still want to live a few more years, and leave this city to go out and see. Sun Yin's ears were sharp. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tease, you brat, not only do you have a foul mouth, you're also very slippery. The youth with the nickname Little Bookcase mocked, Little Cat, I don't even want to talk to you. Kid Cat was an unconventional nickname given to Sun Yin by the young man. He tore down the Sun character and translated the Yin character. Fan Zhangho messed up the game and said with a smile, let's not play this game. Mr. Chow's chess skills can only be judged by old supervisor and, in any case, only 2 people can comment. As to how Mr. Chow is outside of chess, it's not something we can comment on. Sun Yin stared at the youth who was not wearing the robes of an official but was dressed in white. The latter hesitated and glanced outside the window. In the end, he said, the Zhao family of Liang has lost much of their destiny. If not for this, I would have gone to complain to Sister Empress long ago. Looking at the situation, that Chao Changqing is showing signs of losing all of his destiny to Guangling Path. So boring. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have revived the country. Sun Yin's eyes suddenly turned red as he shouted angrily, "Shut up." Fan Zhongho sighed softly and said, "Little bookcase, don't say any more." The youth became angry and left with a wave of his sleeve. Sun Yin squatted there, his chin on his folded arm. He said to himself, Chao Changqing wants to let Li Yang know that, whoever wins Guangling wins the world. Fan Zhongho nodded. It's a good thing. Guangling Path will have fewer deaths. Sun Yin said with a wooden expression, feelings naturally can't be eaten as rice. But without feelings, it's like cooking without seasoning. Every meal is plain white rice with tasteless vegetables. Over time, there really won't be anything to chew. Some tastes can make your eyes fill with tears, make your teeth chatter, and make your liver and gallbladder break. This is probably feelings. Fan Zhongho silently began to pack up the chess pieces. Sun Yin asked, "Why do you mock those who have feelings?" Fan Zhongho thought for a moment. People who are too smart don't like to have feelings. People who are too simple and stupid can't have feelings. That's why both don't like this thing. Sun Yin grinned. I should be the former. Fan Zhongho slowly put the chess pieces back into the box. He smiled. I should be the latter. Sun Yin's eyes suddenly became as sharp as knives. Then Huang Longsher? Fan Zhongho's expression was normal as he asked in response, then Su Fengnian? The two smiled at each other. They did not overdo it. They were light. The sky shook and the earth shook. This time, the shaking was especially intense. The two people in the room fell to the ground at the same time and then felt suffocated. Dust poured down from the roof beams. Sun Yin lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Fan Zhongho continued to pack up the chess pieces. Outside Great Peace City, in front of Chao Changqing, in the black and white chess boxes, there was only one chess piece left. Wu Jian of the Wu family sword tomb and Chai Qing-shan of the Dongyue sword pool could not break through that one zhang of distance. Chao Changqing remained calm. Great Peace City was shaken again and again. There was no one in the cavalry outside the city who could ride on horseback. How could they charge and kill? The archers outside the city had spasming arms. There were no arrows in their quiver, so how could they rain arrows? Chai Qing-shan was bathed in blood even though that indigo robe had not intentionally attacked him. Wu Jian's palm was a bloody mess and white bone could be seen. Chai Qing-shan spat out a mouthful of blood and grimaced. First, I saw Su Fengnian receive that sword, and then I saw you, Chao Changqing, being as immovable as a mountain. This life is almost over. Chao Changqing, if you get up and enter the city now, I cannot stop you. I will not block the way here. Chai Qing-shan turned and slowly walked back to the city gates. His back was bent and he looked old. Wu Jian, who had been standing between Chao Zhangqing and the city gate, made way for him. He sighed and said, although I still have the strength for one sword strike, I definitely won't be able to block it. My Wu family's sword tomb has been extremely benevolent to the Central Plains. It's time to stand aside and watch. After all, if we keep the last bit of power, it may be useful in the future. As Chao Changqing stopped playing chess, heaven and earth fell silent. Chao Changqing smiled as he looked across. The last black chess piece finally jumped out of the box. It seemed that the person holding the black chess piece was somewhat hesitant. It swayed back and forth, unwilling to land. Or it could be said that it did not know where to land. Chao Changqing leaned forward slightly. He held the chess piece with two fingers on one hand and extended a finger with the other to point at a certain spot on the chessboard. He said softly, you might as well place it here. Sure enough, the black stone landed on that spot. Chao Changqing put down the hand holding the chess piece. He smiled but did not say anything, as if he had admitted defeat. More than 200 black and white chess pieces hovered in the air. Qiao Changqing closed his eyes. You won. But I, Qiao Changqing, never felt that I had lost. This game of chess was the proudest game of my life, Qiao Changqing. The corners of Qiao Changqing's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly waved the sleeve of the hand holding the chess piece. The chess piece went from south to north. After entering the city, it charged along the long imperial road, smashing through the gates of the imperial city, the gates of the palace, and the gates of the Hall of Martial Heroes. Only when it smashed through the dragon throne that the previous emperors of Liang had sat on did the chess piece turn to dust. Qiao Changqing opened his eyes. His face was covered in tears, but there was no sorrow on his face. He slowly extended a hand in front of him. It was only at this moment that the old green robe was soaked in fresh blood. A cool breeze blew through the world. It blew away the stench of blood, and also blew away the wind. Qiao Changqing's fingers began to dissipate. Then his arm, and then his body. The black and white chess pieces also vanished. In the end, that blue robe could no longer be seen outside Great Peace City. There was no more Qiao Guanzi in the world. Chapter 1754. The rain was the worst during the Qingming festival. On the Beiliang Posthouse Road in the drizzle, large groups of Yuzhou cavalry were constantly rushing to the Liangzhou Pass. In addition, the cavalry troops in Liangzhou who had come to reinforce Qingzhang City had yet to return to their station, which meant that almost all the main forces of Beiliang, especially the cavalry, had surfaced and become the absolute main force in the next battle of Liangmang. It would evolve from a siege battle to an unprecedented large-scale cavalry battle. In the fierce collision between the nomadic civilization in the north and the agricultural civilization in the Central Plains, one was active and the other was passive. The former relied on the advantage of the number of warhorses to invade the pass, while the latter relied on the crossbows in the city to defend. In history, countless cities outside the Great Wall and near the border had been submerged in the tide of cavalry. In the sound of horse hooves in the north, the words "isolated city" and "slaughtered city" followed closely. As a result, in the past 20 years, countless civil officials would secretly daydream in the imperial court, thinking that if the two elite cavalry troops of Liang, hundreds of thousands of Beiliang cavalry troops and nearly 100,000 border cavalry troops of the two Liao provinces, could sincerely cooperate to fight against the enemy and compete with the Beimang barbarians on horseback, what a magnificent scene it would be. In Yanji County, which bordered Yuzhou and Liangzhou, on a muddy road, two horses stopped at a fork to make way for a caravan of merchants. The young man was wearing a green robe, with a cold saber hanging from his waist, and his mount was one of the few warhorses in the Yuzhou army. The woman in white was carrying a long cotton bag on her back and a saber hanging from her waist. The young man stopped his horse to make way for the caravan, and the woman of the same age next to him was as beautiful as a fairy. This made the head of the guards in the caravan, who was in charge of clearing the way, tremble in his heart. He hurriedly told his subordinates to pass a message to the arrogant guys in the caravan behind him, who were used to speaking dirty words, telling them not to be unscrupulous just because they had some connections with the Beiliang frontier army. A young man who dared to openly hang a new cold saber on himself was definitely not someone that the second or third-rate members of the Fish Dragon gang could provoke. Perhaps it was because of the leader's warning that although the caravan guards' eyes were burning, none of them dared to flirt with the woman or whistled at her. The caravan slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a rider turned around and galloped over. The handsome young knight stopped his horse a dozen steps away from the man and woman. With a bright smile, he cupped his fists and said to the woman in white, "I'm Chen Jinjai from the Fish Dragon gang. May I know your name, miss?" "Don't worry, miss, I don't have any evil intentions. It's just that I couldn't stand the instigation of my friends. They made a bet with me that I definitely wouldn't be able to find out Miss's name. If they lost, they would have to treat me to green ant wine for half a year." The handsome young man from the Fish Dragons grinned and said considerately, "Miss, if it's inconvenient for you to tell me your name, just name it." Unfortunately, even though Chen Jianjai took a step back, the woman was still indifferent. She looked at him calmly, without the shyness of an ordinary girl from the Central Plains facing a lecture, or the anger of a Bailiang girl facing a foreign playboy. In the drizzle, Chen Jianzhai, whose hair was slightly wet, smiled brightly and had no intention of backing down. The young man with a saber who was deliberately ignored by Chen Jianzhai said with a smile, "Her name is Jiang Cabbage, cabbage as in Chinese cabbage." The beautiful woman who was called Cabbage by her companion glared at him and said angrily, "You're Su Jizi, persimmon as in rotten persimmon." Chen Jianzhai, who was now a little famous in the fish dragon gang, was a little hurt. He thought to himself, "You two seem to be competing with each other, but in the eyes of a bachelor like me, it's more excessive than flirting." The young man who was called a rotten persimmon asked with a smile, "I heard that your gang's leader, Lu Narong, is going to give up her position to someone else?" Chen Jinzhai's face suddenly became a little dignified. He finally faced the guy who dared to hang a saber without permission. The Fish Dragon Gang, the Fish Dragon Gang, the name was really far-sighted. It was more complicated than all the other 9 sects and gangs in Liang. It gathered nearly 20,000 people in the Jianghu, a behemoth in terms of numbers. Everyone in the Fish Dragon Gang was well aware of it. If the Fish Dragon Gang was not a puppet personally supported by a big shot in Bailiang, it would never have expanded to such an extent today. However, the elders of the Fish Dragon Gang who had followed the old leader to fight for the Jianghu had all retired, and the people in charge had changed. Therefore, there were all kinds of inside stories about the Fish Dragon Gang. Some said that the former Lingzhou provincial governor, Su Beiji, had promoted the originally unknown maid of the Fish Dragon Gang to be the empress of Bailiang's Wulin. Some said that the former local emperor of Lingzhou, the former Huaihua general Zhong Hongwu, had tried to collude with the forces of the Jianghu, but the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, Lu Narong, had turned against him. She had climbed up Mount Qingliang and used the old general's head as a sign of her allegiance. Nowadays, there were even rumors that Lu Nai Rong was actually a private pet of Wudong Courtyard. The implication was that Lu Nai Rong did not have the qualifications to preside over the future of 20,000 men and horses. A large faction could flirt with the government, but she absolutely could not marry into a high family and become a concubine. Therefore, the undercurrent was surging. It was under these circumstances that the news of Lu Nai Rong's resignation as the gang leader spread. Chen Jianzhai, as a rising star of the 4th batch to join the Fish Dragon Gang, had complicated feelings about this matter. Deep down, he admired the way Lu Narong treated people, but he also didn't want the Fish Dragon Gang to have too much to do with the government and the border army. The Jianghu was the Jianghu, and the people of the Jianghu would do what the Jianghu did. Otherwise, in the Second Battle of Liangmang, once the war outside the Great Pass was in an emergency, the more than 20,000 people of the Fish Dragon Gang would have to fight for their lives outside the Great Pass. Putting their lives on the line was something that small gangs would do when they had no territory and no money. Now, the Fish Dragon Gang was deeply rooted in Bailiang and vaguely had the momentum of a military town. Moreover, it was located in Lingzhou, which was far away from the border and had a relatively weak garrison. Chen Jianzhai believed that there would be many people who were active in the Fish Dragon Gang. Chapter 1755. Chen Jinzhai's long silence made the man with the saber laugh. He no longer had the patience to continue waiting. He turned his head and told the woman to go. He squeezed the horse's belly and the two of them rode past Chen Jianzhai. Chen Jianzhai did not stop them from leaving. He slowly turned his horse around and stared at the two figures who were heading into Liangzhou. They were Su Fengnian and Jiang Ni, who had just entered Yuzhou from outside Jibei Pass. Jiang Ni glanced at Su Fengnian without showing any expression. There were many versions of the Fish Dragon Gang's sudden appearance in the Jianghu of the Central Plains. She knew that when he went to Beimang, he seemed to have come out with a group of Fish Dragon Gang members. Su Fengnian, who had guessed her thoughts, smiled and said, "When I was young, I didn't have to worry about life and death. When I was younger, I often heard my mother telling me that the girls in the world were cute and pitiful, and that I should take care of them. So, I always thought, why wouldn't I like such a good girl? If I could have her, why wouldn't I? In the past, I really liked to collect the ancient people's rare calligraphy. For example, I spent a lot of money to collect the Tenli Spring Breeze calligraphy, heavy rain relieving the summer heat calligraphy, high branch autumn cicada calligraphy, and early clear snow calligraphy, this set of calligraphy of the 4 seasons. Even the frost descends calligraphy, this set of calligraphy of the 24 solar terms, was only 3 short. At that time, I only cared about liking the women I liked, and they had to like me. I hoped that they would be like those precious and exclusive copybooks, all in my Wudong courtyard. That way, the copybooks could be preserved well, without wind, rain, and insects, and the women could live without worries, without being homeless. Jiang and I clicked her tongue and said, I think Gu Jiantang was secretly happy when he wanted to help you become the emperor. Once you become the emperor, you will be able to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. The officials will cry and beg for help in finding concubines, and then they will say that this is inappropriate and happily accept it. What 4 seasons and 20 solar terms posts? Even 100 posts are too few. It was rare that Su Fengnian did not argue with her. He raised his head and squinted his eyes, as if he was feeling the coolness of the hazy drizzle. He said to himself, later, I found that all the women in the world who are worthy of my affection can live well without me. Perhaps they can even live better without me. No matter how chaotic the world outside Wudong Courtyard was, it was not necessarily worse than that small courtyard with no wind or rain and walls on all sides. How could the notes of those inanimate objects? How could he confine them to Wudong Courtyard or Qingliang Mountain like a pavilion? Tide Hark is big, but Jianghu is even bigger. It was only later that I realized that if I could start over again, I would probably still like them in my heart, but I definitely wouldn't flirt with them anymore. For example, Xianyuan Qingfeng of the Great Snow Plains was living a carefree life. Yu Yue was also living a carefree life as teacher Ji Shang in Shangyin Academy. But there are some people I do not regret. For example, I brought Qin Yu to Beiliang and saved Zhao Fengya from Graydon City. I did not have any bad thoughts about them. I just wanted them to live for themselves. Jiang and I said angrily, you are right. But I know that I can't out-talk you. Su Fengnian quickly changed the topic. He sighed, if your chessmen waiting for the imperial edict could have held real power in Dechu's army earlier, instead of staying in a corner south of Guangling River, my father might not have been able to win the Battle of the Western Wall. At that time, both sides were fighting to see whose last breath was gone first. If Chao Chongqing took over Yi Baikui's position, Dechu's last breath would still be there. This time, my master, Chao Zhangqing, and you were the reason why I was able to come to an agreement with Wang Sui and finally connect the entire Liao, northern Ji, northern Liang, and western regions together. The 3 of you have contributed greatly. Under this situation, Jiaodong Prince Zhao Sui, Huai Jidushi Kai Nan, Administrator Han Lin, and Ji Zhou's Deputy General Han Fang will also become important figures. Of course, there are also Yu Wandao, Ko Jianghui, Xie Shibian, Su Huang, and other foreigners from Beiliang. As for the Fish Dragon Gang, maybe they will play a role in the future. But if the battle reaches the point where the Fish Dragon Gang needs to go to the battlefield after the young adults in Liuzhou, it means that both sides in Liangmang have suffered great losses. Jiang and I did not have time to mourn the death of his chessmen waiting for the imperial edict. He said worriedly, there are so many barbarians in Beimang. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. Yes, there are many. But it's not like I don't have a backup plan in Beimang. Just you wait. As long as Beimang can't take Beilu City in one go, I can set their backyard on fire. As a result, Jiang and I asked an irrelevant question. That Qinyu, is she very beautiful? Su Fengnian grimaced and pretended to be stupid. He did not answer this question. Some words were wrong the moment you opened your mouth. The more you spoke, the more mistakes you would make. Jiang and I seemed to be talking to himself. How beautiful is this woman who was called a beauty by Yan Ji, who was hiding a mistress in a golden house? If I have the chance, I must pay my respects to her. Alas, I'm afraid I'll feel ashamed when the time comes. Su Fengnian suddenly turned his head and said, although I know this request is too much and you won't be happy when you hear it, I still have to say it. If one day I'm not here, you take them away from Beiliang. The farther the better. Jiang Mi's face was full of anger. He said bluntly, I can't do it. This answer was completely within Su Fengnian's expectations. As a result, he did not show any strange expression. Su Fengnian rubbed his stubbled chin and said self-mockingly, when I think about how if I die on the battlefield, I won't be able to see you guys again, I feel very depressed. After teasing, Su Fengnian's expression gradually became serious. Wherever there were shining spears and armored horses, there would inevitably be corpses. After this year's spring, at most there would be a relatively peaceful summer. When the autumn wind gradually rose, there would probably be people dying outside Liangzhou Pass and all of Liuzhou. It would be too late to collect the corpses. Of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts, apart from the carefree peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, West Chu had Chao Changqing, Beimang had Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Bailiang had Su Fengnian. The last 3 were all people who would die if they lost a great battle. At this time, Su Fengnian heard the little mud man say something that he would never have thought of even if he cracked his head. Her words were not very auspicious, but her tone was very resolute. If that day really comes, then wherever Su Fengnian's corpse is, I will stand there. Chapter 1756. Su Fengnian went back to Mount Qingliang alone. Jiang and I went to Mount Wudong, saying that he missed the vegetable garden there and that it would be too late if he didn't plant something while there was still some spring rain. Su Weisheng probably thought that Su Fengnian would go to north resisting town outside Liangzhou Pass, so she specially asked Fu Shui Room to send him a letter from home. The meaning was very simple and clear. No matter how urgent the military affairs outside the pass were, Su Fengnian had to go back to Mount Qingliang first. This matter was non-negotiable. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Of course, he understood his second sister's good intentions. She was afraid that because he had mustered so many people to bring back the little clay figurine, he would have a guilty conscience and not dare to see Wudong Courtyard's Lu Qingyan, the official consort of Northern Liang Path. In fact, Su Fengnian didn't have the idea of hiding from debt. Some things would be a knot in his heart if he didn't talk about it. If he talked about it, there would be a scar in his heart. There was no distinction between good and bad. However, when Su Fengnian left Bailiang, he had already thought about how to face Lu Qingyan. He didn't say that Lu Qingyan would be Bailiang's princess consort in the future. When Su Fengnian walked out of the Wudong Courtyard with her and arrived at the pavilion in the middle of Tidehark Lake, when she heard those 3 words, her smile was tranquil as she gently tossed a handful of bait into the lake. Then Su Fengnian, the young king who wasn't afraid of Wang Xianji, the king of Liang, the army of Beimang, and the fearless man who even dared to kill immortals, sat beside her a little uneasily. Lu Qingyan didn't say anything, and he didn't know what to say. The 2 young tiger kuei desperately rubbed against him. Su Fengnian glared at them fiercely. The 2 poor, little guys, were immediately scared and ran out of the pavilion. However, they didn't want to leave, so they could only lie under the stairs and lazily bask in the sun, waiting for their master to change his mind. Fortunately, the steward of the prince's mansion, Song Yu, helped the king of Bailiang out by saying that the deputy administrator, Song Dongming, had something important to discuss with him. Su Fengnian felt relieved and took his leave. Lu Qingyan stood up to send him off. She softly said, Your Highness, you should write another spring festival couplet and have someone send it to Mount Wudong. In the future, don't say sorry, it's really not necessary. Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. Then he smiled. This was probably the taste of a family. He insisted on sending her back to Wutongan first. Along the way, he casually asked his father-in-law about Lu Dongjiang. Lu Qingyan seemed to have gotten over it. Towards the new provincial governor of Liangzhou, who had broken off their father-daughter relationship with her, there was neither deliberate alienation nor excessive closeness in her words. Su Fengnian didn't know how to explain it, mainly because he was afraid that he would paint a snake with legs and draw legs. It was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes because the scale of reason and affection were too difficult to grasp. Logically speaking, the Su family took care of the Lu family in all aspects. However, it was obvious that the Lu family still felt that the in-laws didn't do enough. They never thought that the family's unacclimatized situation in Bailiang was their own fault. Instead, they thought that the support from Mount Qingliang was not enough, and that Lu Qingyan didn't give him enough pillow talk. After sending Lu Qingyan back to Wutangan, Su Fengnian looked at the slender and weak back. He hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. Then he followed Song Yu to Song Dongming's government office, which was located halfway up the mountain. Unexpectedly, Song Dongming stood at the door to greet them. After Su Fengnian and the deputy administrator of Bailiang took their seats in the government office, Song Dongming told them the reason without waiting for the officials to serve them tea. It turned out that after Lu Dongjiang was promoted to the governor of Liangzhou, he promoted more than a dozen children of the Lu family to the provincial governor's mansion. Moreover, some of the appointments were related to the fourth-grade official position. They should have been approved by the governor's mansion before they could take effect. However, it seemed that Governor Lu wanted to act first and report later. To be honest, Song Dongming did not nod or shake his head about the resignation of the former governor of Liangzhou, Tian Peifong, and the filling of the vacancy by Lu Dongjiang. If he were an ordinary official, he would have roughly figured out Deputy Administrator Song's bottom line. Su Fengnian was silent. In the final analysis, the crux of the problem was not the Liangzhou officialdom, which had just changed parents, or even Lu Qingyan and Lu Dongjiang. It was Su Fengnian himself. In the past 2 years, he did not have a good impression of the Lu family. However, when he did not make a clear statement on many things, no one in Bailiang could understand his thoughts. Therefore, they could only tolerate and compromise. Especially when they recruited the children of the Lu family to be officials with real power in Beicheng, the officialdom of Bailiang naturally did not dare to underestimate the Lu family. Especially when Lu Dongjiang was unexpectedly promoted, it undoubtedly fueled the arrogance of the Lu family. Song Dongming's expression was calm, but he could not help but feel a little depressed. Originally, he wanted to make friends with Lu Dongjiang. He did not expect that this famous scholar of Qingzhou, who was famous in the Central Plains, would be so insatiable that he might disrupt the situation in Liangzhou. Song Dongming knew that Bai Yu was against Lu Dongjiang's appointment as the provincial governor of Liangzhou. Therefore, Lu Dongjiang's action was tantamount to a silent slap to Song Dongming's face. Presumably, Bai Yu was watching the fire burn across the river. Su Fengnian sighed and did not say much to Song Dongming. He only said that the 3 appointments were temporarily put aside at the administrator's manor. He would personally go to the Liangzhou provincial governor's manor. Then, Su Fengnian changed the topic. He said with a smile that Administrator Li Gongda had also submitted his resignation, only keeping the post of northern supervisor. Then, Li Gongda recommended Song Dongming to be the second administrator in Bailiang's history. Song Dongming did not agree. He only said that Bailiang still needed Li Gongda, an experienced and reputable local official, to be the administrator. Otherwise, now that the provincial governors of Liangling and Yulu had been replaced by foreigners, if Song Dongming were to be promoted to administrator, it would be one disaster after another. It was inevitable that the local scholars of Bailiang would resent him. Su Fengnian did not press the issue. He only said that Song Dongming should think it over. After leaving the Yamen, Su Fengnian went to the Liangzhou provincial governor's manor with a light carriage and a simple entourage. Sitting in the carriage, Su Fengnian's fingers unconsciously stroked the jade pendant with a dragon's tail hanging from his waist. It was not strange that Song Dongming would give up the position of administrator. Bai Yu, who had arrived in Bailiang later than Song Dongming, was now in a low position in Mount Qingliang. This Mr. White Lotus did not have a prominent official status, but he had gathered a group of like-minded young talents around him. Bai Yu only lacked a status. Once Song Dongming vacated the position of deputy administrator, there was no doubt that Bai Yu would take it. Obviously, in Song Dongming's eyes, the position of deputy administrator was like a dangerous pass. He could not give it to Bai Yu, who was eyeing it covetously. Otherwise, Bai Yu, who was justified, would truly rise in Bailiang's officialdom. Song Dongming was determined to sit in the position of deputy administrator for another 2 or 3 years. At that time, as long as the Battle of Liangmang came to an end, Bailiang's civil and military officials would reward him based on his contributions. Bai Yu, who did not have enough status, would not be a threat to him in the future. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly. He had no intention of exposing Song Dongming's dark thoughts. In fact, this was a good thing. It meant that Song Dongming was showing signs of taking root in Beiliang. As for whether he would treat Bai Yu unfairly, Su Fengnian did not care. Speaking of which, if Song Dongming could really provoke Bai Yu's competitive spirit, it would be a great thing for Beiliang. Chapter 1757. When Su Fengnian's figure appeared outside the gate of the provincial governor's mansion, the officials were scared witless. They hurriedly opened the gate to welcome the king of Beiliang. Su Fengnian walked in quickly. Soon, he saw 20 to 30 officials from the provincial governor's mansion surrounding Lu Dongjiang, who was wearing a purple robe. Su Fengnian dismissed them with a smile. According to the law, the provincial governor of Liang was a grade 3 official. His official patch should be embroidered peacock. However, the provincial governor of Liangzhou of Beiliang had always been half a grade higher than that of Yuzhou and Lingzhou, which was a grade 2 official. This had long been reported and filed by the Ministry of Personnel of the Liang Imperial Court. However, none of the provincial governors of Liangzhou of Beiliang dared to openly wear the official robe embroidered with a grade 2 golden pheasant. This was the rule of the Liang officialdom. Therefore, there was an insurmountable gap between the purple-robed official robe and the red-robed official robe. In the Grand Peace City, taking the minister of Shangshu province as an example, the minister of the 6 ministries was a grade 2 official. However, most of the left and right assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were grade 3 officials and were still not allowed to wear the purple robe. During the reign of Yonghui, only the left assistant ministers of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Army were grade 2 officials. After the Xiangfu incident, not only were the right assistant ministers of the 2 ministries promoted to grade 2, even the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights promoted to grade 2 this year. Lu Dongjiang could be regarded as the first provincial governor of Beiliang to wear the purple robe official robe. He was also one of the few high-grade provincial governors in the territory of Liang. If Su Fengnian remembered correctly, in today's world, only the top officials of Liangzhou of Beiliang, Qingzhou of Jinggan, Tangzhou of Nanjiang, and Yuezhou of the southern border of the capital region were grade 2 officials. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that Lu Dongjiang was the third person of the civil officials of Beiliang, only under the Minister of War and the Deputy Minister of War. The sudden meeting was full of laughter and joy. Whether it was the old faces in the Liangzhou provincial governor's office or the dozen new faces with the surname Lu, they were all relieved to see the young vassal king with a gentle smile. If Great Peace City was the foot of the Zhao family, then Liangzhou was the door of the Su family. The position of provincial governor of Liangzhou had been vacant for many years. The position of provincial governor of Liangzhou was actually equivalent to provincial governor. The position of general of Liangzhou had always been held by the protector general of Beiliang. After Tian Peifang was promoted from provincial governor of Yuzhou to provincial governor of Liangzhou, she did not make any changes. She advocated non-interference governance. Lu Dongjiang changed the previous position and pushed out dozens of Lu family members at once. In addition, Shi Fu, who had been silent for many years, became the general of Liangzhou. Fortunately, after the Wang Ye's conversation today, both the new and old officials of the provincial governor's manor expressed his affirmation. He named 7 or 8 people and praised them. He had high hopes for the new people and had an appreciative attitude towards the old people. As for the 2 sides that were at daggers drawn, there was no stick, only dates, and there was no favoritism. This made the old people of the provincial governor's manor shed tears of gratitude. They were really worried that after Lu Dongjiang became the head of the manor, it would not be enough to stuff a dozen people of the Lu family into the manor. He would not stop until they were all on the cold bench. Once the Wang Ye tacitly approved of this, then even the gods would not be able to save their official careers. For some reason, after seeing the king with their own eyes today, they were angry at the Lu family. As a result, the old officials of the provincial governor's office, who also had a lot of silent criticism of Mount Qingliang, suddenly felt their anger vanish. It was probably because the young king's appearance as he sat on the chair and talked cheerfully and wittily made people involuntarily revere him. In the end, Su Fengnian had a private chat with his father-in-law, Lu Dongjiang. Outsiders did not know what the young king said, but they only saw that the provincial governor's face, which was full of smiles, was becoming more and more radiant. Afterwards, Lu Dongjiang took the initiative to retract a few of the illegal orders and comforted the clansmen. He promised that in less than 3 years, each of them would have great wealth. Not only that, for the first time, Lu Dongjiang sternly warned everyone that they had to be more restrained in this period of time and not bring disgrace to the Lu family's reputation. Other than giving the clan a reassurance, Lu Dongjiang also removed 3 members of the Lu family from the genealogy overnight. From that moment on, Lu Dongjiang finally had some of the air of the head of the Lu family. When Bai Yu drunkenly walked out of a secluded mansion, he suddenly saw a carriage lift the curtain. He paused and then strode over. Getting on the carriage, he sat in the carriage. Facing the young man, Sir White Lotus was calm and composed. Su Fengnian, who had come to Beiliang's deputy provincial governor's mansion to pick him up, joked, "Sir White Lotus, are you not afraid of provoking public anger?" Because of his eyesight problem, Bai Yu habitually squinted to look at people. He smiled and said, "I can't do anything to the hot stove, but Prince won't allow me to do anything to the cold stove?" Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily and changed the topic. Li Gongda said that he wants to resign from the position of administrator, and Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei also wants to enter the border army. Does Sir White Lotus have any thoughts? If you do, you can say it directly. Bai Yu was not afraid and said directly, "Prince, tell me your thoughts first," and of course, Deputy Administrator Song's thoughts. Su Fengnian also said bluntly, "My original intention was to let Sir Song be promoted to administrator and you fill in the position of deputy administrator. But Sir Song said that there are already too many foreign provincial governors in Beiliang, so there should not be another administrator." Bai Yu leaned lazily against the wall of the carriage and sneered, "Oh? That's simple. After Administrator Li resigns, Sir Song will be his official administrator, and the new provincial governor of Liangzhou, Lu Dongjiang, will be the deputy administrator. Then, Lingzhou's Song Yan, who is from Beiliang, will be the provincial governor of Yuzhou. As for the provincial governor of Liangzhou..." At this point, Bai Yu extended his finger and pointed at himself. "If not me, then who?" Su Fengnian was silent. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Beiliang's arrangement is to make things difficult for Sir Song. But if I ask for a smaller position and run to Yuzhou to be the provincial governor and no longer be an official under Sir Song's eyes, it will make things difficult for Prince." Bai Yu stopped smiling. "In fact, the most suitable candidate to be the provincial governor of Liangzhou is not me, but the former provincial governor of Lingzhou, Su Beiji. Rest assured, Prince, no matter what, I will not be the deputy administrator or the provincial governor." Su Fengnian was puzzled. "Then what will Sir do?" Bai Yu raised a corner of the curtain and hung it on the hook. A cool breeze blew against his face and brought some coolness to the carriage. Bai Yu sighed. "The key is not what I think, but how bold Prince is." Su Fengnian was even more puzzled. "Sir, what do you mean?" Bai Yu said in a low voice, "Beiliang's land is narrow and is old history. Right now, it has the vast western regions, including the 4th province, Liuzhou. Adding on a 5th province outside Liangzhou, with Fengbei City as the fulcrum, it will be enough to accomplish great things." Su Fengnian's heart trembled. He said calmly, "The imperial court will not agree to Beiliang occupying 5 provinces." Bai Yu smiled. "Now that things have come to this, do we still need the imperial court to agree? I inadvertently saw some hastily changed border army deployments. Yuzhou, which was originally destined to be a spectator in the Second Battle of Liangmang, suddenly became important again. Why? Dare I ask the 2 Huais Kai, Nan, Han Lin, the northern Mangs Wang Sui, and the 2 Liaos Gu Jiantang, how many of these 3 groups of people did Wang Yes see when he led his troops out of the border? How many people did you negotiate with? And how many people did Prince negotiate with in the north and south of Beimang?" The string of questions caused Su Fengnian's expression to change slightly. Bai Yu did not expect to get an answer. He seemed to be talking to himself. "A certain person is the emperor. I, Bai Yu, will be an official no matter where I am. It is all good." Su Fengnian did not answer the question. "Our scholars in Beiliang want to be an official, and they want it so righteously. I am very happy. Bai Yu's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the still blurry face and smiled slightly. If Prince wants all the scholars in the world to not have to bow and scrape, I will be happy. I am also very happy. Su Fengnian said emotionally, I am afraid the people of the world will not be happy. Bai Yu sneered and said, just one family will not be happy. Su Fengnian was shocked. Bai Yu said, maybe Prince will find it strange why I, Bai Yu, have changed my mind. It is actually very simple. I recently understood something. A certain person may be the emperor for 30 to 40 years, at most 50 to 60 years. But it may be enough for the world to have 200 years of peace and good weather. It is very impressive. Su Fengnian looked at this elegant scholar in white robes. Just like when Su Xiao saw Zhao Chongling in the past. Both of them wanted to support the dragon. Chapter 1758. Su Fengnian had an additional, nameless, young attendant by his side. He rode a horse and wore armor, but he did not carry a cold saber or crossbow. He was serious in speech and manner and had a lot on his mind. Su Fengnian traveled all the way to the north. He did not deliberately win over this talented young man. It was not that he did not want to, but it was meaningless. Whether Su Fengnian talked to him about the national interest or high official position and generous salary, it all seemed ridiculous and comical. This was because his name was Xie Shibian, Chao Changqing's favorite disciple. He was one of the twin jade annulus of Dechu who stood out during the Guangling Taoist War. Most of the students of Dechu were now placed in the major academies of Lingzhou, far away from the troublesome places. Only Xie Shibian proposed to go to Bailiang Pass to take a look. Of course, Su Fengnian would not refuse. He now somewhat understood the mentality of the late emperor of Liang, Zhao Dun, and Qin Jibao. Some people, even if they could not be used, as long as they were by his side, they would be like a devastatingly beautiful woman standing in front of his eyes, equally pleasing to the eye. And to be fair, compared to Ko Jianghui, who was unruly and unbridled, the gentle, respectful, and thrifty Xie Shibian made Su Fengnian feel more at ease. Getting along with Ko Jianghui was like drinking a large bowl of strong wine. It was delightful, but he had to worry about whether or not he would get drunk. Getting along with Xie Shibian was like drinking a small cup of tea. It did not hurt his stomach, and he did not have a headache. Along the way, Su Fengnian would only greet Xie Shibian when he received a spy report from the Fushui Fang. The spy reports were mostly from the higher-ups of the Liang imperial court. After Xie Shibian finished reading them, he kept them one by one. Every time he received a piece of paper, it often meant that Dechu had lost a battle line, or that several cities had fallen. Xie Shibian only became more and more taciturn, and there was no obvious change in his expression. One by one, familiar generals of Dechu were beheaded and became the military exploits of Liang's leading generals. One by one, familiar names chose to surrender to Liang. The territory that Dechu controlled became smaller and smaller. Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, Song Li, and even Su Gong and Yuan Tingshan appeared more and more in the court reports. Dechu's power was gone, and this was undoubtedly the end. The last court report was to inform the world that the Emperor of Liang would personally lead the army to the West Chu rampart in the beginning of summer. At the same time, he issued an edict that as long as the rebel armies of Dechu gave up resistance, the imperial army would not kill a single person on the battlefield. The people of Guangling Road would still all see them as Liang people. As they approached the North Jibei city, Su Fengnian received a concise spy report from the Gerfalcon's Claw. This time, he did not pass on the military intelligence to Xie Shibian, but the latter rode his horse over with a gloomy expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. Su Fengnian did not wear any armor. Instead, he wore a simple and elegant scholar's robe. He only wore a cold knife and a dragon-patterned jade pendant. He slowed down his horse and turned to Xie Shibian, saying, after Chao Changqing died, he scattered his fate energy into Guangling Road. You are not a qi cultivator nor a martial artist of the celestial state. Perhaps you do not understand the deeper meaning of this. To put it simply, from the moment of Chao Changqing's death, Guangling Road's fate energy, which had not been completely extinguished by the Jiang family of Dechu, began to truly belong to the territory of Liang. If Liang did not deal with it properly and started a massacre on the battlefield, or continued to make things difficult for Guangling on the issue of taxes, then it was very likely that Guangling Road would retaliate. Although the possibility of Yan King Xiaobing rebelling immediately was not high, it was not completely impossible for him to take over Guangling. Therefore, Chao Changqing's death left a way out for the people of Guangling. No matter who they belong to, those who succeed must treat them well. Xie Shibian murmured, seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence, seeking justice and obtaining justice. The two words obtaining justice sounded pleased. At this point, Xie Shibian lowered his head, his lips trembling. Su Fengnian could only somewhat awkwardly console him. General Xie, I do not dare to have extravagant hopes that you will enter the Beiliang frontier army. After all, in name, we are fighting against Beimang and guarding the country for the Zhao family of Liang. But regardless of the outcome of the war in Liangmang, I will guarantee the safety of your 500 people in West Chu. No matter how chaotic the world is, if I, Su Fengnian, want to keep your 500 people in peace, I can still do it. Xie Shibian turned a deaf ear to him, his face full of sorrow, muttering to himself, when I was young and studying, every time I flipped through a book and read Taibai's poetry, I read that kind of grand and magnificent writing of a flourishing age, I always had an infinite yearning. Something like, I must drink 300 cups of wine in one go, something like, the immortal waved his hand for me, as if listening to amaze 10,000 valleys pine trees. I really felt that if I stretched my neck and shouted it out loud, it still would not be enough to satisfy me. But at that time, the teacher always said that Taibai's poetry talent was too high, that the immortal's aura was too strong, that it was as if it was 30,000 feet above the earth, but it might not be the best poetry in the world. The older the scholar, the more experienced he was. Instead, he would be more open to old Du's simple poetry. I wonder how many souls I summon when I close my eyes. Deep in the battlefield at night, the bright moon shines on the white bones. It was really simple and straightforward. Where did the boundless talent come from? But reading it now, it's really. Xie Shibian was already choking with sobs. He raised his arm and wiped his cheeks with all his strength. This was perhaps the difference between Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai. The latter's experience of life and death was not as profound as the experience of honor and disgrace. Xie Shibian's will would be depressed, while Ko Jianghuai would be full of vigor. Su Fengnian looked toward the dusty Zbiqing and said, General Xie, from Zbiqing to Qinghe, and then to Huaiyang Pass, Liuya and Fuling, 2 towns, you can go anywhere. I will arrange for people to accompany you. If you want to see the 2 cavalry units outside Liangzhou Pass, it won't be a problem. Xie Shibian had already regained his composure. He nodded and said, Thank you, Wang Ye. Chapter 1759. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a laugh. Suddenly thinking about the situation in the Liang court, Su Fengnian's mood was somewhat heavy. West Chu no longer had the ability to rise from the ashes. As a result, Zhang Julu and Yuan Benxi's inner court matter had come to an end. Song Dongming and Bai Yu both believed that the Liang imperial court would allow Wu Zhongshuan to return to Tai'an City, and that Song Li, who had previously been in charge of the Eastern Front, and one of Wu Zhongshuan's generals, would be promoted together, becoming the 2 new leaders of the Guangling military. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan might not be able to return to the border, but would remain on the north bank of the Guangling River near Jing'an Road. His 10,000 Yanbao private elite cavalry would be used to intimidate the Yan King Xiaobing's southern army. As for the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, he would most likely lead his troops into Jizhou to help the administrator Han Lin impede Jidushi Kai Nan, and to a certain extent, monitor the Beiliang cavalry. However, Su Gong's subsequent official title was a bit more complicated. Would he continue to patrol the border as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, or would he directly become the deputy Jidushi and Jizhou general? However, the movement that was truly worthy of Beiliang's attention was the departure or stay of the Southern Expedition Commander Lu Xingxiang. Regarding this, Qing Liangshan and the Beiliang Governor-General had different opinions. The former believed that Lu Xingxiang would remain in the Liang imperial court for a period of time, while the latter believed that Lu Xingxiang would control all of the court's current field battle forces and advance north, eventually stationing himself in the area between Jizhou and the two Liao provinces. His forces would reach 80,000 to 90,000, forming a three-point line of defense with Kai Nan, Su Gong, Gu Jiantang, and Zhao Sui. This would force Beimang to make the decision to fight the Second Great War of Liangmang. As long as this delicate situation was formed, with Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang, these two generals, stationing themselves in the northern border, not to mention Gu Jintang's plan, the use of Jizhou's Deputy General Han Feng as a hidden chess piece would be greatly reduced. In the end, Liang had too many people and even more soldiers that could be used. There were only two people who could influence or even change the situation in the Central Plains, the Prince of Shuchen Jibao and the Prince of Yan Qi Zhaobing. Now it all depended on whether or not these two were willing to obediently return to the territory of the Prince of Yan, or how quickly they left Guangling Road. As long as one of them dilly-dallied, then Lu Xingxiang would not be able to withdraw from Guangling Road. After all, a general under Wu Zhongshuan and Song Li was already very difficult to stabilize Guangling after the war. Furthermore, it was impossible for there to be no conflict of interest between the two sides. Without Lu Xingxiang, a high-ranking general from the spring and autumn period, once the situation changed, the court would not be at ease. If these were the long-term considerations of Beiliang, then Beiliang's immediate concern was the stability of the Beimang imperial court. Dong Zhuo had actually kept his position as the king of the South Courtyard. Although Su Fengnian had essentially killed off any signs of Dong Zhuo controlling the sky with one hand in Beimang, this was tantamount to letting go of Dong Zhuo, who had nowhere else to go. In the next battle, Dong Zhuo would not hesitate to take desperate measures. If it was said that in the first battle, then in the next battle, it was very likely that Dong Zhuo would throw caution to the wind. If necessary, even his private army of the Dong Zhuo would be wiped out. Xie Shibian had already gone far away. Su Fengnian did not enter the city to patrol. Even the white horse Yizong did not accompany him. He walked alone by the gradually rising river. His boots stepped on the lush green and soft grass, making a small sound. Su Fengnian sat on the shore and looked at the river, lost in thought. Outside the Liangzhou Pass, there was Chu Lushan's Beiliang Protectorate. Li Gongda led a large group of civil officials to supervise the construction of the new city. Everyone knew what to do, and they all did a good job. This made Su Fengnian, the nominal leader of the Beiliang cavalry, a burden. This was especially so before the war began. In fact, Su Fengnian's existence was more like a flag, standing tall on the northwest border, announcing to the Liang imperial court and the Beimang army that the four provinces of Beiliang were not to be trifled with. Su Fengnian subconsciously pulled up a strand of wild grass beside him, brushed off the soil, and put it in his mouth to chew. After the earthy smell, there were wisps of sweetness. After Huang Longshi died silently somewhere in the southeast, Miss He returned to Beiliang and said a lot of strange things she heard from the top 3 grades of spring and autumn. Su Fengnian only understood half of some of it, and he was confused about some of it. Some of it made him yearn for it, and some of it made him disappointed. Miss He said that in the future, in the Central Plains, the merchants and entertainers would be more eye-catching in the eyes of the common people than the officials in the imperial court. She said that in the future, no one would be able to see the status of the emperor. This year, it was my turn. As long as the world was not peaceful, as long as I had military power in my hands, I could proclaim myself a king. I might even be able to become the founding emperor. She also said that in the future, scholars would value profits more than fame, so it would be very difficult for there to be a true imperial tutor. Su Fengnian could not imagine that world. He remembered that his master, Li Shan, used only 3 words to persuade Su Xiao not to rebel and not to divide the river with Liang. Fame, words, and deeds. The meaning was very simple. If the name was not right, the words would not be right. If the words were not right, the deed would not be done. In the late spring and autumn period where Su Xiao lived, the most important thing was a person's foundation. Did the emperor, the king, the general, and the minister have the guts? The answer was, of course, yes. But what was interesting was that before the Great Qin, in the era where hundreds of schools of thought contended and nomads roamed freely, the answer was no. No matter if it was saints, generals, or ministers, it did not matter one's birth. In that brilliant era, when there were generations of sages, it was as if everyone was a dragon. When nomads became gentry, and then grew into powerful families, especially after the Great Feng dynasty chose only Confucianism, the rules of the world were set firmly. The sons and grandsons of the nobility all wore yellow and purple, and the peasants spent their entire lives crawling and fighting in the fields. All of this only changed after Zhang Julu took control of the Liang court. The imperial examinations were greatly promoted, and the poor scholars who had fought for hundreds of years for the sake of rules finally took the opportunity to rise. Many scholars from poor families were like carps that jumped over the dragon gate. In the late days of the Great Feng dynasty, there was a system of entering the emperor's hall. The two were similar but also very different. Because the latter could only speak for the master, while the former could speak for the world. So Su Fengnian remembered very clearly that even if his master, Li Shan, did not talk about what he knew in the first half of his life, in the latter half of his life at Tide Listening Pavilion, he was not willing to compare himself with Xiao Changling, Yuan Benshi, and the others. Instead, he had always paid attention to the various reforms of that blue-eyed person from Liang. Su Fengnian had unknowingly chewed up the weed and spat out the residue. He stood up and exhaled deeply. Since he did not need to criticize the construction of North Qianbei City, he might as well loaf around for a while. Su Fengnian suddenly disappeared from the river and rushed north. During this time, he saw the main force of the right cavalry changing camps according to their deployment. He saw the silhouette of Huayang Pass. In the end, Su Fengnian appeared in the dilapidated Tiger Head City. This former first city of Liang Pass had suffered great damage after Dongzhuo's wanton attacks for several months. Before retreating, most of the buildings in the city had been burned down. It was like a desolate tomb. The repair progress was extremely slow. Coupled with the occasional raid by Beimang's elite cavalry, even Chu Lushan, who had a special attachment to Tiger Head City, had to give up his energy. In the night, Su Fengnian sat cross-legged on the battlements of the city. He looked at the Longyan plain outside the city and closed his eyes. He could vaguely hear the whistling of giant rocks after 1,000 catapults were fired at the same time. He could vaguely hear the hoarse hooves of the cavalry charging to their deaths. He could vaguely hear the laughter and drinking of a large group of captains when he first entered the city, including Lu Jinu. The entire city had died in battle. Their fellow soldiers had died in the same cave. It was said that after Dongzhuo breached the city, he did not whip the corpses of the Beimang soldiers to vent his anger. He also did not build a Jingguan temple. He only walked up to the top of the city and used his hand to lift the flag with the word, Su, that was already on the verge of falling. Later on, the Beimang Empress ordered Dongzhuo to exchange Lu Jinu's corpse for Yang Yuanzhan's. Su Fengnian did not hesitate in the slightest. Not only did he agree to place Yang Yuanzhan's head and corpse in a coffin, he even handed over 5 or 6 more heads of Beimang generals. At the start, in Xiaoguang City's Yuzhou Conference Hall, there was an irascible general who was cursing on the spot. If it were not for Su Fengnian's secret letter and the young vassal king standing there, those generals probably would have cursed even if they had to lose their official status. Yan Winluan's expression was also unsightly. She clearly thought that the king of Beiliang was showing weakness to the Beimang barbarians. How could there be a man in the world who would express goodwill to the defeated general after winning a battle? At that time, the entire Yuzhou border army was about to explode. Only after Chu Lushan sent a sternly worded secret letter to Xiaoguang City did the commotion subside. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and said softly, Lu Jinu, Ma Jili, Chu Hanqing, everyone in Huda City, I'm sorry. I forgot to bring wine this time. However, I think the blood of the 300,000 Beimang soldiers is the best wine. Su Fengnian clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He leaned forward and gazed toward the distant north. He smiled and said, Su Fengnian, promise everyone here that Beiliang will offer you 1,000,000 cups of this wine. Chapter 1760. The Huairou enclosure was famous for its beautiful scenery in the southern Beimang dynasty. It had always been the first choice of summer vacation for the people of the spring and autumn period. The A and B families all had a grassland here as a demonstration of their family's heritage. For example, the the Wang family of the Southern Dynasty, which originally did not have the right to occupy a place here, obtained a vassal land here at the beginning of spring this year. Regardless of whether it was the marriage with the A family or the great-grandson of the century-old man becoming the winter abbot, the Wang family, which was once known as the Han Academy in the Central Plains for 10 generations, finally showed signs of prosperity. As summer entered, more and more large horses and embroidered clothes appeared in Huairou enclosure. That was why when a group of 30 riders appeared at the edge of the enclosure, it didn't stir up too much of a commotion. Some of the southern court's disciples who were brandishing their whips and urging their horses on gave each other a look. The carriage escorted by the riders left behind 2 long wool tracks on the grassy ground. The carriage that was originally spacious with 3 people inside now seemed a bit cramped. This was all thanks to that young and robust fatty. He sat there like a small mountain, currently resting with his eyes closed, a Northern Mang border army standard war blade resting on his knees. The other man and woman's appearances were a bit similar, likely brother and sister. Compared to the coarse young man, the woman had a bit more of a graceful and luxurious aura. Her looks couldn't be considered all that outstanding, but her figure was extremely good. As she sat there, her curves were exquisite, just like a blooming plump peony. Right now, the woman was currently reprimanding the younger brother who avoided her many times. The latter was cowering in fear, from time to time sending a pleading look towards the robust fatty. The woman couldn't stand her younger brother's cowardly appearance the most, so the anger within her surged even more, her heavy chest continuously trembling. She actually directly slapped her younger brother's face, the sound loud and clear. The younger brother, who was now already a high-ranking officer in Northern Mang army, still didn't dare show the slightest sign of retorting, his head drooping, feeling wronged and nervous. When he heard that slap, the fatty finally couldn't help but say, "Eldest wife, that's enough." Since Yilu Hongkai didn't die at the mouth of the gourd, he definitely won't die on Northern Liang's side. It was fine if the fatty was quietly cultivating the vow of silence, but the moment he said that, the woman immediately vented her anger. "Dong Zhua. You still have the nerve to plead for him? If you did not insist on him leading the Dong family's private army to the mouth of the calabash to rescue Yang Yuanzan, would my brother be in danger? I have been running errands for you in Norland all these years. I helped you put in a good word for you in front of the governors and generals. Just to let you send my brother to his death? If you have the ability, why don't you lead the Dong family's cavalry to intercept the 2 Bailiang cavalry units?" The king of the king's palace of the Baimang South Courtyard, King, frowned and did not say a word. The fatty did not speak. For some reason, the unreasonable woman immediately felt a little guilty. The arrogance of a noble immediately disappeared. She turned her head and did not dare to look at her man. Yilu Hongkai said angrily, "Sister, brother-in-law, why are you quarreling over me? It's not worth it. Sister, why don't you beat me up? Last time, it's not brother-in-law's fault. Brother-in-law said to ignore the Eastern Front Army at the mouth of the calabash if the situation is bad. I was hot-blooded and led brother-in-law's cavalry into the mouth of the calabash, causing brother-in-law to lose thousands of men." The woman snorted and glared at Yilu Hongkai. Her face was full of anger. "If you die at the mouth of the calabash in Yuzhou, do you want our father to give birth to another son? At that time, won't our father resent your brother-in-law? Your brother-in-law originally did not have a firm foothold in the Southern Dynasty. After the war went badly, not only was the crown prince ready to make a move, but he also secretly roped in the civil and military officials of the Southern Dynasty led by Huang Songpu. Especially those remnants of the Northern Dynasty who are not familiar with him, they are all relying on him. Now, even Yilu Dongchuang has returned to the royal court. In the circle of the grassland bigwigs, he is constantly hitting your brother-in-law when he is down. If you die, how good will your brother-in-law be?" Fatty Dong rolled his eyes. Yilu Hongkai held back his laughter and looked up with a mischievous smile. "Sister, after all is said and done, you are still siding with brother-in-law. Those remnants of the spring and autumn period are indeed better at reasoning than us. No wonder they say that a married woman is like spilled water." The woman's face was slightly red. She raised her hand and was about to hit him. Yilu Hongkai quickly leaned back against the wall of the carriage and made a face. Chapter 1761. Dong Zhuo sighed. During this period of time, he felt as if he was being roasted on a stove. Although the emperor had magnanimously tolerated his defeat and had no intention of changing his tune, Dong Zhuo was well aware that when he became the king of Shangnan Academy, he had already used up all of the affection he had accumulated over the years on the battlefield. If he had seized the opportunity to win the Battle of Liangmang, it would naturally be a great thing to return the favor. Over time, the affection he had for his subordinates would increase instead of decrease. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Beimang had suffered a crushing defeat outside the Beiliang Pass. In truth, the Battle of Liangzhou, where he had personally mobilized his troops, had been a situation in which his side had the absolute advantage. Liuzhou had been a Pyrrhic victory for Beiliang. Moreover, with the participation of Lu Gui and Tuoba, the loss could not be considered a loss. It could even be said that the regretful outcome of the Battle of Liuzhou had coincidentally served as a foil to Dong Zhuo's strength on the central front. However, the Beiliang cavalry had staked everything on one throw and caused the complete annihilation of Great General Yang Yuanzhan's army, which had practically wiped out all of Dong Zhuo's painstaking efforts. Even now, Dong Zhuo still had to face the frenzied impeachment of Yang Yuanzhan's former subordinates. Who did not know that at that time, Beimang had viewed the Eastern Front as an expedition to the south to obtain military merits. With so many of the nobles of the northern and southern dynasties dead in one go, how could Dong Zhuo not become a rat despised by Beimang? What worried Dong Zhuo the most was not the nobles seeking revenge for the deaths of their juniors, but the old woman's aging and discouragement. That aging was not only the advancement of age, but also the loss of spirit. Originally, when Dong Zhuo saw her, she was an old woman who still had the confidence to personally witness the annexation of the Central Plains. The last time he saw her, she had already become an old woman who no longer had the extravagant hope of seeing the Guangling River in Liang. Fight Beiliang or the two Liao provinces? Previously, in all of Beimang, there were actually only 3 people who said that they wanted to fight Beiliang: himself, Dong Zhuo, the emperor, and the Taiping decree of the chess and sword music school. But in the end, it was still the old woman who had the final say. That was why Dong Zhuo had been on tenterhooks at that time. After the emperor had comforted this subordinate of hers, she had secretly summoned Wang Sui, who had appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that Wang Sui also insisted on conquering northern Liang first, then swallowing Xuzhou, and then entering the Central Plains in the east. This made the emperor decide to fight a second war with northern Liang. Dong Zhuo was rather glad about this, but he also felt a little uneasy. Wang Sui didn't want to fight Gu Jiantang, who had destroyed his country, but wanted to compete with Ren Tu's son. Dong Yue's son-in-law Wang Sui didn't have any relationship with Beimang, so it didn't make any sense. Dong Zhuo clenched his teeth out of habit, his face gloomy. At this very moment, that northern Mang Golden Branch and Jade Leaf who had previously flared up at him saw that her man was deeply worried, so she didn't dare to continue being unforgiving. In the end, she was on his side. Most women in the world were willing to follow their husbands after marriage. Moreover, in her heart, Dong Zhuo had always been an indomitable hero, a great flood dragon with the hope of becoming a dragon in the world. She had chosen Dong Zhuo back then, and the woman with the pseudonym Fan Bainu had flirted with the little Beiliang Tu Chenjibao. The notorious Princess Hongyan of Yudou province seemed to have some connection with the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian. Now, she was recklessly advocating going south to Liao. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Dong Zhuo alighted and looked at the elegant courtyard that made him feel like he was in Jiangnan of the Central Plains. The white walls, black tiles, and willow trees swayed gently. The courtyard wasn't big, and it wasn't famous in the Huairou enclosure. However, the 2 guests in the courtyard today held important positions in Beimang. Dong Zhuo and Dong Zhuo were both authoritative figures in the southern court who could shake the officialdom with a stomp of their feet. Dong Zhuo had always minded his own business with the 2 of them, but now he had no choice but to come. It was obvious that Dong Zhuo was in an awkward position in the southern court. Dong Zhuo suddenly missed his wife, the 5th fox, and of course, that innocent little girl, Tao Manwu. Then, Dong Zhua, his wife, and Yelu Hongkai walked into the courtyard together. They saw Murong Baoding, who was appraising the half-faced Buddha, as well as the Zhong father and son, Zhong Shentong and Zhong Tan. At the same time, the Beimang crown prince secretly brought along the androgynous and handsome young man of unknown identity. Similarly, they were having a private meeting with a few important figures that couldn't be exposed. As for Yelu Dongchuang, who had returned to Beimang from Liang Lake with the broken spear Deng Mao, he was having a secret meeting with the leader of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan. As for the Beimang war god, Tuoba, he had once again rushed alone to the icy plains of the extreme north. He used an iceberg that never melted as a ferry to continue his journey north. There were fish in the northern underworld. In the Beimang imperial palace, an old woman was walking aimlessly. The eunuchs and palace maids only dared to follow her from a distance. She browsed through them one by one and seemed to remember many things from the past. Finally, she arrived at the square outside the main hall. The head of the piece of Beimang had been waiting there for a long time. Before the old woman approached the head of the piece, she gave a young palace maid a strange order. The palace maid was at a loss at first, then she quickly left. The two of them walked up the stairs together. She actually knew many things that many people thought she didn't know. She didn't say it, but that didn't mean she tacitly agreed. The first thing she said was unexpected. Our Beimang seems to have a lot of Yelu Hongkai and Yelu Hongkai. It's the same among the important figures. They always give their names so casually. Teacher, if we conquer the Central Plains and read more books, will we not be so careless? The head of the piece smiled and nodded. After the old woman reached the top of the stairs, she turned and looked towards the south. She extended a palm and then bent her fingers one by one. That crown prince of ours who became ambitious overnight, that pair of grandfather and grandson who share the same surname as the late emperor, and the head of the piece who shares the same clan as me. These three parties have already divided up half of my Beimang. The old woman bent her last two fingers. With the two of us, Beimang is gone. The head of the piece was silent. She laughed self-deprecatingly. That fatty dong is capable, but his fate is not very good. If he had helped me conquer Beimang, nothing would have happened. As a result, I ended up in my current situation. But it can be seen that my fate is not very good. The head of the piece said treacherously, Your Majesty's fate is not very good. Otherwise, if that woman in Dunhuang City gave birth to a boy, Your Majesty would be able to rest easy. The old woman's face was full of regret, and her eyes gradually turned cold. The old woman who had half the world under her pomegranate skirt said in a low voice, Give the order to Huang Songpu. No later than autumn, the two fronts will go to war at the same time. He, Huang Songpu, will either walk out of the north resisting city alive or die in battle. The head of the piece was stunned, but he still nodded without questioning. After the head of the piece left, the old woman waited for a long time. Finally, the young palace maid came back. She carefully held an unknown small wild flower in her hands. After the old woman asked everyone to leave her sight, she gently pinned the wild flower into her hair bun. She looked towards the south and thought of an old friend. Suddenly, her face became ferocious. She stretched out her finger and reprimanded, Su Shao, you make my life difficult, so I will not let you die in peace. Then she withdrew her hand. Her face suddenly calmed down, and her eyes were gentle. No one heard her whisper. Chapter 1762. Su Fengnian followed Huda's city to the east, turning into the mouth of the gourd. He then heard the wind pass through crouching Bao City, weeping and complaining. After meeting Yan Wenluan, Qin Yinshui, and the other Yuzhou generals in Xiaoguang City, he entered Tuma Pass on the border. There, in the stone arena where the two Jianghu experts had once sparred, he once again heard the children of the private school playing and laughing together after school. Su Fengnian sat on the low yellow mud wall, thinking of Lu Nerong and Wang Dashi of the Fish Dragon Gang, as well as the child Zhao Yusong who lived on this land and had once borrowed a knife from him. He also thought of the little girl with frostbitten hands by Zhao Yusong's side. He thought of the banquet they had held together, talking and laughing, never forgetting about it. Finally, Su Fengnian thought of that little girl who looked like a grass in the countryside. After she entered the golden thread weaving bureau in Lingzhou, after their meeting on Mount Qingliang, she had saved enough money and paid off that debt of 100 or 200 taels of silver. She then resolutely left Liangzhou and returned here. Ever since he had first left Beiliang to travel the Jianghu, 6 years had unknowingly passed. He had traveled to many places, gotten to know many people, seen many things, and remembered many names. The pedestrians at Tuma Pass saw a young man dressed in a blue robe and wearing a white jade ornament on his waist. He raised his head and stared blankly at the sky. Yelu Dongchuang had said that as long as they formed an alliance with him and helped him become the emperor of Beimang, half of the southern court would be his tea money. Before long, Gu Jiantang had eaten the most expensive bowl of dumplings in the world. And regardless of whether the words were true or false, they were all gambling with the country, all shocking and heroic words. Su Fengnian lowered his head to look at the weeds and flowers growing quietly between the cracks of the mud wall. One by one, they were completely unremarkable and not spectacular at all. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the distant bustling marketplace. A white robe appeared beside him. When the white robe descended from the sky, there was not a single speck of dust on the wall. If everything had its vanquisher, then there were only a handful of people in the world who could pose a fatal threat to Su Fengnian, a great grandmaster instead of the king of Beiliang. After the death of Chao Chongqing, even Tuoba could not be counted as a threat if he could not make rapid progress in martial arts. Only the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai could be counted as half a threat. The reason why it was half a threat was not because Su Fengnian could easily defeat Dong Tai, but because Dong Tai was free and unfettered in Jianghu and had no reason to fight Su Fengnian to the death. Then the only one left was the person beside him, the only surviving grandmaster of qi training in the world, Tantai Pingjing, the head of the Guanyin sect, who had unwittingly gathered great luck. She stood beside Su Fengnian and said to herself, "A wildfire can't burn it out, and it will grow again when the spring breeze blows." But these are plants. Humans were not plants. Moreover, perhaps after some people died, some people would live a life worse than death. No matter how inconspicuous these people were in the midst of the surging waves of war, no matter how insignificant they were in the midst of the drums of war, no matter how insignificant they were in the midst of the war. I once followed my master to the north and south of the Yangtze River. I'm used to seeing life and death, but it doesn't mean that I can treat life and death lightly. Su Fengnian was silent. He hung one leg on the wall and bent the other leg. Su Fengnian's chin rested on that arm. The breeze blew on his face. He narrowed his eyes and appeared to be at ease. Tantai Pingjing's eyes were cold. Su Fengnian, I believe you should also understand that the current situation in the world is already against the rules. If Huang Longsher is taking advantage of the situation, then you are the culprit. Of course, there is also Wudang Li Yufu. If you stop now, it's still not too late. Maybe you can have a good ending. Su Fengnian smiled and said, according to Huang Longsher, Su Fengnian will die in Beiliang and be infamed in history for 100 years or 1,000 years. Is this your so-called good ending? Tantai Pingjing said indifferently, now they have made concessions. If you continue to push your luck, even if you are invincible in the world, so what? Don't forget that invincible in the world is only invincible in the world. Su Fengnian was non-committal. If I remember correctly, you should be grateful to me for your current state of cultivation. Tantai Pingjing's eyes were strange and completely snow-white, like 2 cups full of mercury and 2 snowy worlds. She gently stamped her feet. In a trance, the two of them were above the clouds. She stood in the air with the wind and Su Fengnian continued to maintain the same posture. The clouds gathered and dispersed beneath their feet. As they dispersed, they could see ribbons of varying sizes resembling streams and rivers. They were of varying thicknesses, and they flowed slowly on the ground. Su Fengnian glanced at it and knew that it was the real world in the eyes of qi trainers. One would not live long because of good people, and one would not die early because of evil people. One person's life and death, and a country's prosperity and decline. Su Fengnian raised his hand and twirled a weed between his fingers. He said softly, Huang Sanjia once said, reincarnating into this world, even if there are many benefits, it is also a golden millet pillow. Cultivate to immortal, live 1,000 years, and still need a few cups of green wine. How long can a golden millet pillow be? How much wine can a few cups hold? Plus the grass in front of me, they are all very small things. No matter what, I don't want to listen to any great principles now. The greater the principles, the less I want to listen. Chapter 1763. Tantai Pingjing, who had reached the celestial being realm, sneered, "Do you really think Gu Jiantang will help you become the emperor?" Tantai Pingjing put her hands behind her back and looked down at the world and the mountains and rivers. She answered her own question, "Yes, it's true. But no matter who becomes the emperor in the world, he will be able to be the emperor longer than you, Su Fengnian." Now Gu Jiantang, who has reached the realm of Deshang and can peek into the mysteries of heaven, has seen this, so he is so kind. Su Fengnian said calmly, "I guessed it." Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said, "In fact, you only guessed half of it. Do you think that after Li Yufu cut off the connection between heaven and earth, you will not be bound by the laws of heaven? But have you ever thought that since you and Li Yufu, two ordinary people, can cross the thunder pool, there are not many abandoned pieces in heaven who will perish together with you? For hundreds of years, thousands of years, many outstanding people have achieved immortality. Can you and Li Yufu really escape this disaster?" Just when the two celestial beings were talking about the fate of the whole world above the clouds, Bailiang, Liang, Yanji County, Yuzhou, in the small place called Tuma Pass, there was a beautiful girl with a slender waist and a rather spectacular chest. After learning from the children in the village that the man appeared in the market, she plucked up her courage and trotted all the way there. She wanted to ask him if he could go back to his house to have a simple meal. She stood not far from the yellow wall, sweating profusely. She had to put her hands on her hips and bend down to gasp for breath. She did not see the figure that she did not even dare to miss. She missed him so much. Once she thought of him, she could not forget him. She knew that she and he were from two different worlds. Before she saw him in the Bailiang Palace on Mount Qingliang, she had already accepted her fate. After that, she was even more so. After learning that he appeared in Tuma Pass, she was about to cook for Yusong. She could have asked Yusong to invite him, but she did not. She asked Yusong to wash the rice and choose the vegetables, and then she ran to the Tuma Pass market. Because in this way, he would have to wait for her to cook when he arrived at her house. He could not eat until she finished the meal. She thought that no matter how busy he was, he might agree. He promised to stay not far away from her for a while. That was enough for her. He would not give her more than that, and she would not accept it. The woman named Su Qing stood in place. She straightened her back and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She smiled in satisfaction, as if she had already seen him. But after she turned and walked away for a few steps, she could not help but look back. She blushed. Tantai Pingjing found that Su Fengnian's gaze was wandering, and her pair of silver eyes were also moving with uncertainty. Su Fengnian retracted his gaze. The world was so big. How could he find him? Although he had used the spies of the Whispering Chamber to find him after he left Jianghu, Bailiang focused on the spies in the capital, Guangling Road, and Jinggan Road. The Whispering Chamber did not have a deep foundation in the southeast. Moreover, there were many mountains in the southeast. It was famous for different sounds and customs. News was blocked. If he wanted to find a needle in a haystack, it would probably take a long time. Moreover, if he was really lucky to find him, he would definitely not want to come to Bailiang. Su Fengnian could not go to his hometown now. Even if they met, it would be many years later. Su Fengnian hoped that by then, not only would that guy be safe and sound, it would be best if he had a family. Su Fengnian had imagined the scene of meeting again after a long separation. Thinking about it, it was not very emotional. Perhaps the two would only raise their palms and give each other a light high five. It should be that simple. Between brothers, there was no need to thank each other. No need to say sorry. In the end, Tantai Pingjing did not make a move. Su Fengnian stood up. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It seems that Master Tantai has no intention of putting all your eggs in one basket. Tantai Pingjing's eyes returned to normal. Why should I jump into such an obvious trap? Su Fengnian curled his lips and turned his head. Because of her tall stature, they only needed to look at each other at eye level. Su Fengnian smiled. That's how it should be. It won't be too late for you to make a move after I and Bei Mang have a life-and-death battle. Just as Su Fengnian was about to fall into the human world, he suddenly stopped. In this kind of battle of fate that has nothing to do with physique, as long as I'm near Bailiang, your chances of winning are not high. Tantai Pingjing raised her eyebrows. You want to ruin my state of mind with just a few words? Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. Tantai Pingjing disappeared without a trace. Su Fengnian stood in the sky and stretched his body. At this time, Su Fengnian didn't know if it was because his vision was broadened and his mind was broadened, but he felt a sense of heroism for no reason. He just remembered that when he fought in this life, whether it was a tie or a win, he seemed to be a little aggrieved. He had never really fought to his heart's content. Bei Mang, wait and see. Let me, Su Fengnian, fight 10,000 cavalry alone. Let me fight to the death for the only time in my life without any scruples. Not as the king of Bailiang, but as the great grandmaster of martial arts. Let's fight to our heart's content. Bei Mang's millions of cavalry want to enter the Central Plains, but they have to go through me, Su Fengnian. It was that simple. The figure standing between the sky and the earth, wearing a green robe and a jade pendant, hung a cold blade. Like a green grass. Su Fengnian, whose sleeves fluttered like an immortal, didn't know that. It was the heroism that filled his chest. Ancestor Lu, who passed the divine gate but didn't enter, had it. Li Chungang, who floated across the Guangling River with a sword, had it. Xiao Chongqing, who became the Confucian sage in the West Wall, had it. It was also called the Great Spirit. Chapter 1764. A pair of travel-worn Taoist master and disciple arrived at the estuary of Guangling River. They watched the 15th tide and escorted the dragon carp through the river into the sea. They started their journey back along the river and finally arrived at the border of Liangyu. The two could already see the magnificent scenery of Wudang's 81 peaks. In the evening, the glow of the sunset hung in the western sky. The young Taoist master carried his exhausted young disciple and walked slowly. His steps were steady. The little Taoist who followed his master across half of Liang was sleeping soundly. When they arrived at the foot of Wudang Mountain, the young Taoist master saw an unexpected familiar figure. He wore a green robe and had a sword at his side. He walked forward quickly. Because he was carrying his disciple, he could not bow and greet him. He could only nod his head in greeting. The young man at the foot of the mountain also nodded his head in return. Without any warm words, they climbed the mountain silently. After walking past the four-character memorial arch written by Lu Zhu himself, Hong Shixiang, or perhaps the reincarnated little Taoist Yu Fu of Lu Dongxian, suddenly opened his eyes. He lay on his master's back sleepily and turned to look at the handsome young man walking side by side with his master. For some reason, the child felt a natural closeness to him but also an involuntary fear. At this moment, the drums of Wudang's peak sounded at the same time. The melodious sound reverberated between the mountains. Su Fengnian, who was in a trance, came back to his senses at the sound of the drums. He turned his head and looked at the little Taoist. Speaking of which, Li Yufu was able to find this Jiangnan village child named Yufu because of Su Fengnian's help. It was during that battle against Wang Xianji that Su Fengnian had no choice but to go on an out-of-body journey. After that, he vaguely discovered signs of the child's enlightenment. Following the clues, Li Yufu successfully brought the child back to Wudang Mountain. Su Fengnian looked at the young and tender face. Apart from the child's clear eyes, which were just like the elephant washing pond on Wudang Mountain, and the demeanor of the ox-riding martial granduncle, there seemed to be no other similarities. Su Fengnian looked at the ignorant little Daoist child, and for a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Su Fengnian did not have much impression of the immortal Lu Zhu and the immortal Qi Xuanzhen, But how could he forget that lotus flower peak Daoist priest called Hong Shixiang? Su Fengnian could not help but reach out his hand and pinched the little Taoist boy's slightly tanned face. Probably because he used too much strength, the child grimaced and did not dare to refuse. He was just a little angry. Su deliberately said fiercely, "Before you grow up, if you dare to fall in love with someone else, I'll beat you to death." "You." The little Taoist boy said angrily, "Cultivators are devoted to Taoism and do not talk about love." "What are you talking about?" Su Fengnian snorted, "Is it your master who taught you this, or the old immortal Qin Yao who taught you this *T principle?" The little Taoist boy almost blurted out. He secretly pulled the collar of his master's Taoist robe. Li Yufu said softly, "This is our king of Bailiang. I can't afford to offend him, and neither can your martial granduncle Chen." The little Taoist boy quickly said seriously, "It's the principle that I figured out. It has absolutely nothing to do with martial granduncle Chen." Su Fengnian and Li Yufu looked at each other and smiled. Then they glanced at the little Taoist boy who was carrying a small bamboo box that was crudely woven. "What's in the bamboo box?" The little Daoist hesitated for a moment, but he still answered honestly, "This little Daoist and master have traveled thousands of kilometers to the east. Along the way, master often treated patients. Many of the medicinal herbs were picked by me from the mountains, and the medicine was also brewed by me. There were some patients who insisted on paying master for his treatment, so master had no choice but to accept them. He would also give me some copper coins while he was at it, and this little Daoist saved them all up. On the way back, I bought some gifts for Grandmaster Yu and Grandmaster Chen." The little Taoist boy's charcoal-like face made his eyes brighter. Yu Fu was in a good mood because he would soon be able to see the senior Taoist priests on the mountain. He was especially happy when he thought of martial granduncle Yu and the others after receiving his gifts. But the guy in front of him, whose name could be heard even in the southeast coast, made the child's mood fall to the bottom with just one sentence. "Those little things in your box, if I received this kind of worthless gift, I would quickly throw them to the corner." The little Taoist boy's face suddenly became gloomy. He wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't be righteous, so he simply shut his mouth. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Why don't you sell the box to me? I'll give you a few hundred taels of silver. You can go to Escape Summer Town and pick a few valuable things. How about it?" Yu Fu didn't immediately refuse or agree. Instead, he whispered to his master, "Master, what do martial granduncle Yu and martial granduncle Chen, martial uncle Han and martial brother Qing Xian like?" Li Yufu didn't help the young king to do evil. He smiled and said, "They all like the gifts you give them." The little Taoist boy said pitifully, "But the things in my box are really worthless." Li Yufu smiled and said, "Valuable things are often only valuable. We are cultivating on the mountain. It doesn't matter whether it's valuable or not." The little Taoist boy quickly smiled and stared at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian also stopped teasing the naive little Taoist boy. He stopped smiling and said to Li Yufu, "Teacher Li, don't you want to think about it? After all, for you, you are different from the ordinary people in the world. Even if you have regrets in this life, you can use them to make up for them in the next life.